Good morning. Here we are. Oh, my phone is telling me I'm live. So, good morning. Yeah, I'm still in my Jim Jams.
Well, we're not on.
Still here in my Jim Jams. Haven't had my tea yet. 7:30 over here on the west.
And 231-500-139. Mr. Burmister's looking at me. Oh, okay. Counsel for the state are present. Counsel for the defendant are present, along with Ms. Richins. We're set this morning for a closing argument. Mr. Bloodworth, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
We are.
Okay. Anything before we invite the jury in? Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. Cody, we're ready for the jury. Oh, all right. Very good. Well, so it goes. While I have this moment, if one member from each of your respective teams would plan to meet with Brittany after closings are complete, just confirm that we have consensus regarding the exhibits that we're sending back into the jury room.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we address physical evidence as well? I don't think we're requesting to send any physical evidence back, but I'm not sure.
For example, the glassine bags of the gummies, etc.
Correct.
Okay. I wasn't planning to send those back, Ms. Lewis.
That's fine.
Okay. Very good.
Your Honor, is the court sending a computer back for the kind of audio video files? Got it.
We have an air gap computer that will not attach to the internet or connect to the internet that they'll be able to use to view files off a thumb drive.
Right, Your Honor.
Have a seat as you come in, please. Have a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will begin this morning with jury instructions. Then we'll take a restroom break, and then we'll proceed with closing arguments. You have a copy of the jury instructions on your chair. You're welcome to read along, but you're not required to. You'll be able to bring those back with you into the jury room to review during your deliberations. And we can fast forward to instruction number 13. The preceding pages before instruction 13 are just a written copy of the jury instructions the court gave prior to opening statements. Closing roadmap. Members of the jury, you now have all the evidence. 3 things remain to be done. First, I'll give you additional instructions that you will follow in deciding this case. Second, the lawyers will give their closing arguments. Prosecutor will go first, then the defense. Because the prosecution has the burden of proof, the prosecutor may give a rebuttal. Finally, you will go to the jury room to discuss and decide the case. You have 2 main duties as jurors. The first is to decide from the evidence what the facts are. Deciding what the facts are is your job, not mine. You are the exclusive judges of all questions of fact. The second duty is to take the law I give you in the instructions, apply it to the facts, and decide if the prosecution has proved the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You are bound by your oath to follow the instructions that I give you, even if you personally disagree with them. This includes the instructions I gave you before trial, any instructions I may have given you during the trial, and these instructions. All the instructions are important, and you should consider them as a whole. The order in which the instructions are given does not mean that some instructions are more important than others. Whether any particular instruction applies may depend upon what you decide are the true facts of the case. If an instruction applies only to facts or circumstances that you find do not exist, you may disregard that instruction. Please perform your duties fairly. Do not let any bias, sympathy, or prejudice that you may feel toward one side or the other influence your decision in any way. You must also not let yourselves be influenced by public opinion. Regarding closing arguments, when the lawyers give their closing arguments, please keep in mind that they are advocating their views of the case. What they say during their closing arguments is not evidence. If the lawyers say anything about the evidence that conflicts with what you remember, you are to rely on your memory of the evidence. If they say anything about the law that conflicts with these instructions, you are to rely on these instructions. During the trial, I've made certain rulings. I made those rulings based on the law and not because I favor one side or the other. However, if I sustained an objection, if I did not accept evidence offered by one side or the other, or if I ordered that certain testimony be stricken, then you must not consider those things in reaching your verdict. As the judge, I am neutral. If I have said or done anything that makes you think I favor one side or the other, that was not my intention. Please do not interpret anything I've done as indicating that I have any particular view of the evidence or the decision you should reach. You must base your decision only on the evidence that you saw and heard here in court. Evidence includes what the witnesses said while they were testifying under oath and any exhibits admitted into evidence. Nothing else is evidence. The lawyer's statements and arguments are not evidence. Their objections are not evidence. My legal rulings and comments are not evidence. In reaching a verdict, consider all the evidence as I have defined it here and nothing else. You may also draw all reasonable inferences from that evidence. Regarding items not admitted into evidence, transcripts, police reports, or other written audio or visual materials may have been referenced during the trial but not admitted as exhibits. It's common during deliberations for jurors to ask to review these materials or to have transcripts of what witnesses said during trial. These materials, other than what may have been admitted as exhibits, may not be requested as part of your deliberations. Regarding witness credibility, In deciding this case, you'll need to decide how believable each witness was. Please use your judgment and common sense. Let me suggest a few things to think about as you weigh each witness's testimony. How good was the witness's opportunity to see, hear, or otherwise observe what the witness testified about? Does the witness have something to gain or lose from this case? Does the witness have any connection to the people involved in this case? Does the witness have any reason to lie or slant the testimony? Was the witness's testimony consistent over time? If not, is there a good reason for the inconsistency? If the witness was inconsistent, was it about something important or unimportant? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of other evidence presented at trial? How believable was the witness's testimony in light of human experience? Was there anything about the way the witness testified that made the testimony more or less believable? In deciding whether or not to believe a witness, you may also consider anything else you think is important. You do not have to believe everything that a witness said. You may believe part and disbelieve the rest. On the other hand, if you're convinced that a witness lied, you may disbelieve anything the witness said. In other words, you may believe all, part, or none of a witness's testimony. You may believe many witnesses against one, or one witness against many. In deciding whether a witness testified truthfully, please remember that no one's memory is perfect. Anyone can make an honest mistake. Honest people may remember the same event differently. Evidence has been presented that a witness was previously convicted of a crime. This evidence was brought to your attention only to help you evaluate the credibility of that witness. Do not use it for any other purpose. It is not evidence of anything else. An informant is someone who provides evidence against someone else for a personal reason or advantage. The testimony of an informant alone, if believed by the jury, may be of sufficient weight to sustain a verdict of guilt, even though not corroborated or supported by other evidence. You must examine and weigh an informant's testimony with greater care than the testimony of an ordinary witness. You must determine whether the informant's testimony has been affected by self-interest, by an agreement they have with the government, by their own interest in the outcome of the case, or by prejudice against the defendant. You should not convict a defendant based on the unsupported testimony of an informant unless you believe the unsupported testimony beyond a reasonable doubt. A person may testify under a grant of immunity, that is, an agreement with the government. Their testimony alone, if believed by the jury, may be of sufficient weight to sustain a verdict of guilt, even though it's not corroborated or supported by other evidence. You should consider testimony given under a grant of immunity with greater care and caution than the testimony of an ordinary witness. You should consider whether testimony under a grant of immunity has been affected by the witness's own interest, the government's agreement, the witness's interest in the outcome of the case, or by prejudice against the defendant. On the other hand, you should also consider that an immunized witness can be prosecuted for perjury for making a false statement. After considering these things, you may give testimony given under a grant of immunity such weight as you feel it deserves. You should not convict a defendant based on the unsupported testimony of an immunized witness unless you believe the unsupported testimony beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember, the fact that the defendant is charged with a crime is not evidence of guilt. The law presumes that the defendant is not guilty of the crime charged. This presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. There are very few things in this world that we know with absolute certainty, and in criminal cases, the law does not require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. If the evidence leaves you firmly convinced that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give the defendant the benefit of the doubt and return a verdict of not guilty. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty and denies committing the alleged crimes. Every crime has component parts called elements. The prosecution must prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Until then, you must presume the defendant is not guilty. The defendant does not have to prove anything. She does not have to testify, call witnesses, or present evidence. Regarding direct and circumstantial evidence, facts may be proved by direct or circumstantial evidence. The law does not treat one type of evidence as better than the other. Direct evidence can prove a fact by itself. It usually comes from a witness who perceived firsthand the fact in question. For example, if a witness testified that he looked outside, saw it was raining, that would be direct evidence that it had rained. Circumstantial evidence is indirect evidence. It usually comes from a witness who perceived a set of related events, but not the fact in question. However, based on that testimony, someone could conclude that the fact in question had occurred. For example, if a witness testified that she looked outside and saw that the ground was wet and people were closing their umbrellas, that would be circumstantial evidence that it had rained. Before you can find the defendant guilty of any charge, there must be enough evidence, direct, circumstantial, or some of both, to convince you of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is up to you to decide. You have heard evidence that before or after the alleged acts charged in this case, the defendant may have done the following: made false statements connected to the financial affairs of her business, engaged in an extramarital affair, or made false claims about whether she was the sole author of a book. This evidence was not admitted to prove a character trait of the defendant or to show that she acted in a manner consistent with that trait. You may consider this evidence, if at all, for the limited purposes of determining motive, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. Keep in mind that the defendant is on trial for the crimes charged in this case, and for those crimes only. You may not convict the defendant simply because you believe she may have committed some other acts at another time. Regarding fact versus expert witnesses, there are two types of witnesses: fact witnesses and expert witnesses. Usually, a fact witness can testify only about facts that he or she can see, hear, touch, taste, or smell. An expert witness has scientific, technical, or other special knowledge that allows the witness to give an opinion. An expert's knowledge can come from training, education, experience, or skill. Experts can testify about facts, and they can give their opinions in their area of expertise. You may have to weigh one expert's opinion against another's. In weighing the opinions of experts, you may look at their qualifications, the reasoning process the experts used, and the overall credibility of their testimony. You may also look at things like bias, consistency, and reputation. Please use your common sense in evaluating all witnesses, including expert witnesses. You do not have to accept an expert's opinion. You may accept it all, reject it all, or accept part and reject part. Give it whatever weight you think it deserves. You have heard the testimony of law enforcement officers. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. It is up to you to give any witness's testimony whatever weight you think it deserves. Regarding the defendant not testifying, a person accused of a crime may choose whether or not to testify. In this case, the defendant chose not to testify. Do not hold that choice against the defendant. Do not try to guess why the defendant chose not to testify. Do not consider it in your deliberations. Decide the case only on the basis of the evidence. The defendant does not have to prove that she is not guilty. The prosecution must prove the defendant's guilt beyond reasonable doubt. Regarding conduct and mental state, a person cannot be found guilty of a criminal offense unless that person's conduct is prohibited by law and, at the time the conduct occurred, the defendant demonstrated a particular mental state specified by law. Conduct can mean both an act or the failure to act when the law requires a person to act. An act is a voluntary movement of the body, and it can include speech. As to the mental state requirement, the prosecution must prove that at the time the defendant acted, she did so with a particular mental state. For each offense, the law defines what kind of mental state the defendant had to have, if any. For some crimes, the defendant must have acted intentionally or knowingly. For other crimes, it's enough that the defendant acted recklessly or with criminal negligence or with some other specified mental state. Later, I'll instruct you on the specific conduct and mental state that the prosecution must prove before the defendant can be found guilty of the crimes charged. The law requires that the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted with a particular mental state. Ordinarily, there is no way that a defendant's mental state can be proved directly because no one can tell what another person is thinking. A defendant's mental state can be proved indirectly from the surrounding facts and circumstances. This includes things like what the defendant said, what the defendant did, and any other evidence that shows what was in the defendant's mind. Some definitions. On or about includes any day that is near the day alleged in the information. For pecuniary gain means for the acquisition of money or something of monetary value. Attempt means the actor engages in conduct that constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime and intends to commit the crime, or when causing a particular result is an element of the crime, acts with an awareness that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause the result. Conduct constitutes a substantial step toward the commission of the crime when it strongly corroborates the actor's required mental state to commit the crime. Utter means any intentional act that puts a writing into circulation and implies, by word or action, that the writing is genuine. Unless these instructions give a definition, you should give all words their usual and ordinary meanings. Elements of count 1, criminal homicide, aggravated murder. Kouri Richins is charged in count 1 with committing aggravated murder between on or about March 3rd and March 4th, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements. Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins under one or more of the following circumstances: for pecuniary gain or by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. To find the defendant guilty of aggravated murder, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one circumstance listed in element 3 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which circumstance or circumstances the prosecution has proven. You will mark your decisions on the verdict form. Elements of count 2, attempted criminal homicide, attempted aggravated murder. Kouri Richins is charged in count 2 with committing attempted aggravated murder on or about February 14, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find, beyond a reasonable doubt, each of the following elements. Kouri Richins attempted to intentionally or knowingly cause the death of Eric Richins under one or more of the following circumstances: for pecuniary gain or by means of the administration of any substance administered in a lethal amount, dosage, or quantity. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you are not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. To find the defendant guilty of attempted aggravated murder, you must unanimously agree the prosecution has proven at least one circumstance listed in element 4 beyond a reasonable doubt. You must also unanimously agree which circumstance or circumstances the prosecution has proven. You will mark your decisions on the verdict form. Definitions of mental state related to counts 1 and 2. For the purposes of counts 1 and 2, a person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to cause a certain result. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. Elements of count 3, insurance fraud. Kouri Richins is charged in count 3 with committing insurance fraud between on or about January 29 and August 31 of 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with intent to deceive or defraud, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly devised a scheme or artifice to obtain anything of value by means of false or fraudulent pretenses, representations, promises, or material omissions, and the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Elements of count 4, insurance fraud. Kouri Richins is charged in count 4 with committing insurance fraud on or about June 14, 2022. You cannot convict her based on the evidence. You unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with intent to deceive or defraud, presented or caused to be presented any oral or written statement or representation as part of or in support of a claim for payment or other benefit pursuant to an insurance policy, certificate, or contract. Knowing that the statement or representation contained false, incomplete, or fraudulent information concerning any fact or thing material to the claim, and the value of the property, money, or things obtained or sought to be obtained is or exceeds $5,000. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you are convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Elements of count 5, forgery. Kouri Richins is charged in count 5 with committing forgery on or about January 29, 2022. You cannot convict her of this offense unless, based on the evidence, you unanimously find beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements. Kouri Richins, with purpose to defraud anyone without the authority to do so, did make, execute, or utter a writing so that the writing or the making, execution, or utterance purports to be the act of another person. After you carefully consider all the evidence in this case, if you're convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. On the other hand, if you're not convinced that each and every element has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. Definitions of mental state for counts 3, 4, and 5. For purposes of counts 3, 4, and 5, a person acts intentionally or with intent when her conscious objective is to engage in certain conduct. A person acts knowingly or with knowledge when the person is aware of the nature of her conduct, or is aware of the particular circumstances surrounding her conduct, or is aware that her conduct is reasonably certain to cause a particular result. A person acts recklessly when she is aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that certain circumstances exist relating to her conduct, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway. Or her conduct will cause a particular result, but she consciously disregards the risk and acts anyway. The nature and extent of the risk must be of such a magnitude that disregarding it is a gross deviation from what an ordinary person would do in that situation. Conduct means either an act or an omission. Separate consideration of multiple crimes. The defendant has been charged with more than one crime. It is your duty to consider each charge separately. For each crime charged, consider all the evidence related to that charge. Decide whether the prosecution has presented proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of that particular crime. Your verdict on one charge does not determine your verdict on any other charge. Regarding jury unanimity, because this is a criminal case, every single juror must agree with the verdict before the defendant can be found guilty or not guilty. That is, you must be unanimous in your verdict for each count charged. To help you in reaching unanimous agreement, I recommend that you not commit yourselves to a particular verdict before discussing all the evidence. In addition, you may not use methods of chance, such as drawing straws or flipping a coin. Rather, in the jury room, please consider the evidence and speak your minds with each other. Listen carefully and respectfully to each other's views, and keep an open mind about what others have to say. If there is a difference of opinion about the evidence or the verdict, do not hesitate to change your mind if you become convinced that your position is wrong. On the other hand, do not give up your honestly held views about the evidence simply to agree on a verdict, to give in to pressure from other jurors, or just to get the case over with. In the end, your vote must be your own. A unanimous verdict must reflect the individual, careful, and conscientious judgment of each juror as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. In making your decision, do not consider what punishment could result from a verdict of guilty. Your duty is to decide if the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Punishment is not relevant to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. Let's pause there for now. That went a little quicker than I anticipated. Mr. Bloodworth, would you like to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor, we may proceed and then maybe take an intermission.
Understood.
We lost.
No problem. We sure did. Mr. Bloodworth, would you like me to publish the slide deck now?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
There you are. Please proceed.
Thank you. Kouri Richins feels aggrieved and is thus an intensely ambitious person. She feels aggrieved because growing up, her father was an alcoholic who traded parenting for prison, and her mother, a gambler who traded parenting for a casino. Kouri Richins thus worked for her aunt, cleaning the homes of rich people in Park City. She was not beneath those homeowners, but she felt that she was. This fueled in her an intense desire to appear privileged, affluent, and successful. She met Eric Richins. He was a successful business owner. He had money. They had a son, married, and had 2 more sons. Kouri Richins was on her way. But she was unhappy. She wanted to leave Eric Richins, but did not want to leave his money. Their prenuptial agreement meant that if she left him, she would also leave most of his money. So, Kouri Richins took $250,000 in equity out of Eric Richins' home without him knowing it, so that she could start her own business and earn enough money to leave Eric Richins. Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious. First with Eric's money and then other people's money, Kouri Richins carefully curated the facade of a privileged, affluent, successful business owner. Behind the facade, however, Kouri Richins was incompetent. She took tremendous risks. She borrowed money by any means necessary at exorbitant rates. She gambled other people's money and lost. Her business was imploding. All the while, Kouri Richins was more interested in spending time with Josh Grossman than Eric. She dreamed of living in the Midway Mansion with Josh, running it as an event center, farming and raising kids, Eric's kids. But she did not have the money to leave Eric or the money to salvage her business. Kouri Richins is an intensely ambitious person. She is a risk taker. There was a way forward. Eric had to die. As Judge Mrazek just instructed, there are 5 counts. And each count has a series of elements. The state has to prove each count and each element of each count beyond a reasonable doubt. That is our burden. In this closing, we will go count by count, and then within each count, element by element, to show to you how the state has met its burden of proving aggravated murder, attempted aggravated murder, 2 counts of fraud, and forgery. That, again, is the reasonable doubt instruction that Judge Mrazek just read, and you will have back with you in the jury room. Judge Mrazek also read this instruction on what evidence is, and it's usually testimony and exhibits. To reiterate, what the attorneys say is not evidence. And as I asked you in opening, please focus on the evidence. Throughout this presentation, I generally use this format for slides. And so everybody understands where we are, the count, and then the element within the count is at the top in the red banner. We then quote some witness testimony and we cite it because it's the evidence that matters. So that you'll have the exhibits back with you when you deliberate. And you can reference them. Usually it's a transcript, page, line, number of the testimony. We also publish exhibits And usually we'll have an exhibit number down here. If there's an exhibit, whatever, 2-5, so you can reference it. Let's begin with the aggravated murder count. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was the person who committed the aggravated murder. The evidence will prove that she intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, here by means of administering to him the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber. She intended to kill him with the illicit street drugs. It doesn't matter what illicit street drugs. We'll get into it more. It doesn't matter if it was the propofol, if it was the fentanyl that actually killed him, if it was oxy or some other illicit street drugs. She bought illicit street drugs to kill Eric Richins. That's what matters. That's murder. These two elements are just murder, right? If we hide this, that's a murder charge. Here we have an aggravated murder charge, and the state will prove two separate and distinct aggravators. The first is for pecuniary gain. This is a why aggravator. Why did Kouri Richins kill Eric? For money. The second aggravator is a how aggravator. How did she do it? Here, by the administration of any substance, here it happens to be fentanyl, but it could be any substance administered in a lethal amount. Either one of those aggravators are what transforms this case from a murder case to an aggravated murder case. So, first count, first element, was it Kouri Richins? Yes. The state has proved that Kouri Richins had the means, here the fentanyl, the illicit street drugs, the motive, here money, and a fresh start at life, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. She was the only other adult in the home at the time. Nobody else killed Eric Richins. Now, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins by administering the illicit street drugs. The state will prove with all kinds of evidence, testimony, exhibits, patterns of her behavior, and what each of us know about humans, that she intended to cause Eric's death. She intended it probably as early as December the 7th, 2021, when she booked a trip for her and Josh Grossman to the Caribbean for April. People don't book that trip. Kouri Richins did not book that trip thinking Eric Richins would be alive in April. She booked it knowing he would not. In December, before Eric died, before Kouri Richins murdered Eric, she told her friend, Becky Lloyd, in many ways, it would be better if he were dead. That proves she intended to cause his death. This was the New York Life policy that covered the C&E buy-sell agreement. And on January the 1st, 2022, Kouri Richins changed the life insurance beneficiary on Cody's policy from Eric to her. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins didn't understand that was Cody's policy. And when she figured it out, she went ahead and changed it back because she planned to murder Eric. She did not plan to murder Cody, but she planned to murder. Kouri Richins asked two people, Hayden Jeffs and Carmen Lauber, for the Michael Jackson drug. Kouri Richins was a suburban mother real estate agent. She does not know a lot about the illicit street drug world, but she knows Michael Jackson died from taking drugs. She doesn't know how to order a street drug, but she knows she wants the Michael Jackson stuff. She knows she wants it because it is lethal, it is fatal, it kills. And she wanted lethal, fatal death. Kouri Richins is intensely ambitious. She wanted the perfect life, or at least the appearance of the perfect life. And for her, that meant Josh Grossman. But first, Eric had to go away.
So with these transactions, when Carmen hit you up, what did she tell you?
She just told me that she had a friend that wanted,
Did she ask for blue specifically or fentanyl specifically, or did she ask for oxygen? What did she ask for?
I think she might have asked for blue. I can't remember.
But you sold her M30s, right?
Yeah, I told her she knew what she was buying.
Okay, so it wasn't like she's asking for oxys or something like that, and she got the M30s.
Right, no.
Okay, so she knew that there was fentanyl in those pills.
At Kouri Richins' request, Carmen Lauber purchased illicit street drugs from Robert Crozier. It's those illicit street drugs that killed Eric Richins. It's those illicit street drugs that Kouri used to murder Eric Richins. And while there may be some question as to whether she specifically ordered fentanyl or she knew she was getting fentanyl, the evidence proves she at least knew it. She wanted fatal, lethal, illicit street drugs. And all the testimony from Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier, Digital Forensics, we'll get into it, all confirm that Kouri Richins ordered and received illicit street drugs, and that those street drugs contained fentanyl. Illicit street drugs is all that matters. But you heard the testimony that despite confusion in what people were ordering, people were getting fentanyl. The fake M30s looked like the real, the fake M30s looked like the real M30s. Everything on the street in early 2022 had fentanyl. That's how we know that it was this purchase that ended up killing Eric. It's the fentanyl. We can trace the fentanyl. Next slide. The digital forensics corroborate Carmen Lauber's testimony that 5 days before Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, Carmen Lauber purchased for Kouri Richins fentanyl from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. The call detail records show an extraordinary amount of overlapping communication between Carmen Lauber, Kouri Richins, Carmen Lauber, Robert Crozier during that time. We, of course, don't have the communications. Carmen Lauber deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal. Kouri Richins deleted them because they were evidence of a drug deal and a murder. Robert Crozier said he had lost his phone. But that's an extraordinary number of communications. We know that Kouri Richins, the evidence proves that Kouri Richins used a Moscow Mule and a shot to administer the fentanyl to Eric. She writes it in her orange notebook where she journals what happened the night she murdered Eric. It's a self-serving journal. We'll discuss that down the road. But she wrote Moscow Mule and a lemon drop shot. And that is consistent with all the toxicology. Again, in the notes that investigators recovered from the kitchen cabinet in Kouri Richins' home, she wrote Moscow Mules. Lemon water, vodka, and rum. She left out the main ingredient, which of course is the ginger beer. But there was ginger beer. We know that from the Cock and Bull that OME investigator Cam Sessions found in the trash can in the kitchen. It's interesting that Kouri Richins wrote vodka in parentheses rum. The evidence may show that the Moscow Mule she made that night was ginger beer and fentanyl. The lemon drop shot may be lemon and fentanyl. Notice that here she writes drink in bed. We'll come back to that in a minute. The Cock and Bull, as I mentioned, corroborates at least the Moscow Mule. And then we know the cause of death from the death certificate was fentanyl. The fentanyl and the illicit street drugs that Kouri Richins got from Carmen Lauber, who got from Robert Crozier. We know that Eric ingested the fentanyl from the Moscow Mule, the lemon drop shop, or both. Medical examiner Dr. Pamela Ulmer, toxicologist Brianna Peterson, chief medical examiner Dr. Eric Christensen, all testified that the 20,000 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl, an extraordinary amount, in his stomach indicates oral ingestion. Indeed, Dr. Christensen not only testified to it, he told Kouri Richins that in their phone call that she recorded. Ms. Peterson's testimony, as well as Dr. Christensen, also proves that the fentanyl was illicit. Again, illicit coming from the street, illegal street drug, illicit fentanyl. And it was their testimony, right, was that there was not only fentanyl in the toxicology, but there was norfentanyl, which was a marker of an illicit fentanyl. There's also acetylfentanyl as well. But it's the norfentanyl that is a marker of illicit fentanyl, which completely tracks with how Kouri Richins got the illicit street drugs. We also know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric Richins because the toxicology contained quetiapine.
Your Honor, we may have lost the audio.
Let's reset. My apologies.
Is an antipsychotic medication.
Last one, what is quetiapine? Quetiapine?
Quetiapine is an antipsychotic medication. It's called Seroquel.
Okay. I gotcha.
It's a prescription, mental health medication.
Mhm.
That's prescribed for different things.
I gotcha.
The quetiapine in the toxicology for Eric Richins shows that Kouri Richins was involved because she was prescribed quetiapine. Now, this conversation that she recorded with Dr. Christensen is also very insightful. She pretends to not know what quetiapine is. It's her prescription. Of course she knows what it is. She pretends to not know what it is to cover up her involvement in putting the quetiapine inside Eric's body. She feigns the ignorance. She covers up her conduct in murdering Eric Richins in several ways throughout, beginning the night she murdered him, all the way through the walk the dog letter. In the orange notebook, she writes, she jumped out of bed, ran, turned on the lights, grabbed her phone, and called 911. The evidence proves that is not true. The evidence proves that when she returned to their bedroom, Kouri Richins says she was in Ashton's room. There's no evidence of that. But she returned from somewhere to their bedroom, unlocked her phone, put it on speaker. There's no call detail records showing a call at that time. But she may have called on Wi-Fi, somebody. That would not appear in the call detail records. It would appear on her phone if her phone had not been deleted.
Objection, Your Honor. These are facts that are
Overruled.
not.
Please have a seat.
She then unlocked her phone again at 3:08, 3:10, 3:15, 3:19, and then 15 minutes later, she called 911. That is not immediately called 911. Perhaps she was staging the scene during these 15 minutes. We're going to discuss the 911 call in a minute. This is a receiver activation. At 3:22:12, when we're in the 911 call, she's on receiver on her phone. The 911 call operator asks her, "Are you on speakerphone?" She says yes. No. She's on receiver. Before we play this, sorry, we're going to listen to the first part, actually most of the 911 call again. I ask that as you listen to it, you'll hear the first minute. The first minute is not the sound of a wife becoming a widow. To echo her friend Chelsea Barney, the first minute is the sound of a wife becoming a black widow. Listen to how Kouri Richins on the 911 call immediately presents, or very soon after the call begins, presents her alibi narrative. Listen to how she tells the 911 dispatcher where she was when Eric died. She is distancing herself. Rather than, he's not breathing, he has no pulse, I have to figure out what to do, I need help. She's saying, hey, look, I was not there, I was in my son's room. That's her alibi. She's distancing herself from the time and the place that she murdered Eric. The 911 call operator asks her to perform CPR. Notice how she distances herself from that. No, I don't know how. No, he's too heavy. No, I can't move him. She is not immediately trying to revive him. We're going to run a clock from the time that the dispatcher asks her if she can start CPR to the time she purportedly starts it. It's 6 minutes. Listen, please, to the portion of the 911 call where the operator instructs Kouri Richins how to remove Eric from the bed. Listen how the dispatcher says, move to the side of the bed. Kouri Richins says she does. Remove the pillows, pull the arm, pull the leg, lift up the sheath, pull him off. If Kouri Richins is following the instructions of the 911 dispatcher, Eric Richins' body is on the floor on the side of the bed, not the foot of the bed where it was found. Listen also to her choice of language. She has dehumanized Eric Richins. When she is talking about removing Eric from the bed and she is protesting and she is saying she cannot, she is not saying, I can't move him. She is saying, I can't move it. Eric is no longer a him to him. She murdered Eric. Eric is an it. Finally, listen to when she says she is performing CPR and the phone is on speaker. The phone's not on speaker. Determine whether she's performing CPR. Okay, Scott.
My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's the good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435 671 4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on?
I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in the bed, in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold.
Who's cold?
My husband, I turned the light off.
And he's not breathing? He's not breathing? I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing?
No.
Okay, can you do CPR?
No. I don't know how.
You don't know, I'm gonna tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR?
Yeah.
Okay. If there's a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
No, thank
You have
God.
one available? Okay. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line and I'll tell you exactly what to do next, okay? Okay, are you right by your husband right now?
Yeah, he's so pale. His mouth is
Okay.
open.
Okay, listen carefully. Are you able to lay him on the floor or the ground? On the ground?
I'm just shaking. I can't touch him. I can't.
You can do it. You can do it. You need to calm down.
He's
Okay?
just yellow.
We need to help
Yellow
him.
and white.
I can guide you through CPR. Take a deep breath for me. I'm here with you.
He doesn't have a pulse.
He doesn't have a pulse.
No. There's no pulse.
Okay. I'm here with you. I'm here with you. We need to get him help. If you need to put me on speaker, put me on speaker. I'm gonna guide you through CPR, okay?
Okay.
Tell me when you've done that.
Okay, I'm ready.
You ready? Okay, he's on the floor?
He's on the bed.
Okay, are you able by any chance to move him on the floor?
Let me try. Spots on it. I don't know what's happening.
Okay. I'm here with you. You're not able to move him to the floor?
Go out. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Oh my God, my sister.
You're not able to move him to the floor? Just listen carefully. We just need to get him on the floor. Don't worry about hurting them.
No, he's just daddy.
Is he still on the bed?
Yes.
Okay, if there's a sheet or a blanket under them, can you loosen it from the mattress?
Yes.
Okay, stand at the side of the bed closest to them and remove anything under their head.
Okay.
Okay? I need you to pull the sheets towards you and slide them off the bed. Don't worry about him falling. We just need to help him now.
Okay.
Tell me when he's on the floor.
I can't move it. It's a dead weight. Like it's.
You're not. If he has sheets under, pull them to the floor. Don't worry about hurting him.
Can you please send somebody?
Okay, I have the ambulance that's on the way. Okay, there's another way to do this, okay? Grab their feet. Grab his feet.
Okay.
Slide them towards you until they're just off the bed. How old is your husband?
39.
39?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, were you able to put his feet off the bed?
I'm pulling.
Okay, now grab the arm closest to you and pull the rest of the way off the bed. Again, don't worry about the fall. We just need to help them now. I have the ambulance on the way. I just need you to do this, okay, so we can get the help for him.
Okay.
Once they arrive, they'll take over. We just need to start CPR now. You are doing great, okay? I just need you to get him on the floor.
Okay, on the floor.
You got him on the floor?
Yeah.
Okay, listen carefully, okay? Make sure that there's nothing under his head. Is he laying flat on his back?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just listen carefully and I'll tell you how to do chest compressions, okay? Place the heel of your hand on the breastbone. This is in the center of the chest, right between the nipples.
Okay.
Put your other hand on top of that hand.
Okay.
Okay? Stop pumping the chest hard and fast, at least twice per second, and 2 inches deep.
Okay.
Okay, start counting out loud so I can count with you, okay? We're gonna count 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Let me know when you're ready.
1,
1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. Count out loud so I can hear you. I'm counting with you. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. If it's easier for you, am I on speaker?
yes.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Do you know if the front door is open?
No, it's locked.
It's not, I need you to go. Is there anybody else within the home or is it just you?
It's all my kids.
Okay, are one of them old enough to go unlock the door?
Yeah, it's unlocked.
It's unlocked now?
Yeah, he's here. He's there.
Okay.
The protesting, it was part of the 6-minute delay in Kouri Richins performing CPR. I can't move it. It is just dead weight. Contrast that 911 call with her self-serving text message to her best friend, Chelsea Barney. I tried so fucking hard to save him, his lifeless body on my bedroom floor. I pumped so damn hard, so hard, screaming at him to come back to life, that I needed him. None of that happened. She's covering up her involvement in murdering Eric Richins. Recall the alibi narrative at the beginning of the 911 call. Her letting the 911 operator and everyone know that she was not with Eric when he died. I was somewhere else. I was distant in place and time. When she calls her father-in-law, Eric's dad, Gene Richins, what does she say right at the outset? I was sleeping with Asha and I came into the room. Gene, I wasn't there. Wasn't me. When Eric's sister Katie arrives, he wasn't breathing. I went to bed. I was in Ashton's room. He was having nightmares. I wasn't there. It was not me. her alibi, her cover-up. This is the written form that sheriff's deputies gave Kouri Richins early morning of March 4th to write out what happened. It says, describe in detail what you saw, know, or heard of the incident. Where does she start? Eric and I put the kids to bed around 9 p.m. We had a drink. In Kouri Richins' mind, that's when the incident started. It was the drink, and she knew it because she put the fentanyl in the drink. She didn't start with, I walked into the bedroom at 3 a.m. My husband was not breathing and cold. Describe the incident. The incident for her begins around 9:15 when she has the drink, because she knows that is in fact when the incident began. And then more of her self-serving alibi narrative. It wasn't me, I wasn't there. Before she gets into really what matters. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. We know it was intentional because she planned the immediate reaction. When she spoke with Eric's sister, Katie, very shortly after medical examiners rolled Eric Richins' body out of his home for the last time, she told Katie that she was going to plan the Midway, she was going to follow through with the purchase of the Midway mansion. She was going to sell the home that she was living in. And she had a plan for running Eric's business, C&E. The morning of Eric's death. She had those plans in place because she knew she was going to murder Eric. She had already thought about not only murdering him, but what I'm doing immediately after murdering him. Her plan with the Midway mansion is consistent with her dream of living there with Josh Grossman, running it as an event center, farming and raising Eric's kids. Her plan to sell the home she lived in proves that she had no idea that home was in a trust. And she couldn't sell it. Her plan on running Eric Richins' half of C&E shows that she did not understand the buy-sell agreement, the life insurance coverage on the buy-sell agreement, or that that life insurance coverage went to the trust, not her. The morning Eric died, she had a plan on how she was spending Eric's money and didn't realize it was trust money. We know that Kouri Richins intended to kill Eric. The evidence proves that she intended to kill Eric, in part based on her conversation with Josh Grossman shortly after killing Eric. Kouri Richins asked Josh if he had ever killed anybody. Killed was her word. Not have you ever lost a loved one. How do you agree? Not have you ever walked in and found a dead body unexpectedly. Not how do you respond to a tragic and horrible accident. It is have you killed? And then she asked how it made him feel. She asked that because she was working through her own feelings on killing and wanted Josh to help her work through those feelings. And never mind that that's a highly selfish question. She's worried about working through her feelings on killing. Never mind Josh Grossman's feelings on having had to have killed in service of his country. It was her feelings that mattered. Walk the dog letter. There's a lot to unpack in this. But right now, let's unpack the fact that Kouri Richins says, Eric gets pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. She goes on to talk and says, Eric finally told me and asked if Carmen could get him some pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Some refers back to pain pills in Mexico from fentanyl. Sorry, pain pills and fentanyl from Mexico. Kouri Richins knows 4 months after she's been arrested for Eric Richins' murder, a year and a half after she murdered him, she knows that she bought fentanyl, and she has to explain it. And how does she explain it? A year and a half after murdering Eric Richins, she blames it on Eric. Oh, I bought it for Eric. That's the sum of the evidence. Her self-serving statement asking her brother to testify falsely that she bought it from Eric, for Eric. Year and a half after she murdered. Kouri Richins did not tell the 911 dispatcher, hey, I just bought some fentanyl for Eric. She didn't tell the paramedics, he might be dying from the fentanyl I just bought for him. He didn't tell the deputies that responded. He didn't tell Detective Woody. He didn't tell Dr. Ulmer. Didn't tell Christensen. Didn't tell her friends. Didn't tell her family. All the off-ramps she had to, the opportunity to take to say, hey, I bought the fentanyl for Eric. She doesn't, because it did not happen. She did not concoct this story until a year and a half after she killed him. And it is a story. It's a fake story that she wants her brother to testify to. There are, of course, other inaccuracies. Kouri Richins in the Orange Notebook writes, self-servingly, when the EMT walked up to me and said he didn't make it, we did all we could, I lost it, I immediately ran to the bathroom. This is the video of when the EMT walked up to her.
Family members are becoming his dad. Family becoming kids are in that door over there. There's 2 kids that are awake. They're in that door. Yeah, she goes to the left. Yeah. I think the master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically, she said, we went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because then she goes to bed. When she was in bed, around 3 o'clock, moved into her bed.
We'll stop it there. We could play it for several more minutes. She doesn't immediately or otherwise run to the bathroom and throw up. When people make up stories, they are inconsistent in the retelling. Here, in the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says they make the Moscow Mule and the lemon drop shot in the kitchen, and then they go to bed and brush their teeth. Here, they drink it in the bedroom, not the kitchen. Kouri Richins tells her attorney, it's on the right, she tells her attorney that Eric was on the phone when she went into Ashton's bedroom. But Eric Richins' phone activity tells a different story. Kouri Richins repeatedly said that she went into Ashton's bedroom 9:30, 9:45. Eric was off the phone before 9. In the Orange Notebook, Kouri Richins says that Eric was awake when she went into Ashton's room. In that rambling phone call with Bryce Knutson that Chelsea Barney recorded, she suggests that he was asleep because she says when she returned to the bedroom about 3 a.m., Eric was in the exact same position as he was when he fell asleep. That means she was there when he fell asleep, not in Ashton's room. Her story is inconsistent in the details. That proves that much of it is fake. We've read text messages throughout this presentation. We'll continue to publish some more for you to read. None of those text messages were recovered from Kouri Richins' phone. They were recovered from Eric's phone, Chelsea Barney's phone, Josh Grossman's phone, but not Kouri Richins' phone, because they were deleted. That is part of her cover-up. When comparing the contents of the phone with few to no text messages, with the contents of the call detail records, with thousands of text messages, that's how we know they were deleted. When Detective Woody executed the first of the search warrants on April the 13th, 2022, and she informed Kouri Richins that toxicology showed that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning, Detective Woody seized her phone. On her phone that she got to replace the seized phone, on the phone that Kouri Richins got to replace the seized phone, these are the searches. What was Kouri Richins worried about? She was worried about the police recovering all her deleted text messages. Why? They're inculpatory. They would further prove that Kouri Richins bought drugs from Carmen Lauber to to then murder Eric Richins. Her phone searches reveal what she was thinking. She's worried about being investigated. She's worried about having to take a lie detector test. She's worried about my office. She's worried about her seized electronics. Prison is on her mind. So is money. She's interested in the life insurance. We don't know precisely when these searches were conducted. It's just not in the digital data. We have the data we have. But we do know that she hasn't been paid out yet on life insurance. And she started getting paid out in June of 2022. And this phone she got in April of 2022. So the inference is that these searches occurred between April and June of 2022. This one's the most insightful. If someone is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as? She didn't search if someone accidentally ODs. She doesn't search if somebody is dead for unknown reasons. She searches if somebody is poisoned, because that is what happened. Now we have to prove that Kouri Richins intended to murder Eric Richins, which means we have to prove that Eric Richins did not commit suicide. Kouri herself says he didn't. No mental health concerns. But the other evidence proves it as well. Eric had every reason to live. The first three of which are Carter, Ashton, and Weston. He was a phenomenal father. He protected his boys. He put his money in trust mostly for the benefit of them, to protect them. He was a protector. He's not leaving his boys. He was also planning for the future. He was a successful business person, and he and Cody had future business plans. He had future plans with his sister. They were planning family vacation to Disneyland. He was planning on buying a cabin in the Uintas with his father for the family. Every shred of evidence in this case proves that Eric did not commit suicide. This wasn't an accidental overdose. Eric Richins did not use drugs. He did not use illicit drugs. Set aside THC gummies. Kouri Richins said no, never to Deputy Wynn and paramedic Offred. These are people that it would have made sense to tell he used illicit drugs to in the moment as paramedic Offred's trying to save Eric's life. But no, she was honest. Nope, never. Same thing with Dr. Ulmer as they're reviewing the toxicology and trying to explain the fentanyl, right? Dr. Ulmer's like, well, there's this fentanyl, really can't explain it. Did he do illicit drugs? No, never. Grossman, she's honest with anybody. She's honest with Grossman. No, Eric did not use drugs. Her best friend, another person she's honest with. Nope. Life insurance company, No. Chief Medical Examiner? No. And every bit of evidence that came into this case, everyone who testified and knew Eric well, his friends, his family, no, Eric didn't use illicit drugs, not even prescription drugs. Your Honor, this might be a good place to take a break.
Let's do it. Folks, one moment, just a friendly reminder. Don't talk about the case. Don't allow anybody to talk to you about it. Do not do anything with your devices during this break related to this case at all. We'll return at 10:20. Please rise for the jury. Court's in recess until 10:20. Thank you.
Well, very exciting. What do people think? Yeah, Mary, the NPD being a defense structure, I think that's like literally sort of how they describe it in the it's like, you know, often it's a NPD as a result of abuse, right? And so when you're being scapegoated and picked on by a narcissist, you know, you have to find ways to be okay within that system. And so that's how they build up this defense system in order to protect themselves and survive. And it's like a fortress, and it just sort of stays there, right? It's very difficult to, you can't break it down again afterwards. It's it's really difficult, right? But anyway, about the closing argument, I think that Mr. Bloodworth is doing a fine job. This is why the closing arguments are always so great, because they do that. They put all the pieces together for you, and even for such as we who have been watching this unfold from the beginning, he's making connections and things that I didn't make before, right? So it's great to watch. I think he's doing a really good job, and he is. Sigma says Bloodworth established a good pace. Yeah, I agree. He's very measured. I think he has been from the start. Even in small things, or not small necessarily, but you know how the defense has been trying to sort of cast aspersions on them by saying, you know, admonish them for making faces at the jury, and then the other time when they were trying to suggest that that the prosecution might try to influence O'Driscoll during the break, like, please remind the prosecution that they're not to talk to the witness, or whatever, like implying that they were going to behave improperly or whatever. And Bloodworth, I feel like he took those things he made clear in his response that the accusations were ridiculous, but he also didn't go over top with it, right? I thought he handled all that stuff very well. And by doing so, you know, highlighted the ridiculousness of the accusations that they were making. So Sigma was mentioning the video that JD, a lawyer explains, put up about, what was it, primacy and recency. So he was talking about the effect on the jury of primacy and recency. So primacy basically means the thing you heard first, and recency is the thing you heard most recently. And that those two things have a profound effect on a jury, and on their memories, right? And because the prosecution has the burden of proof, they get to go first and last, so they have the benefit of both primacy and recency, which is, yeah, as it should be when the burden is on them. I think that's fair enough. And then another JD video that I was watching was he was talking about the danger of alienating the jury with your behavior, and I feel like they did that, you know, with their behavior from the get-go. Ramos was the only one who managed to reel it in and went from being the most abrasive lawyer you've ever seen to being super polite. But the other two never seemed to really pull it together. Their behavior came across as personal and unprofessional in many instances, to my mind. And I feel like they alienated the jury with their nonsense. And so the point that he was saying that he thought that he was like, right there is where they lost the jury, was when they had the private eye. So I thought we would actually watch that maybe during lunch break or something. But the private eye, when Kathy was asking him about the text messages between Bryce and Eric, where it was obvious that Eric was joking, and Eric had texted Bryce, "Oh, Kouri and I have decided to have an open marriage, so I texted her and told her I'm taking you home tonight." And then they carry on, I guess, from that point, making fairly explicit jokes about being in an extramarital affair with each other. And it's obvious that it's a joke, and the private eye says as much, right? The private investigator says, "I took it to be a joke." And she's like, "So you don't remember seeing these sexting texts, the sexting between Eric and Bryce?" And just the whole idea that Eric was having a homosexual extramarital affair, to try to smear him and ruin his reputation, is not a good look. And I would agree that if they hadn't already lost, I mean, my opinion, I think they would have already lost the lost the jury by that time. They had already gone, been beyond the pale several times. But yeah, I feel like that was just that made it really clear that they're literally just throwing everything at the wall and hoping that something is going to stick. And that not only did she murder Eric, but she's now willing to murder his reputation too. And that it makes the lawyers look unprofessional. It makes it look like they don't have a case. And then they follow that up by having no case. So, yeah, people are saying they still didn't like Ramos. No, I agree. I didn't care for Ramos. I didn't care for any of the defense, but he did at least seem to rein himself in a bit. I assume that they, after hours, they go and look at social media and find out how people are responding to them. And I think it was pretty clear that they thought that Ramos's behavior was off the charts. And I think it's clear that the other two as well, right? I think it's really obvious, but it didn't seem to help. Yeah, Mary says, I fell seriously in love with that PI. Yeah, I thought he was very good. I mean, and again, they did the same thing. I think that it just became more and more obvious as they went on that they don't really have a case, because they were it's the way that they were trying to characterize things, right? And he wasn't allowing them to mischaracterize everything. He did a very good job of standing up to them. But I think that sort of stuff becomes clear to the jury. And it's not only that it's obvious what they're doing. To me, it would just feel insulting. Like, do you think we're stupid? And if that point, if you take against the defense at a certain point, or any lawyer, then that means that you're less likely to listen openly to their any other arguments that they do make, right? Because you've already decided that they're not serious people or whatever, that you can't trust them, or that they deliberately try to mischaracterize things. So yes, Sigma, right? It was quite obvious, Sigma says, it was quite obvious that Eric and Bryce were jawing around. Nestor's desperation just made it even more laughable. Yeah, it just was silly. And I mean, a lot of this is sort of reminding me of the Sarah Boone trial in the way that it's like, it's so obviously BS, right? It's so obviously a manufactured defense or whatever that it just seems ridiculous. On the face of it, it all just seems ridiculous. That I love the use of the timer with the 911 call, because yeah, I mean, 6 minutes, that's a long time when somebody's not breathing, right? Like, yeah, you can, like, brain damage and stuff, right? Like, it was so clear that she just didn't care. Yeah, I thought that was awesome. Little Whiskers overruled, sit down was the extent of it, right? The defense is a flea circus. Yeah, super annoying. Although they're not hard to spot. They're easy to spot. It looks like they're coming back. I was trying to make tea when they went out, so I didn't hear how long. Did he say 10 minutes? What is this? The defense tossed the motion for directed verdict to Ramos, even though it's standard fare, and for the record, it was definitely a way to cut his child teeth, so to speak. Yeah. I find that I have just this image in my head of him, like, strutting back and forth up there, like, and pointing at the witness and stuff, like it literally was a circus. So they're not back. What was that with the judge? I guess they're not back. Yeah, so people seem to think that I think it was 62% of people, there's not that many of us here, but seem to think that Kouri's lover's brother was not all that credible, and that he might be trying to gain his little 15 minutes of fame. I listened to about 3/4, 2/3, 3/4 of the first video that came out, that I can't remember who put it up now. Her name is escaping me, but then she took it down, saying that she had more information and felt like it wasn't fair to have it up. And he just sat there and trashed Josh, and called him basically an opportunist and a fly-by-night operator and a get-rich-quick schemer and all that kind of stuff. And that he called him a deadbeat dad and said all kinds of terrible things about him. And I watched that after he testified, and that was not the impression I got from his testimony. He struck me as genuinely, well, as genuine for one thing, and also as just almost indecently suffering up there on the stand. And not from, I mean, look at Kouri. Look at how she faces it out, right? She doesn't seem uncomfortable in the slightest. Just like Lauren sitting there in the courtroom knowing that we all hate her. She don't care. But he seemed very much to care, right? And he seemed very, very wounded. And so the stuff that I heard from the brother that seemed kind of credible to me was the stuff about their childhood with their very controlling and harsh disciplinarian of a father kind of thing. So, I mean, obviously I don't know these people, and we're just here speculating, and these are just my opinions, and I don't have any credentials. But the feeling I got from Josh was very much that he had been terribly wounded by this whole situation. And, can you imagine? I mean, if he is, like the rest of us with functioning empathy, and he genuinely loved Kouri, and he found out many months after the fact that she had actually murdered her husband while he was offering her love and support and believing in her and planning a future with her. I mean, you can just imagine how dirty you would feel, you know, how messed up that could be for you. I mean, that was the vibe that he was giving off to me. Yeah, go see ASB 412. Go see Ramos. It's right at the early. It's right early on. I can't remember. It was the deputy. Oh, I can't remember his name now, but it's early on. It's in the early days. And it's really it's I've never quite seen anything like it. The way he struts around. It's like he's on a stage. Sigma says. What? Oh, could the Grossman visit? Did he go to Hidden True Crime as well? No, Mary doesn't believe it. That Mary's not says she's not falling for it. Well, I mean, it's it's we'll see in a bit, boss lady. I mean, I have certainly been fooled in the past by toxic people, so it's not it's not out of the realm of the possible that he was just faking it all. But that was not the impression that I had. But my impressions are not infallible by any means. Yeah, he was badgering the officer. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, you may well be right, Mary. You may well be right. Certainly Kouri is an opportunist. I mean, there's no shortage of them out there.
231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth, are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Let's do it. Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, you can make sure that mic is still on, and please proceed. Very good.
Thank you, Your Honor. Recall at the outset of closing when we were looking at the aggravated murder charge. I mentioned the first two elements are murder, and then we get into the two aggravators. So the closing up until now has been the murder charge. That is straight murder. But the state, of course, has charged aggravated murder. So now we'll talk about the two aggravators. The why aggravator, money motive, and the how aggravator, administering any substance in a lethal amount. You'll recall Brooke Carrington's testimony. And when she began her forensic accounting analysis, this drew her attention. The number of overdraft and non-sufficient funds transactions beginning in April. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October, beginning in October. That jumped from 1 in September to 37 in October to 77 in December. And Brooke Carrington's analysis was the beginning of the downward financial death spiral. Then Ms. Carrington analyzed the overall debt, and it showed a growing debt picture nearing $8 million in debt when Kouri Richins closed on the Midway Mansion. All the while, she's not paying it off. She's barely sending her creditors any money. And it's never an increasing amount of money, it's flat. The payday loans particularly showed distress to Ms. Carrington. This isn't a traditional mortgage. This isn't even hard money lending. This is, give me money today, I'll give you money when you get paid at an extraordinary, exorbitant interest rate. And when Brooke Carrington solved this, she sees the line here go flat. Payday lenders would no longer lend to Kouri Richins. She was barely paying them off, or barely paying towards them. Kouri Richins lost money flipping homes. You heard Brooke Carrington testify about the extraordinary growth and unsustainable level of growth for even sophisticated business people. Kouri Richins is not a sophisticated business person. She didn't even understand fundamental accounting, fundamental tax reporting. Brooke Carrington plotted out the profitability analysis of each of Kouri Richins' home flips. Kouri Richins, when she bought a home, when you total up the home she bought and the loans she took out, she started her projects $2 million in the hole. When she was finished her projects, of money that Brooke could trace to expenses, she could only trace about half of it to expenses because Kouri Richins did not conduct normal accounting. Kouri Richins lost $469,000 on her home flips. But recall that Brooke Carrington testifies there's this other pot out there of $400,000 that I know she lost. I just can't trace it to a particular project. When you add those up, it's nearly $900,000 loss in flipping homes alone. Recall that Brooke Carrington said that does not count the foreclosures. While deliberating, you'll have this, and on the second page, you'll see all the foreclosures. She lost millions more in foreclosures, to include foreclosures on Chelsea Barney's home and the Midway Mansion. Kouri Richins would borrow money by any means necessary. 6 times she submitted inaccurate bank statements to lenders to get money. Those bank statements reflected her business account and balances in C&E's business account. This evidence proves the level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in late 2021 and early 2022. The next level of financial desperation is taking $45,000 of your best friend's hard-earned cash tips from waitressing, telling her that you are going to apply that as a down payment to a mortgage on her house where she lives with her partner and her children. And then diverting part of it to pay off Fund 5 Merchant, a payday lender. And spending the remainder of it, as Brooke Harrington testified, on expenses to rehabilitate homes and servicing existing debt. Then telling your friend, your best friend, since middle school, that you applied the money to the loan, here's the deed, sign the deed, and then not filing it. You will see, if you review that, Brooke Harrington's schedule that had all the property transactions, you'll see that not only did Kouri Richins not file the deed, she took out another loan on the house. That's the loan that was foreclosed on, that resulted in Chelsea Barney, her partner, and their children getting evicted and losing their life savings. That is the next level of financial desperation that Kouri Richins was in January 2022. There's the tax liabilities. In the grand scheme of the amount of debt, 150 grand in tax liabilities is de minimis, but they were on her mind. There's an interesting little nugget here. She underreported her expenses in flipping homes to her tax accountant, which resulted in her paying more taxes than she would have. One would think a sophisticated business person would think to limit their tax liability. That's not what interested Kouri Richins. What interested her was the appearance of success in business, the appearance of affluence. And by underreporting her expenses, it looks like she made more money than she did, and she appeared more successful than she was. Because she cared not about being successful, she cared about her facade. She cared about appearing successful. You'll recall that C&E distributed $36,000 to pay some of this $150,000 tax liability, which Kouri Richins then diverted to close on a home. And her tax liability was on her mind. 2 days before murdering Eric Richins, she spent over an hour and a half on the phone with the IRS. It was on her mind because if the IRS moved on her tax liabilities, Eric would find out. She had to fix it with the IRS before Eric found out. You're familiar. Kouri Richins needed cash immediately when she murdered Eric. Eric's long-term earning potential, immaterial. She wanted to close on the Midway mansion. She had no money to refurbish it, to flip it right away, to run it as an event center. But she was going to close on it. She needed money now. Doesn't matter if Eric's going to earn a ton of money down the road. That does not help her now with the Midway Mansion. It does not help her now with servicing her existing debt. She needs money now because she's closing on the Midway Mansion on March the 4th. And when she closes on the Midway Mansion, it's worth $2.9 million. She's borrowing $3.2 million. None of it's her money. She's reaching into other people's pockets to get that money. Not only does she want money to purchase the Midway Mansion, she wants $87,000 for herself. She takes out $87,000 at closing. And how does she spend it? Servicing existing debt and expenses for rehabs. She ultimately closed on the Midway Mansion the day after she murdered Eric. There's an interesting thought here. Did she close on the Midway Mansion in spite of murdering Eric? Or did she close on it because she murdered Eric? She hedged. She was supposed to close on the 4th. She didn't want to close until she knew Eric Richins was dead, because she knew she would have his money. She knew she could do something with the mansion. And that's why when everybody else signed on the 4th, or in advance of the 4th, she signed on the 5th. It's unconscionable that she closed in spite of his death. It's unconscionable that she closed because of his death. This is probably Kouri Richins' true plan for the Midway Mansion. And if Eric had not put most of his assets into trust, could have happened. Recall Brooke Harrington's testimony that after closing on the Midway Mansion, Kouri Richins' liabilities were right about $8 million, and she was in the hole $1.6 million. Her net worth was negative $1.6 million when she murdered Eric. And that her business was in financial distress, her financial enterprise was collapsing, had been collapsing, and but for a significant infusion of cash and capital would continue to collapse. That significant infusion of cash and capital was supposed to be Eric Richins' money. You have a fortunate perspective during this case in that you get to observe the defendant. You get to observe Kouri Richins. And you observe her affect with some, when some witnesses testify, and you observe her affect change when other witnesses testify. You observed that when we played the 911 call during trial, her affect was flat, no emotion. You also observed that when Brooke Harrington testified, about the financial distress of her business, she was exorcised, because that testimony pierced her facade. It pierced her facade of being a successful, privileged, and affluent person. It was a narcissistic injury. She was bothered because the world saw that she is indeed not a success and not affluent. The bulk of Eric Richins' estate was in insurance coverage. Some of it got paid out to the trust, some of it got paid out to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins knew this, knew that much of his estate was insurance coverage. And different than taking money from Eric's home equity, different than taking money from Eric's bank account, to take Eric's insurance money, Eric has to die. Now for the aggravator of administration of any substance in a lethal amount. The substance here happened to have been fentanyl, could have been any part of the illicit street drug that she bought, happened to be fentanyl that she administered in a Moscow Mule and a shot or a shot. But we know that's how she administered it because it was in his belly. We know it was a lethal amount. The death certificate, fentanyl killed him. That's the substance, lethal amount. Can be as small as 3 nanograms per milliliter. And in this case, he had 15. 5 times what can be a lethal amount. That, by the way, is not an accident. That amount of fentanyl shows that Kouri Richins wanted Eric not only dead, but good and dead. Now, count 2, the aggravated murder. The elements are the same as count 1. The only difference is attempt. Attempt requires, as the court instructed, a substantial step. There's plenty of substantial steps, from ordering the drugs to making the Moscow Mule. Here, the aggravated murder count proves the attempted aggravated murder count and vice versa. The commonalities between Kouri Richins' conduct are not coincidental. In each instance, she purchased drugs from Carmen Lauber a few days out. In each instance, she spoke with the IRS a few days out. Taxes were on her mind. Eric would find out if the IRS was after them. In each case, she had an immediate financial stressor. We just discussed closing on the Midway Mansion. If you look at Brooke Carrington's materials, she had a note due on Chelsea Barney's house shortly before February the 14th. She had an immediate financial stressor in each instance. In each instance, she administered the substance in a way that Eric would ingest it. On Valentine's Day, it was a sandwich. When she murdered him, it was a drink. Notice that she learned from her mistake. One can season a sandwich with fentanyl. Eric can eat it, tell something's wrong, set the fentanyl-laced sandwich aside. You throw a lemon drop shot back. By the time Eric would notice, the shot was in. It was in his body. Moscow Mule, just to be good and sure. In each case, she leaves Eric alone. She distances herself from the dirty deed. She leaves the bedroom when she murders him. She leaves the county when she attempts to murder him. As part of her alibi. Not only can she not be present, she has to be distant. So that when she calls 911, she says, I wasn't even there. I was in Utah County. And in each case, she has a delayed response, right? It's the delayed response in calling 911 when she murders him. And it's her delayed response in returning home when she failed to murder him. The element of, again, is it Kouri Richins? Yes. She is the person with the means, the motive, and the opportunity. Nobody else. The means, listed street drugs in the sandwich. The motive, money, fresh start at life. The opportunity, she left the sandwich in Eric's spot. Intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins, right? It's attempt, so attempted to cause the death of Eric Richins. The same reasons. She told Becky Lloyd it would be better if he were dead. She wanted the Michael Jackson stuff, the lethal stuff, the fatal stuff, the stuff that kills. She wanted Eric Richins' life insurance. You only get life insurance when Eric's dead. The commonalities persist. Kouri Richins ordered fentanyl from Carmen Lauber, or ordered something from Carmen Lauber, the Michael Jackson stuff, the fatal stuff. Carmen says, I told her I could get her fentanyl. She said, okay, get the fentanyl. But she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber, who got them from Robert Crozier at the Maverick in Draper. Again, the volume of calls during the drug purchase between both Kouri Richins and Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier and Carmen Lauber. And recall, we don't have the content of the texts because they were deleted from Kouri Richins' phone, deleted from Carmen Lauber's phone, and Crozier lost his phone. The IRS was on her mind. She called him twice, 3 days before attempting to murder Eric Richins. We know she placed the call to the Mirror Lake Diner to order a potentially fatal sandwich. We know that Kouri ordered it. Kouri picked it up in person. It was swiped. Don't know if you can tell that's Kouri Richins' signature, but notice it's one stroke. There's no pen lift. We'll talk more about that in a minute. Kouri Richins then distanced herself. She left the sandwich for Eric, and she drove an hour away to meet up with Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day. There's another commonality between the attempted murder and the murder, of course. They're big days. Losing your husband on Valentine's Day, that garners extra sympathy, extra attention. Losing your husband the same day you're supposed to close on the biggest purchase of your life, that garners extra attention. The type of attention that Kouri Richins relishes it. You heard Kouri Richins testify how Eric was a cowboy when it came to injury or illness. He worked through it all. He cowboyed up. Cowboys don't go to the hospital unless they're near death. They don't even think about going to the hospital unless they're near death. And at 11:33, Eric's thinking about going to the hospital. And then all the activity, the physical activity on his phone ceases for 87 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Shortly after activity resumes in Eric's phone, he calls his best friend and business partner Kouri Wright. We'll call Cody, said he could hear the fear in Eric's voice, a fear he'd only heard twice before, both times associated with death. A fear he heard when Eric told him his mother had passed away, and a fear he heard when someone who struck Eric's truck in an automobile accident, and Eric thought that person might have passed away. He then spoke with his hunting buddy and close friend, Josh Kays. You know and learn a lot about somebody when you hunt together and travel together. And Josh Kays said Eric sounded somber and serious. Josh asked Eric perhaps the two most pertinent questions: if he was going to the hospital, and what was he going to do about it? Let's turn to alley staking, singular, not plural. Clearly close with Kouri. Friends since middle school. You observed the banter when Ms. Staking was testifying, the banter between her and Kouri Richins. It was friendly. She's still friendly with her. And Allie Staking testified about how a week or two after Valentine's Day, when Kouri Richins attempted to murder Eric, when I questioned her, she said, well, Eric jokingly, kind of jokingly, maybe jokingly said that Kouri Richins tried to poison me. Perhaps joking. But Kouri Richins' reaction is what was important here. Kouri said no, she got defensive. That is not what happened. It was like an allergic reaction or something. It wasn't at all dramatic. She is covering up her poisoning him. Then when defense counsel questioned Ms. Staking, Ms. Staking kind of backed off the jokiness of Eric's comment and attributed the jokiness to everyone else. Allie Staking said, well, defense counsel questioned, what did he tell you? That he believed Kouri had tried to poison him. Maybe it was one of those joking things like, I'm sending a message to Kouri Richins. I know what you tried to do. I'm joking about it, but I'm going to let you know. Maybe he was serious. Either way, comes back to Kouri Richins trying to poison him on Valentine's Day. Kouri Richins repeatedly tries to cover up that she tried to murder Eric on Valentine's Day. She says she was home with him. She tells her best friend, Chelsea Barney, I was home with him. She was not. She was with Josh Grossman. She did not come home until after 6:30 p.m. She was saying he never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. That means he broke out in hives and used an EpiPen. When she spoke with her mother on August the 22nd, when she says she didn't put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck, she put a love note and the sandwich in the front seat of his truck. She is trying to distance herself. She is trying to cover up. She is trying to deflect. When Eric said he was thinking about heading to the hospital, what did she say? Take a nap. Call me when you're up. She's saying that thinking he will take a nap and not wake up. When he does, Eric texts Kouri. He's asking if she's home because he had just said, I'm going to hospital. Then he had stopped communicating, or he said, I'm thinking about going to the hospital, and then stopped communicating for nearly 2 hours. He's figuring she was coming home to assist him, but she wasn't. She's in Provo waiting for a cabinet installer guy. Maybe. She says then she's going to head home in 20 minutes. Nearly 2 hours later, question mark, where are you? You were heading home 20 minutes ago. She responds, what? Thanks for answering. Did you call? You didn't call. She thinks he's heading home. She's not. She's trying to figure out what to do. She's trying to figure out what to do because Eric survived. She had not planned on that. She is delaying to make her plan. And then at 6:34, Eric texts, we're headed in there. Food is on the front seat of his truck. The same place she left the poisoned sandwich with the love note. Kouri Richins is telling her, I know what you did. That is the attempted aggravated murder. But that's the attempted murder. Now, of course, we have the two aggravators. They're the same. Same as with the aggravated murder. The money motive, same. Similar financial distress, same. There's also the first started life motive, right? That hasn't changed a bit. Josh Grossman, it's Josh Grossman on Valentine's Day, and it's Josh Grossman on March the 4th. Money motive the same, fresh started life motive the same. Now the second aggravator, administration of any substance in a lethal amount. Recall Dr. Kouri Richins' testimony that hives, EpiPen, all consistent with an opiate-like or an opiate allergic-like response, a pseudo-allergic response. Hives, EpiPen, along with zero activity shows that Kouri Richins attempted to administer the illicit street drugs that she bought 3 days earlier from Carmen Lauber in a lethal amount. She just failed. Next guy. Okay, the insurance fraud. There are two insurance frauds. Let me distinguish them, please, for you. The first one is a scheme charge, a fraud scheme. The second one is a fraud claim charge. Count 3, the scheme charge relates to the $100,000 True Stage policy. We're going to put it up in a minute. The fraud claim charge relates to the $250,000 True Stage policy. The forgery, which we will get to, is a forgery related to count 3, the scheme charge. Let me unpack them now. Okay. Different than the aggravated murder and attempted aggravated murder, I'll address all elements of the insurance fraud scheme kind of at once because they all jump out of this single page. And the scheme is quite simple. Kouri Richins wanted to murder Eric Richins, thus took out an insurance policy on his life to get money for murdering Eric Richins. Then she murdered Eric Richins, and then she submitted a claim to get the money. That is the scheme. And we know it was Kouri Richins because everything on this application for this $100,000 True Stage insurance policy returns to Kouri Richins. Kouri Richins received the application because she was a member of PED-FED. The application was addressed to her at her work address, so she would have been the one who received it. If there was any questions about it, any further follow-up mailings about it, they would go to her and not to Eric. This applicant information is all her, but the partner information is all her as well. Her work address, no email address where they could contact Eric. We'll get to the social security number in a minute. The primary phone, that's not Eric's phone. You'll see that Eric's phone is 801-792-9317. And when you look at this closely during deliberations, you'll see that was originally a 7 that she later marked up to read like an 8. She initially wrote his correct phone number, then did not want anyone from True States to call him, so she changed the 7 to an 8 so that Eric would never know that this policy existed. After Kouri Richins took $250,000 out of Eric's home equity, he put all of his insurance that he knew about into the trust. If Eric had filled this out, the beneficiary would have been the trust, not Kouri Richins. Then we'll get to the signature. That's the fraud count 5 as well. It plays into this. We'll talk to it during count 3. But it's also the freestanding charge in count 5. Let's go to the next page. The social security number was blacked out for privacy reasons on the application we just reviewed. But you'll recall Ann Coates testifying that The last 6 digits were transposed. We all know our own Social Security numbers. We often get a little bit confused on our spouses. Eric did not sign the application. Matt Throckmorton, the handwriting expert. Eric did not sign it. It was probably a simulated forgery. We'll call his testimony that Eric Richins has pen lips in his signature. The forged one didn't have any pen lips. You'll see Kouri Richins' signature throughout this case. No pen lips. Then Kouri Richins filed a claim for this $100,000 two-stage policy. It's actually the same claim for both policies. And she said she really does not know where her husband, Eric, got the fentanyl from. Of course she knows. She ordered it from Carmen Lauber. That is the fraud scheme. Plan to kill Eric, fill out life insurance so I can get money for killing Eric, kill Eric, and then claim the money. Now for the insurance fraud claim count 4. This is the true stage $250,000 policy. This is the claimant's statement filled out. Kouri Richins beneficiary, Kouri Richins email, Kouri Richins address. Everything about this claim says Kouri Richins is submitting this claim. And then, like before, the fraud here, the falseness of it is she says she doesn't know where the fentanyl came from, when in fact she ordered illicit street drugs from Carmen Lauber. And indeed, later in the Walk the Dog letter, admits to asking Carmen for fentanyl. Finally, count 5, the forgery charge. We've discussed most of the forgery when we discussed count 3. But there's this without the authority to do so element. It's not a forgery if Eric gave Kouri Richins permission. The state has to prove that Kouri Richins did not sign Eric's name with permission, with authority. All of the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins does not ask for permission, she takes. She took with the home equity loan. She took other people's money. She's a taker, not an asker. Finally, like I mentioned earlier, Eric Richins, the evidence proves, would have put the trust as the beneficiary, not Kouri Richins. If he had given permission, it would have been permission to make the trust the beneficiary. That's the forgery charge. Let's please now turn to Kouri's motive for a fresh start at life. You heard the instructions. The state does not have to prove any motive. except for the pecuniary gain motive because it's an aggravator. But motive explains why Kouri murdered Eric Richins, why she attempted to murder him. Motive explains a lot here. These texts at this point are familiar. The day after Kouri Richins speaks with Becky Lloyd and tells Becky Lloyd she would be better if Eric were dead, she texts Josh Grossman that she's in love with him, a man not her husband. If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me, would you? That's the day after the attempted murder. If he could just go away and you could just be here, life would be so perfect. We're familiar with this text. We've read it already today. I ask you to read it again. This time, replace the word divorce with the word murder. This graphic shows a juxtaposition between Josh and Eric that is insightful to what Kouri thinks about each of them. In each instance, she is texting, well, she is kind of simultaneously texting. These are laid out chronologically. She is simultaneously texting with both Josh and Eric about closing on the Midway mansion. And she's so excited she is so excited texting with Josh. I can't believe it. I want to celebrate with you. Love you, love you, love you. Thank you for always being my support, shoulder, and rock. I need you all the time. Some things I could never do without your encouragement. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Eric tries to reach out. You want a shot? Can't. Sorry, busy. Then right back to Josh Grossman. To me, you're worth millions a year. I'm honored to be your best friend, your lover, your go-to. Life is going to be different, I promise. You're one hell of a patient person. I hate your hard days. I wish I could be there to turn them around for you. Can I try Friday? Give me a few days. Hang in there until then, please. By Friday, of course, Eric Richins was dead. Kouri had murdered him. She's right. Life's going to be different. She promised him. It was. Then, 16 days after Kouri Richins murdered Eric, are we there yet? And then 1 month later, Kouri's ready for Josh to be her husband. Josh Grossman loved Kouri Richins. He believed that she loved him. Not sure that's true. You saw him testify. He was gutted. It's a grown-ass man gutted. You also observed Kouri Richins' affect when he testified. Flat. The evidence proves that Kouri Richins murdered, attempted to murder Eric Richins, and that she committed 2 counts of insurance fraud and forgery. The evidence does not support any other rational explanation. The state, since its opening statement, has stressed the requirement to consider the evidence that has been admitted and not what the attorneys say. What the attorneys say, insinuate, speculate is not evidence. Please let me show you why the state has stressed this. In the defense's opening statement, counsel said that the evidence will show that Kouri Richins had a 1/2 interest in the Willow Court home. There is no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show Eric and Kouri Richins went to marriage counseling. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show in the few weeks before Eric died, his closest friend thought that he and Kouri Richins were the happiest together that the friend had ever seen. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the night Eric died, he and Kouri Richins had their drinks and set their cups in the sink. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence will show that the cups were sitting in the sink and the nanny put them in the dishwasher the next morning and they still had fluid in them. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that Eric talked to a friend named Scott Wagner at 10 p.m. the night he died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show Eric unlocked Kouri Richins' phone at 10:30 p.m. the night he died, and this is the last thing that he did. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show investigators interviewed Kouri over and over and over again about what happened the night that Eric died. There's no evidence of that. Defense counsel said that the evidence would show that law enforcement secretly recorded Kouri Richins' phone conversations for over a year after Eric died. There's no evidence of that, and indeed contrary evidence. Defense counsel said that you will hear Kouri Richins telling her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. You did not hear that, although she did write it in the Walk the Dog letter 4 months after she was arrested. In listening to defense counsel's closing argument, please only consider the evidence that has been admitted.
Ms. Lewis.
Your Honor, could we address something outside the presence of the jury before
Of course.
we start?
Folks, let's give you an opportunity to stretch your legs, use the restroom. Please rise for the jury. Have a seat.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd like to make a motion for mistrial and make a proffer on it. First of all, at multiple points in the prosecution's closing, he made efforts to dehumanize the defendant, in fact, calling her a black widow, comparing her to a deadly spider. calling her a narcissist when there's been no evidence introduced to support that, no expert testimony, nothing of the nature. Furthermore, it's completely improper for the prosecution to comment on her demeanor while she sat at counsel table. That's a comment on her failure to testify. Asking the jury to take into consideration facial expressions, which in his opinion may or may not have happened. I don't know what he's basing that on, but it's improper, and it's our suggestion that is a comment on her failure to testify by revealing what her response to testimony was, is calling upon her to testify in this case. Furthermore, in the closing, there was wild speculation on what was in Kouri Richins' mind, completely made up by Mr. Bloodworth with no evidence whatsoever to support it. Also, Mr. Bloodworth wrongly told the jury that giving any illicit street drugs to Mr. Richins was sufficient to support aggravated murder. That, in fact, is not true. The only drug that would support aggravated murder would be fentanyl. What he said to the contrary is not consistent with the court's instructions, and we would ask that that be corrected with a curative instruction, that they should follow the court's instructions on what it takes. It would not be sufficient if she bought some other type of drug that did not cause his death. That's just not the law. Let's see, just a moment. I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth? Forgive me. I need a little bit more detail as I go through these.
Yeah.
Which of these do you want a curative instruction regarding, and which of these are you moving for a mistrial on?
I'm moving for mistrial on all of it, Your Honor. The curative instruction, I think, is required by the wrongful information that giving him any illicit street drug is sufficient to support aggravated murder. That's just not true. And that's super important, because if they do believe that, there is evidence to make a finding that there was oxycodone. And there was no oxycodone found in his body. So that can't support a conviction. So that's what I think requires the curative instruction. The rest of it, I don't know any way you can cure it, Your Honor.
The Utah Court of Appeals disagrees with you regarding the prosecutor's comments. A long line of cases talk about the potential prejudicial effect of an improper comment by a prosecutor only being able to be measured after the defense gives its closing and the state gives its rebuttal, and we consider any curative instructions. What's your alternative position there? I could, for example, instruct the jury that Mr. Bloodworth's observations of Ms. Richins' demeanor are not evidence, and they are to rely on their observations of Ms. Richins, if any, only.
I just don't even think that her demeanor is proper to rely upon, because she didn't testify.
I mean, she burst out in laughter during the showing of the decedent's body. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to tell the jury you can't possibly consider that.
I'm sorry, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I totally trust you, but I have no recollection of any laughter when his body was showing.
No, it was a hypothetical, Ms. Nestor.
Oh, thank
probe
goodness.
the bounds of your categorical statement that the jury can never consider the defendant's demeanor.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying she did that, and I was just horrified.
Please stay focused.
But I am focused. I just misheard you. I mean, is what you're asking me is, do we want a curative instruction now? Do we want to wait until later? Is that what the court is asking?
Right.
Court's indulgence for just a moment. Okay, I think we do want it now, if we can get one now.
Let's hash that out for a second. what I proposed was an instruction that the jury may rely on their own observations, if any, of Ms. Richins' demeanor in trial, but they cannot rely on counsel's statements regarding what Ms. Richins' demeanor was. I want to be clear, there were no comments regarding her silence.
Well, I mean, it's our position that when you comment on how she looked while she remained silent at counsel table, that is a comment on her silence in our estimation. But I agree that he didn't say anything specifically about silence. That instruction would be preferable to no instruction, I think.
Okay. And then the Black Widow comment was connected to comments that were made by Chelsea Barney, correct?
They came out of his mouth in closing.
And he specifically referenced Chelsea Barney's testimony. Is it your position that Chelsea Barney never used that phrase or words?
I don't recall her saying that, but it's been a long trial and I would not want to make that I 1000% am sure, but I certainly don't recall that.
It was in the recorded phone call with Bryce Knutson.
And then everybody is speculating as to defendant's state of mind. It's one of the factual issues that the jury will have to determine according to circumstantial evidence, because as we instruct them, there's no direct evidence of what's in her mind. Why was anything that Mr. Bloodworth said regarding the inferences that can be drawn regarding her state of mind inappropriate?
Because they were made up out of whole cloth with no evidence to back it up.
You're going to have to be more specific.
So he went to great lengths to fantasize about what she was thinking about when there's been no evidence to that. He could have certainly said, look, she could have been thinking this, she could have been thinking that. He didn't. He gave them what was in her mind, which is just based on things he made up in his own head, not based on evidence.
Why aren't they all based on his view of the evidence that came into trial? Was there any references to evidence that did not come in?
Well, first of all, calling her a narcissist, I mean, that didn't come in. There was no testimony that she's ever been diagnosed to have a narcissistic personality disorder. There's no evidence at all about her mental condition. And then when he talked about her putting the reasoning why she picked certain days to get more attention, nothing about that has ever come into play, ever. I mean, that's just one of many. He went through lots of scenarios about what she was thinking as if it was a fact, and it wasn't. So, I mean, I think he can encourage the jury to use circumstantial evidence to try to reach their own conclusions, but he can't say this was in her mind when he doesn't know.
Okay. Anything else?
I think that's it, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, go ahead, sir.
Your Honor, were there any particular points that defense counsel raised that remain unresolved in the court's mind?
Any objection to the proposed instruction regarding the jury must rely on their own observations, if any, of defendant's demeanor, but cannot consider counsel's statements regarding her demeanor?
No objection.
Okay. And then the statement regarding giving any kind of illicit street drug is sufficient to show the murder count. Mm-hmm. Talk to me about that. I did catch that comment. They're not making that one up. Now, there was more, and in the total course of the state's initial opening, I think you made it clear that you were encouraging the jury to make specific findings beyond a reasonable doubt regarding each required element. Mm-hmm. There was that initial comment, though. I don't think an instruction regarding having trouble crafting a curative instruction that doesn't just give a theory of the case. What's your view of this?
Your Honor, I don't think anything needs to be cured. The state does not have to prove that the defendant intended to murder Eric Richins with fentanyl.
True.
The state only needs to prove that the defendant intended to murder him with the illicit street drugs that she purchased from Carmen Lauber.
And that they contained fentanyl. Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, on the second element or the aggravator? Because there's a distinction there.
I think on both. She has to actually knowingly or intentionally cause the death for count one. So if she buys something that she thinks is OxyContin.
Correct.
And intends the giving of the OxyContin to kill him. And it turns out that what she got was blue M30s that had fentanyl and it killed him. The difference between aggravated murder and murder is irrelevant. She has committed an aggravated murder. What the distinction I think that I acknowledge is that she doesn't have to intend to kill him with fentanyl. She has to intend to kill him with poison. Even if she thought she was getting one and got the other.
Correct.
As long as it worked,
Correct.
She committed the crime.
Correct. I think that's what I said throughout.
I think that is the weight of the argument overall that you made.
If there's a particular sentence I said that is different than that, then I agree we should cure it. But I don't think I said anything different than that.
On this one, Ms. Nestor, I think the better course, rather than for the court to insert itself at this point, is to allow the rest of closing to play out, and we can readdress this issue at the end.
Okay.
I expect that this issue will get teased out in detail through Ms. Lewis's closing and the state's rebuttal. Give me a moment to collect my thoughts regarding the others. All right, thank you. Court will be in recess until, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Aaron, can I just maybe say one thing?
Yes, please.
The state did not refer to the defendant as a narcissist. The state said that that was a narcissistic injury.
Right, I got it. Okay, I'll be back. 11:40, please. We'll be in recess.
All right.
Yikes. So color me shocked that the defense once more has pooped the bed. I mean, obviously the jury's not in there, so they're not watching this ridiculousness, but these grand gestures and attempts at mistrials all the time. And the high dudgeon, the attempts to smear the prosecution as these unprofessional louts who are going in there trying to, at this late hour, trying to shove a whole bunch of, whatever, false evidence into the record or something. It's ridiculous, yeah. And the fact that they didn't, the fact that she doesn't remember every line of testimony, fair enough. But I think that that was Gigi. Yes, Mary, that's definitely Gigi. And I've lost track of what I was saying because my brain is like that sometimes. Anyway, I just feel like they just made themselves look like idiots again. But I mean, obviously only to the audience, not to the jury. But I guess I kind of lost a little bit of track there of what was going on, what the judge still has to rule on out of that mess. What I was saying was the Black Widow thing. Like, I feel like, shouldn't they have like searchable transcripts, that they could double check things like that before accusing the prosecution of dehumanizing the defendant? I just feel like that makes them look really stupid. Sigma says Gigi has one thing that LM wishes she had, a job with law and crime. Yeah, absolutely. Although I mean, they're big on their, seems like they are trying to start their own kind of syndicated network or something, right? Where they have various other channels under them. So what was people saying about I lost track of it. What was I thinking of? Sorry, my brain is very in one ear and out the other these days. Yeah, Nestor. She's the high dudgeon thing that she does all the time, right? Like that she's so offended by the prosecution. And I mean the prosecution have been nothing but professional, measured, reasonable. All the rest of it. When was it? What were people talking about that I lost? Oh, there it is. The hush puppy thing. Kathy brought it up. There it is. Kathy says, I saw a thumbnail about her killing Josh's dog. Yeah, so what? And then Sigma says that she heard a comment about the hush puppy mentioned in Josh's text. I found that interesting. So what? Like, killed Josh's dog without him knowing about it? And he says, I found that interesting during trial, seeming like the last thing he remembered eating and waking up very late. So it seems like you're suggesting, or you're saying that somebody else is saying that Kouri drugged him? Named after Pave. What's Pave? Hang on. I'm having two conversations now. LM and JM are starting a true crime homestead named after Pave. What is Pave? Who do you hate, Kathy Shields? Pave. What's Pave? Okay, I don't know anything about that, but yeah, I have heard that is their plan, and they're building this state-of-the-art thing. It would sort of explain why John was so freaked out on that phone call in the body cam where he's Pave is a method of setting diamonds and gemstones without prongs deep inside the metal so that only the table of the gemstone shows. Okay, I am curiouser and curiouser. Jewels. You mean jewels like Jewels, and I'm thinking jewels like jewels in the comments. Okay, so that's all confusing to me. I haven't been following that. But yeah, I understood that they were starting this state-of-the-art thing, and it would explain why John was so upset. And it would also explain the bloody-minded insistence on moving forward and carrying on, because it seems like they maybe they put all their eggs in that basket, and now they can't afford to step back. But it's interesting how terrified little Lauren is brave enough to enter the courtroom again. So I guess she wasn't as terrified as all that. Pave, okay. It's not Pave, it's Pave. All right, I feel like maybe I need to look into that a bit. So where are they now? What did they say about break time? Are we on lunch break? Should I put on the video of the private investigator being cross-examined? Or is this just like a 10-minute break or something? Did anybody follow what was going on? Which creator had covered the facility? Was it Dream Feed Media, maybe? Or maybe, yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen. What is Nestor planning to do? She's not. I think it's Wendy that's delivering the defense argument. I understand. From what I understand, which I also, it's confusing to me. Then why is Nestor the one who is, making the motions regarding the prosecution? Because I thought they were supposed to pick their lawyer, like pick who is arguing what. So that's confusing to me, but you could write a book about what I don't know about court procedures. Seems you could write a book about what Kathy Nestor doesn't know about court procedures too. Yeah, that's what I got too. I forget which creator had covered it. Hi, Jess. Jess says, Judge said he needed some time to consider Nestor's objections to the closing arguments. Yeah. Okay. So not lunch break yet. So we're just here for a few minutes. Okay, well, I'll just gab a little bit more then. I won't put on a whole interview. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Hi, Debbie McMillan U5X. Nice to see you. Ness is a mess. This is messed up. No mistrial. Oh, I finally thought of the actor James Mason. His voice. That is
who. Record in 231-500-139. Counsel for state and the defendant are present. The defendant is present as well. Counsel, this is what I propose. Let me give you a ruling regarding defendant's motion for mistrial. Then I'd propose I give the jury the curative instruction related to evidence of defendant's demeanor. Then I'd propose we take a lunch break, Ms. Lewis, so we're not interrupting your closing.
I agree with that.
Okay. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The issue before the court is a motion for mistrial and request for curative instruction in the alternative made by defendant on the record this morning. The motion for mistrial is based upon several comments made by Mr. Bloodworth in the state's initial opening that in defendant's view are so improper as to require a mistrial. The court will address defendant's arguments one at a time. First, the defendant argues that Mr. Bloodworth's reference to Chelsea Barney using the phrase Black Widow during a recorded telephone conversation that was played for the jury, though Chelsea Barney's comment was not admitted for its truth, improperly compares defendant to some kind of terrible insect. The court listened to the comment in real time during the state's opening. That is not a fair characterization. Rather, that was a rhetorical flourish by Mr. Bloodworth comparing comments by one witness or the defendant herself to her becoming a widow to Chelsea Barney, referring to her being referred to or considered as a Black widow. It's not a reference to an insect. Rather, it's a reference to, in the court's view of Chelsea Barney's comment, a spouse that kills another spouse. There's nothing so improper or improper at all about that comparison, which has a factual foundation in Chelsea Barney's statements that were played for the jury as to support a request for mistrial or require any other relief. Moreover, the defendant requests a mistrial based upon, in defendant's view, Mr. Bloodworth characterizing Ms. Richins as a narcissist. Defendant argues that that is unsupported and improper expert testimony from counsel that has no basis in the evidence. The actual phrase used by Mr. Bloodworth was narcissistic injury in relation to Ms. Richins' hearing from Brooke Carrington when she testified that in the state's view, defendants' appearances of wealth and success were not accurate. That is permissible line of advocacy during closing argument. It is not testifying in any way by Mr. Bloodworth. It is not otherwise prejudicial or unfairly prejudicial. With respect to Mr. Bloodworth's argument related to defendant's demeanor, the court determines that in an abundance of caution, it is appropriate to instruct the jury that they may consider their observations of defendant's demeanor in the courtroom, if any, but they may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor, as counsel's statements and counsel's observations are not evidence. Moreover, the court notes that Mr. Bloodworth did not comment on Ms. Richins' silence or in otherwise implicate her protected right to choose not to testify. Mr. Bloodworth's statements regarding what the state believes it has proven regarding defendant's state of mind at various points in time is permissible advocacy based upon evidence in the record, and defendant's counsel will have ample opportunity to try to persuade the jury to draw different inferences from that same evidence regarding defendant's state of mind. There's no basis for a mistrial there. And regarding any misstatement by Mr. Bloodworth in his initial comments regarding count 1 that may have created confusion as to whether the state needed to show that regardless of her intent to purchase, secure, or otherwise administer fentanyl, all the state needs to show is that Kouri Richins intended to purchase, secure, and administer poison, and that it happened to contain fentanyl. That was, on the one hand, borne out in detail through the rest of the state's initial closing, and the court expects will be borne out in detail through defendant's closing and the state's rebuttal. The court determines that no curative instruction is necessary on that point at this time. Mr. Bloodworth, any clarification?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Nestor?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Are we ready for the jury, Mr. Bloodworth?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can we bring the jury up, please?
Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt. My screen is still active, but I don't want anything to accidentally pop up during defense's closing. Thank you.
There you go. Bless you. Ms. Lewis is 12:45. Agreeable.
That's fine.
Okay. Folks, this time just stay standing. This will be a quick turnaround. Okay, thank you for your patience. A quick instruction and then a scheduling note. First, a quick instruction. You may consider your observations of defendant's demeanor during trial, but you may not consider counsel's statements regarding counsel's observations of defendant's demeanor because counsel's statements are not evidence. We're going to break now for lunch so that we do not interrupt defendant's counsel's closing argument for the lunch break. We will take a recess until 12:45. During the break, as always, please do not discuss the case. Please do not allow anyone to discuss it with you. Please do not do any research whatsoever about the case. We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you. Anything further, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis? We'll be in recess until 12:45. Thank you.
Well, yes, that all seems very reasonable, as Cappy says. That all seems reasonable. Indeed, he seems like a reasonable man. Yeah. And again, it just shows up the ridiculousness of the defense, in my opinion, that when you contrast how reasonable and measured both the judge and the I love her in Casablanca. Yeah. Yeah, right. There's something about those hooded eyes. I don't know if she does that with makeup or it's the lights in the courtroom or something, but the first person she put me in mind of is from the episode of Seinfeld where Jerry Seinfeld is dating a woman who is quite beautiful, but then in a certain light, she looks like an absolute ghoul. And that's who she reminded me of, was the ghoul version. But it's been niggling at me since the beginning that there was someone else. And yes, definitely Peter Lorre. Yeah, I think that's a good, observation, Kathy, that's like, because that's what JD, the lawyer explained things, was talking about primacy and recency and the advantage that the prosecution has for going first and last. But I think you're right. I think that, yeah, that it does, that her interruptions do, and then the jury leaves the room, and then then they're off on their own thoughts or whatever, right? Maybe they're sitting out there for 20 minutes and they're worrying about their own lives and their families, and their wife's gone to the doctor today or whatever, right? It's a good way to break the flow. I think that's a great observation. Yeah, I think that's kind of the thing that they're gonna do, no? And then the prosecution gets to go again, right? So yeah, I'm interested to see. So what time did they start? 8:30. So that's 3.5 hours, and then they come back at, I wonder if I believe that the judge said they didn't have limits, right? Yeah, maybe she doesn't have a strategy. Maybe she's just a bumbling numpty. That's absolutely possible. I mean, she certainly comes across as a bumbling numpty, with evil, with evil overtones, Yeah, I'm looking forward to the rebuttal too. What are you saying? It's 2 p.m. where I am. I think I'll have a stiff drink with lunch to withstand Wendy's whining tone. Yeah, I always find it. In the afterwards, after the trials are over, when I'm going back and listening to stuff, I often just can't even listen to the defense stuff, right? Like, I will listen to the prosecution's examination of a witness, but then I just can't even listen to the defense because they're just so annoying. Like, I found with John, what was his name? Is it Pryor? Chad's Prine? John Pryor, is that right? I'm getting mixed up with John Prine in my name. They don't have a plan, they just hate mine, to quote Hamilton. Yeah, that sounds like the Republicans. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? Maybe maybe they are confusing by design, or maybe they are just bumbling numpties. It's certainly possible. I mean, if you think of the cross-examination of Carmen, and how it seemed so very it seemed, to me, it just seemed ridiculous. But then there was, I think it was JD, the lawyer explains, was saying that could just well be a tactic, right? To just confuse and obfuscate and get everybody so mixed up about things that they can't figure out whether, Carmen really could be trusted or whatever. Like, I don't know. Yes. John Pryor. Yeah, I have a trouble with a lot of the defense. Like, I just can't listen to it because it's just so daft a lot of the time. And I mean, they're in a position, obviously, where they have to try to argue this case. And I have to say, I really, really very much appreciated the little ending bit of the prosecution's closing argument there, where he listed all of the things that the defense said the evidence was going to show, that it never showed. Because going into their argument, you want the jury to be aware that they say a lot. They talk a big game, but they don't actually have any evidence, right? Yeah. Yeah. It's the baffle them with bullshit thing. Give them the old razzle dazzle them. Yeah, exactly. You don't need to shut up, Kathy. Don't say that. You don't have to be in sync with everybody. It's completely fine. Kathy, you were talking about the hush puppy thing back here again, but I lost it. Anyway, don't feel like you have to shut up because you're out of sync. We're not always in sync together, and we're happy to hear from you. Who? You mean the defense lawyer? Beyond forgery? Or obviously, I don't think Kouri's beyond forgery. Yeah, don't worry about it, Kathy. We can absolutely tolerate other opinions here. Yeah, or other whatevers. It's totally fine. Yeah, so I thought we would listen to the here I was just saying how hard it is to listen to the defense, but I think that this is a great example of how they shoot themselves in the foot, right? These self-inflicted wounds of treating these very credible witnesses so harshly. And so I thought we could listen to the cross-examination of the private eye, and then that way I would have time to make myself something to eat and use the bathroom and all that sort of stuff too. So I'm just going to put this on. Hopefully y'all are interested. Maybe I'm at the wrong spot.
Break. All right. Is 10 minutes enough time, sir?
5 is plenty.
All right, we'll say 10. We'll be off the record until 3:40. Thank you. We're ready for the jury.
All rise for the jury.
Please have a seat. Thank you. All right, folks, have a seat. Thank you. All right, Mr. Gabler, you're still under oath, sir.
Yes, sir.
Ms.
Please,
Nestor,
the court.
please proceed.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Ms. Nestor.
I don't believe you and I've ever met, but I am Kathy, and I'm Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Ms. Richins' attorneys. So it's nice to meet you. So I want to just kind of start with a basic observation, but just to make it crystal clear, you are not law enforcement, correct?
Correct.
And you've never been law enforcement in your whole life, right?
Correct.
Okay. And the rules and ethics and expected practices of private investigators are significantly different, would you agree with me, than those that apply to licensed law enforcement?
I don't know that I would agree with that in every circumstance. A private investigator, when he is hired by a lawyer, is bound to all the ethics that that lawyer is bound to.
Okay.
So,
but for example, you don't have to go get a warrant to go look at a house.
well, right, that's the state action distinction.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not a state actor.
Right.
I've never been a state actor.
Right.
I will never be a state actor.
Right.
Yeah.
So if you want to go search a house for 6 straight days and look at thousands of documents, you don't need to get a judge to give you permission to do that, right?
No, I got the permission of Kouri's lawyers who represented her to do that.
And you also got the permission of Clint Benson, right?
Yes.
And in fact, Clint gave you a key.
Yes.
And you had that key to use at your discretion.
Yes.
And there were times when you would go to the house and Clint was not there and you would let yourself in, right?
I believe that my testimony covered that, and that was that Clint was aware that I was there and he was either on his way or there with me.
But you agree with me, and you have videos, I believe, that back this up. But there were occasions where you would go to the house, Clint was not there, you'd use your key and you'd go in.
Yes.
And there were occasions where you would be spending hours and hours and hours in the office, because I've watched all the videos.
Yes.
And you would be there alone without Clint anywhere around you.
Yeah, I don't need supervision, counselor.
Perfect.
I was conducting an investigation, independent investigation, and he had given me the key, trusted me with that, and I was authorized to enter the premises at will.
Right. So if he got
I just have to interrupt for a second because, like, literally, I just want to say that literally everything that she is saying to him is some kind of an implication that he is unethical or unscrupulous or that he's lying. Like, I watched all the videos, so you can't lie to me. Remember where you are, is the implication, right? That he's going to try to deny something because his behavior was unethical. When she is not uncovering unethical behavior, right? It's really unscrupulous of her to be trying to characterize him this way, to my mind, because I think that in my opinion, the jury can pick up on this, and it makes their defense weaker by making it obvious that they're using sneakery and trickery to try to make a point that isn't really a valid point, because they're trying to kind of imply that he's broken the law, or that he's gone beyond the pale, that he's doing things that he shouldn't really be doing, and they don't have a point. And I think that's clear to the jury, and I think that it's kind of verging a little bit on malpractice, honestly, and that it just reflects badly on the defense on the whole. I think it's a mistake, and she looks like a fool again in front of the jury.
got on the stand and said you were never doing anything outside his eye, that would be false.
Well, from his perspective, he had knowledge of my presence there, as I have testified every time I was there.
Fair.
So from his perspective, it may look different.
Do you agree with me, sir, that there's hours and hours and hours of video of you alone in that office going through things?
I think that I've already testified to that.
Okay. Now, you were not permitted access to the house until after Kouri had been arrested, right?
No, that's not correct.
You got in the house before she was arrested?
No, that is not correct.
Okay, help me out.
Like even her tone of voice that she uses with him when he explains something is a tactic, right? Okay, like she's talking down to him, like he's a dummy or like he's being dishonest or whatever. And it's actually she who is being dishonest, right? She is approaching him dishonestly, and I think it's really clear and obvious what she's trying to do.
House was released by the Summit County Sheriffs on the 8th. That's what gave us, that was the trigger, not Kouri's arrest. It was the end of their search that triggered our access to the house.
Okay.
The police were executing a warrant.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. Cappy says, this guy has testified a lot before. She should know better than to treat him like Carmen. She absolutely should. And she should also be able to change horses mid-stride, right? When she realizes that her attempts at bullying and mischaracterization aren't working, she should be able to change her approach. And she's again revealing herself to be, after she brags about 30 years of experience that she's had. I've been doing this for over 30 years. And yet she acts like a novice who has got, a bee in her bonnet, or she's got the bit in her teeth, and she's incapable of, restraining herself. I just think it's revealing of her skill as a lawyer, as well as the strength and or weakness of their case, personally.
Do you know when Kouri was arrested, sir?
I don't recall the exact date or time.
Would it surprise you to be the day before May 7th?
Okay.
All right. So.
Objection, Your Honor, foundation on that.
But would you re-ask the question, Ms. Nestor?
May 8th.
Sorry. Would it surprise you if it was the same day, May 8th, that you got access to the house?
It would not surprise me since I do not recall.
Okay. And during the time after Eric's death, but before Kouri's arrest on May 8th, did you ever go inside the house for that entire year?
I'm sorry, could you ask that again?
Sure.
So she's trying to establish that there's some connection between the cops and the private investigator, and that they're working in tandem against Kouri, and that he's feeding the police information or whatever, and that they're deliberately working to discredit Kouri, when in fact, like, he is bound by, I believe that Sigma mentioned, right? They're bound by some pretty strict, ethical guidelines. They're not guidelines, in fact, but there are strict licensing requirements, and you have to fall within those, or you lose your license, right? And to the continual kind of suggestion that he is breaking the law, or that he's like doing something unethical, he is required, if he finds information in his investigations, right? He's required to report to the police things that he finds. Am I wrong about that? I just don't see that he has a choice but to, if he comes across a smoking gun, he has to tell the police, here's the smoking gun, right? I don't have factual knowledge of that, but I just don't see how that could be not the case, given the sensitive nature of the investigations that he undertakes. Often, I would think. Sorry. So, yeah, Sigma, right? The statute alone regarding the different license classes, associated duties, and the reprimand punishments for a breach is immense, right? Yeah. And again, like, she's failing. Again, she's like using nastiness and insinuations instead of actual evidence to try to undermine a guy who has clearly got her number. I just think the whole thing is shocking in terms of her lawyerly skills.
During the time between when Eric Richins died on March the 4th, in the early morning hours of 2022, and May 8th of 2023, were you ever inside the house at any point in between those times?
No, never.
Perfect. So the first time you ever got into that house, over a year had expired since Eric had passed.
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned the police had executed a search that day before they released it to you, right?
Yes.
And do you know how many times prior to that the police had searched that house?
No.
Okay. And then you've also testified here, I think very honestly, that on repeated occasions you notified the police, hey, there's something you missed. You might want to go back to the house and find it again.
I mean, I'm not going to adopt your characterization, but it is true that I called them back to that house when I discovered something that I thought was evidentiary.
How many times?
Oh, I don't know, 4, 5.
So on at least 4 to 5 occasions, you found things the police had missed.
Yeah. Oh, that's been my experience throughout my career.
And
I love that one. Like, she's not helping her client, and she doesn't seem to be able to let go. And the number of times that he found evidence is, I'm not sure what she thinks that people are going to take away from that, other than that, you know, the Richins may have been wise to engage a private investigator, because, you know, the police had missed some stuff, right? Like, again, like, her implications are always that he has done something unscrupulous, or like the hours and hours and hours and hours, as though the number of hours that he spent investigating this is proof of some kind of underhanded activity, right? All she has here are insinuations.
You
The
told
police
them,
never get everything, ever.
right. Well, I'm not going to
It's true
argue.
in every case I've ever handled.
Sure, not going to argue with you on that one.
Yeah, it's true.
So they come back because you call them and say, hey, I found something, come back, here's where it is.
Yep.
And they know you're doing that. They know that you have full access to this house, right?
I don't know what they know. I can't answer.
Again, right? She's trying to establish that there's some kind of like cahoots thing going on, some unethical relationship with the police and the private investigator. And no matter how many times she steps in that hole, she just doesn't seem to be able to move away from it, because she doesn't have anything else.
To that.
Well, you're calling them every time you find something.
Well, what opinion they formed in their mind is not within my knowledge.
Okay, fair. True, you called them every time you found something.
That I thought was of evidentiary value in their investigation.
And did any of them ever say, you know what, we're good, stop calling us?
That is one of the dumbest questions I think I have literally ever heard a lawyer ask. Like, why would the cops go, yeah, no, we're good, we don't need any more evidence, stop bringing us evidence? It's a ridiculous question.
No, I don't recall that at all.
So then the converse of that is they encourage you to keep doing that.
Well, no.
Again, right? She's making leaps of logic here that don't follow. There's no causal link between they didn't tell me to stop and ergo they encouraged me to carry on. There's no causal link at all, and you'd have to be a pretty sleepy juror to think that there was.
That is not the converse of your hypothetical, and I do not agree with your assessment.
Okay. Did you feel like you were helping them?
I was following the instructions of my client to turn over anything I thought was relevant to the criminal investigation. This is not my case. My case is in the civil court. Anything that we thought was of value to the criminal case, we turned it over.
And the police were happy with that.
I don't know if they were happy or sad or distraught. I have no idea as to their emotional condition.
They sure never told you to stop.
The police never directed me to do anything, and if they had told me to stop, I would have ignored them.
Okay. So,
I mean, is that really the answer that she wanted? right? For him to categorically show her to be a complete, failure of a bloodhound. Like, she's totally on the wrong trail here.
You could go in without a warrant, find something, call them, tell them to get a warrant, and they'd come get it.
Again, mischaracterizing things deliberately. Do you think he orders the police around? Do you think he tells the police to go get a warrant? I don't think so.
I think that's an oversimplification and a vilification. I had permission to enter those premises. I had every right to be there. I didn't need a warrant. I'm not a state actor. I have the permission of the property owner. So I don't agree with your characterization.
When the cops would show up, did you point out what you were showing them? Were you usually there?
No, I was there on one occasion when the police showed up. They executed warrants when I was not there.
Okay.
Yeah. So I only remember one occasion where I found an audio recorder in a dresser drawer that they then recovered by warrant.
And you waited around and pointed it out to them?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I never touched the device.
Okay.
So, yeah, I would have. I don't know if I pointed it out. I think what I did was, on that date, when I saw the recorder and recognized it for what it was, which is not easy, I just immediately withdrew. I left my audio recorder going until the police arrived. I don't recall pointing it out. I recall describing to them where it was.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So then there was one occasion where you found something that was a letter purportedly written by Eric called the My Princess letter. Do you remember that?
I remember a baby cakes letter. I don't know if I remember My Princess. Is that the same one?
That's the one.
Yes.
You remember finding that letter?
August the 9th of 2024 is when I took a photograph of that, but I found it on.
Yeah, he remembers it better than you do. Clearly. Another like, why do you keep hitting yourself defense?
May the 10th of 2023 during my search of the residence.
So when you found this letter, at some point, did you move the location that you found it from?
I don't recall ever moving the location. On the video, you will see me find the letter on May the 10th of 2023 when I am in the bedroom, and it is located in the bottom drawer of Eric's side of the bed, the bottom drawer of the vanity. And I looked at it. I didn't think it was relevant. I put it back down on the drawer. On August the 9th of 2024, when I photographed it on the bed, I do not recall if that letter was on the bed or whether I went and retrieved it from the vanity. But there is video. The August 9th, 2024 was the episode that I described that I was called over and I didn't have a video recorder. So I was recording by audio and this is the same date that I recovered the audio recorder. So the letter was also photographed, and then later, I think it was taken by the police. I don't know, but.
Let me stop you for just a minute.
Okay.
You left the letter on the master bed, correct? For the police to find.
I left the letter on the master bed. I didn't know that the police were going to come for it.
Okay. And they ultimately did, correct?
Well, ultimately, I don't know because I wasn't present, so that's beyond my knowledge.
Isn't it true that you moved other things around in that house often?
No, that is not true.
Did you move a computer that you located in the office?
I don't recall moving a computer in the office, but I did not move it out of the office.
Did you put it in your Tesla?
If you are talking about the C&E computer, I did not find it in the office. That is not how that worked.
Okay. So you found it where, sir?
I found it in possession of my client who had taken it, who had been given it or taken it from Becky Lloyd. So my understanding of the pathway of the C&E computer that I examined was that it was picked up by Becky, who lives nearby and works for C&E. The C&E computer, she then went to get business files off of it. I talked with her about this. I filed an extensive report regarding my interview about the computer. And then before I could get up to Francis to get that computer, I lived at the time 250 miles south of Francis in Washington County. So it takes me a while to get up to Francis. Before I could get up to get that computer, I believed that my client had already secured it. And so I went and got it from her.
So Becky got the computer from the house after Eric died,
Yep.
right?
Correct.
Then Becky gave it to Katie.
Correct.
And Katie gave it to you.
Correct.
And then all of that, no law enforcement ever put hands on it.
Correct.
And at some point, you took it back up to the office to go through it?
No.
Right. Well, there's video of you going through that computer in the office.
I suppose that I may not have remembered that I went through a computer in that office, but the C&E computer was processed at a location in Midway, and I recall that there was what I want to say is an obvious missing hard drive location. I could see the outlines of a hard drive that had been in place in that computer. I became suspicious that the hard drive had been removed prior to me getting to that computer. I later sourced that missing hard drive to an upgrade that was performed by a computer company at the request of C&E. The hard drive contents were transferred to a solid state drive, and I did locate that inside the computer.
Okay. So can we play for the witness only clip TG10?
We're going to play without sound, right?
Yes, sir. No sounds necessary.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of wait till we get to the computer part. I'm sorry, that's the wrong one. Can we bring that one down? That's the next one. We want to go to the one right before that, which is 173. It's GXO 10073. Do you have that one? Okay.
Excuse me, I'm having difficulty keeping my head up.
Oh, no worries. Whatever you need, sir, to be comfortable. Take a minute. Yep, I'll go back to that. It's going to take her a minute to upload that, Your Honor. So we'll get to that. You don't recall putting electronics, documents in your Tesla and driving away from the house?
Oh, I remember that, yes.
Okay.
But that was not the C&E computer.
Okay, what computer was that?
I don't recall. I'd
So-
have to see the video.
So
That's why I make them.
you removed a laptop from the office and put it in your Tesla and drove away with it?
I don't recall that, no.
Well,
I do not. That would have been my, if there was a laptop in that office, it was mine.
Okay, well, we're going to pull it up in just a minute. I'll help
Fantastic.
refresh your memory.
Yeah.
Also, you mentioned earlier that you didn't take, other than the vital records and the attorney-client privileged records, that you didn't take anything else out of the home. That's not entirely true. You also took a safe out of the house?
Yeah, I described that by report, but that house, that safe was returned.
Okay. So you went into the house with your own key, correct?
Yes.
You went into the family, I believe is in the master closet. Is that right? Where was it?
Yes.
You picked it up, took it out of the house, and put it in your Tesla.
Yes, I believe I did that at the request of Clint Benson.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you drove it to a locksmith
I did.
and you busted into the safe.
I did not bust into the safe.
Well, he did.
He bumped. He used a technique called bumping. It's the movement of the door and the frame of the safe that allows it to come open.
Okay. But you didn't have a combination.
Again, the characterization that he's doing something wrong, right? Busting into the safe. You didn't have the combination. But it's a trust. It belongs to the trust. So the person who is in charge of the trust can hire someone to get into it, right? I mean, we literally had Kouri Richins the day after the murder trying to break into the safe. And so here she is trying to characterize him legally gaining access to the safe as though it's nefarious, and calling it like you busted in, which just without question implies like burgling, stealing, unlawful.
I don't know if that was a combination. I thought there was a key to that one.
It was forced open with a hammer, right?
I think it was a rubber mallet, and it was dropped onto the ground.
Okay.
I think that's what eventually got it opened, was that it was dropped onto a flat surface.
I love the way that he describes the process that they use to open it so calmly and matter-of-factly, totally belying her intimations that it's somehow illegal and that he should be ashamed, and he's just completely open about the process they used. As far as witnesses go, this dude could not be beat, in my opinion.
And when you were doing that, there's no law enforcement there, correct?
I don't need law enforcement to babysit me.
Okay. And you open it up and there's clips from guns in there, right?
I would have to go back to my report to recall exactly what was in there.
But you handled it with your bare hands, no gloves.
I did.
All right. And I'm sorry. And
okay, not sure, but that might have been a little tiny point that she scored there, that maybe he should have worn gloves when he handled that stuff. I don't know if like legally or ethically he was required to, but I can see how the jury might go, huh, about that. But so far that's it. So.
And you also found an unusual residue in the safe. Do you recall that? That you touched with your fingers?
I don't recall that.
All right. We'll play that in a second.
Fantastic.
I do think we found the video of the laptop. So can we queue up for the witness only GXO10073?
Yeah, that's my laptop. I am scanning into my laptop the documents that I am going through at the office. That is my laptop.
The black one?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the moment you were all referencing before, where she, once again, just steps in her own incompetence in front of everybody.
Okay. So you're scanning all the documents you're finding in the office and then loading them into your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And again, Clint Benson was not present when you were doing any of this?
Yes, that is my testimony on direct.
Okay.
He's already testified to that so many times. Yeah, his demeanor's great, and you can also see, that he's struggling and in pain with his neck, right? He's changing his sitting position like every 2 seconds. And if I was on the jury with my functioning empathy, I would once again be feeling annoyed with the defense for wasting this guy's time asking him these questions that he's already testified to while he's clearly in severe discomfort. So, I mean, I don't know how many times she can step on her own tail. Is that the right saying? I got lost halfway through what I was saying there. But yeah, this is just not a good look for her at all.
Now let's go to the one of the safe. Can you pull up the clip 100055? Hold on just a moment. 1055. See if you can find that one. Sorry. I think it might be under the...
You see the way Kouri looked at him there? To me, that was a look of fear, right? Like the way you have to keep your eye on the danger, right? Don't let this guy out of your sight. That was the impression I got from the look she just gave him.
Impeachment documents. Nope. Okay. All right, we'll get the safe one up to refresh your memory about that residue. You don't remember touching some residue and filming it and asking the safe breaker if that was unusual to find residue in a safe?
I don't recall that. I would have to refer back to the video that I made of that for just this purpose.
Okay, no worries. So my understanding is you were at the house. There were some times before you got access to the house while Ms. Richins was still living there that you would sit outside her house and observe the house while she was in it. Is that fair?
It is not fair. That is false.
You never did that?
I never sat outside her house and watched her.
Again, with these guys, like I am a total layperson, so don't be thinking that I know anything in particular about the law, apart from bits and pieces that I've picked up, whatever, like the rest of you. Most of my law education came from Law and Order and TV procedurals, but aren't you supposed to know the answer to the question before you ask it? And don't these guys just repeatedly keep, again, stepping in their own incompetence by asking questions they don't know the answer to?
False.
Not on March 9th of 2023?
Correct.
Not on April 12th of 2023?
Correct.
Okay. But you did put trackers on their cars, is that right?
I did.
And that's a secret device that you put on someone's car so you can follow where they're going without their knowledge?
So GPS tracking devices are generally covert, and there's good reason for that. I put GPS devices on Kouri's vehicle and two of Lisa's vehicles, one of which was being used by Kouri's brother, Ronnie.
So her mother's cars and her car.
That is correct.
And how long did you track these individuals?
I think there were different times for different vehicles. I don't recall the exact amount of time, but that'll be in the file that you have.
And did you turn over your reports on every single place they went for months to law enforcement?
Yes.
And you know that law enforcement is required to have a warrant to do that.
Well, they have to get a warrant, and I have to go through a different procedure that's prescribed by Utah law to appropriately place those devices.
Did you track anybody else's car in this case?
Again, right? Like these questions are just failures. She's literally working for the prosecution at this point and having him explain all the rules that mean that everything that he did was above board and within the limits of the law.
I want to say yes. Yes, I did.
Who else's?
There were some vehicles that I suspected that Carmen Lauber may be utilizing. But I discovered that, in fact, the vehicle that was parked at her house overnight on many occasions was being driven by someone else.
So you never gave that report to law enforcement?
I believe I did.
You gave the Carmen Lauber tracking report to law enforcement?
Why does she not know the answers to her questions? Anybody enlighten me? Is it just sheer incompetence?
Yes, wouldn't be named Carmen Lauber, though.
What would it be named?
Oh. I want to say There were a number of people that were associated with her residence.
That's all right. If it's
There was
someone,
Nick Bon Savage. There was another young man who were frequenting that residence. And I believe that vehicle that I tracked from that residence was seen there overnight on multiple occasions.
okay.
I really don't remember because the point of that was to track Carmen Lauber. And when I discovered that it wasn't Carmen driving the car, I removed the device.
Okay. Law enforcement was also providing you, I believe you said that Mr. Bloodworth asked you if you got information from law enforcement and you said no. Is that right?
No, that is not right.
Okay, please correct me.
Well, I would have discussions with law enforcement. I could garner an understanding. I could read between the lines, if you want.
In fact, you went to meetings with law enforcement about this case, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
How many times did you have meetings with them?
I don't recall. I
love him. Oh, yes. Like she's trying to trip him up and he's completely not trip upable. It's beautiful to watch. Like, look at the look on his face. He reminds me of Sean Connery, who, he's about to call in Miss Moneypenny to refresh his memory for him.
don't count them.
Okay.
The number is not relevant to me.
Well, you appreciate it might be relevant to me? Can you try to remember?
Half a dozen.
Okay. Can you pull up TG 11 for the witness only? Can you make it bigger? All right, sir, do you recognize that? Oh, can you see it?
I can see it.
Do you recognize it?
I do.
All right, and is that an email that you sent to Detective Woody on July 13th of 2022?
I'm going to have difficulty talking about this exhibit because if it becomes an exhibit, it contains a confidential client communication. But I did send it to Detective Woody.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would object to Mr. Gabler being required to testify regarding any claim.
With respect, I'm not sure you have standing to make any objections, and he seems fully attuned to the issue. Ms. Nestor, I'm not sure where we're headed, so just take it one question at a time.
I shall. Thank you, Your Honor. Is it fair to say that this is an example of you suggesting to Detective Woody that now would be a really good time for law enforcement to interview Carmen Lauber?
Yes.
And why would that be, sir?
She's on the ropes in drug court is what it says.
Right.
She was on the ropes.
And in fact, what you argued was she would be very likely to be compliant at this point with law enforcement. Is that your words?
Yes.
All right.
Again, she keeps putting me in mind of the Princess Bride thing where he says, I don't think you know what that word, I don't think that word means what you think it means. She's trying to make some point here again that like he has behaved unscrupulously or that Carmen's testimony is not credible because it was all just a plot by the private investigator and law enforcement to get her while she was vulnerable and trick her into being their key witness by promising her things that would keep her out of trouble. I mean, I can see where she's trying to go there, but I also feel like they burnt their bridges with Carmen and the way that they treated her. And then I can't remember if this is before or after they brought her back. I think it's before. But They seem to be really tone deaf as to like what impression they're giving the room, because my impression of the time that they brought Carmen back was that it fell completely flat and they wasted everybody's time. And they made it kind of look like they were tormenting someone who was making sincere efforts to change her life. So just my opinion, but yes, it's my channel, so I guess you know it's my opinion.
Also in here, you accuse Kouri of lying about the name of her house cleaner.
Yes.
And the lie that you said Kouri told was that her house cleaner was her cute cleaner, Norma.
Yes.
In fact, didn't you, sir, finally confirm that Norma Garcia was her house cleaner?
I did later confirm that. Yes.
So when you sent this to police and said Kouri was lying, you were wrong.
I was wrong.
Okay.
Look at that face. I feel like I need to take a shot of that a screenshot of that face. 7:49:33. I gotta write that down. Hang on. 7:49:33. Yeah, this guy's great.
Okay.
But prior to Norma.
Your Honor.
Gabler, you need to pause for the next question, sir. Thank you.
Very good.
Did law enforcement give you access to I'm going to try to use the right word, to folders where you could access their information on like a subfolder where you had a link to their folder?
No.
Did you provide them with links to your folder?
Yes.
And one of the links you provided them involved a download of Eric's phone. Is that right?
No.
Okay. Did it involve the decoded call logs that you talked about earlier where you figured out everybody's number and name?
I'm confused. You're talking about two separate things. You were just talking about Eric's phone.
You said no, right?
I had an identical copy of Eric's phone that I created from the backup on his Apple iCloud. I may have turned that over to them, but they already had Eric's phone. I didn't need to give them what I had done, which was to trick the Apple server into repopulating a blank iPhone so that I could then forensically examine that iPhone and come up with context from Eric's phone. So I may have given them that information that I created from a clone of Eric's phone.
So you had in your possession a clone or an exact copy of Eric Richins' phone?
It would not be an exact copy. Only the items that were unencrypted or decryptable from the Apple backup would be on the cloned phone. For example, encrypted data would not be present for biometrics, for his Apple Watch. If he was wearing a biometric watch, that is all encrypted. That would not come back to a new cloned phone. But all of the text messaging, the web histories, the call histories, all of that stuff will be present on that clone.
So you had access to all his texts?
I don't believe I did.
Why not? And this is maybe a stupid old lady question, but explain to me why you didn't have access to his texts if you downloaded everything off the cloud.
You said all of his texts.
Okay.
I don't believe I ever got all of his texts.
How far back did they go?
I don't recall the date at this time. I would have to refer to the file material to know the exact date of the first event on the phone.
So how much time did you spend reading through his texts?
Well, I don't recall exactly. I could refer back to some records to come up with an answer for you. It would have been a number of hours.
Hundreds of hours?
No.
Okay.
I mean, in this case?
Right.
936.3 hours.
is how many hours you billed total for the case?
Yep.
And what were you paid for that?
I don't know.
How much do you charge an hour?
$125 an hour.
So-
However, that is not the only billing rate in this case. When I used computer forensic software and my expertise in that regard, the rate would be higher. $200 an hour, I think, was the discounted rate that I gave them.
So I'm really bad at math. Please forgive
too.
me if I get this wrong.
Yeah, well, we're both in the same place.
We're talking about over $100,000 you made on this case.
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Now I want to go back to that phone and you reading his text.
Yes.
As you were culling through your hypotheses,
Yeah.
obviously one of the things you want to look at is the state of their marriage. Is that fair?
I mean, it's significant, but it's not dispositive.
I agree.
It's important context, but that's not evidence of anything, really. I see a lot of bad marriages out there. In my career, I've handled many hundreds of divorce cases. So, people have problems.
Did you review text messages between Eric and some of his friends?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Eric and Bryce?
This is it. Here it comes.
Bryce Knudsen?
Yes.
I don't recall specifically, but if they were there, I probably looked at them.
Okay. Your Honor, can I have just...
Okay. I'm going to pause this here because I was looking at the other screen and they are due to be back any second. And I want to watch this in its entirety because it's the ridiculous part where she tries to imply that that Eric was having a homosexual extramarital affair with his best friend Bryce. So I think it's just really revealing of their ridiculousness, and it's now 11:45. So I don't want to stop in the middle of it. I just want to watch that thing. I would agree with you. Yes, she doesn't. It seems like she. I mean, I can't obviously diagnose Kathy Nestor, but a lot of her behaviors come across to me in the way that a lot of narcissists come across, in that they can't read the room, right? Like, so that kind of, oh, shucks, I'm bad at math and old. Yeah, right. You could, Columbo could pull that off. Maybe Matlock, somebody like that. But she has just spent a whole bunch of time making herself really objectionable to both the witness and the jury and everybody in the room, basically, except for, maybe Kouri. And you can't at that point then just trip over to oh, I'm this aw shucks, sorry to offend, didn't mean to offend type. And also 925 times 100. I mean, it's not hard. It's not big math, right? It's not that hard to do. So yeah, I thought that, I mean, it fell flat for me, but all of her attempts at folksiness have fallen flat for me. So far, I have found her mostly just objectionable. And when she tries to be likable is when she's least likable, in my opinion. I just find her attempts at chumminess with people that she is either just finished trashing or is just about to trash, I find them, offensive. And in a way, kind of unprofessional of me. I mean, I get that. To me, I feel like it shouldn't be personal, right? It's not supposed to be personal. They're supposed to be addressing each other as if they were sort of in Congress, right? My esteemed colleagues or whatever. They should be talking to people respectfully, in my opinion. And unless you have a witness who is, being belligerent or hostile or deliberetely uncooperative, I don't think that they should use the kind of tactics that these people have used. And again, I feel like it's bad form, right? And it doesn't look good for their defense. I just think it turns people off of them. And
231-500-139. Counsel for the state and for defendant are present. Ms. Richins is present. Ms. Lewis, anything before we invite the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis, would you tap that microphone for me?
Sure.
I don't know. I'm sorry. There you go. Great. That should be fine. Brittany will let you know if it's not. We're ready for the jury, Cody. Katie, is there a slide deck that we're playing? Okay. I have a picture of a house at the moment, right? Okay. You'll let me know when you want to publish, Ms. Lewis?
I think Katie just has it ready to go. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But it's not up yet. Okay. Please have a seat as you come in. All right, please have a seat. Thank you for your patience. We'll continue with closing argument. Ms. Lewis.
In the early, in the early morning hours of March 4th, 2022, the house was quiet. Kouri Richins fell asleep in her young son's room, like many parents do. At some point in the night, she gets up and walks back down the hallway to her bedroom. She slips back into bed beside her husband. She settles in next to him. She reaches over, and he feels cold. Eric Richins, the father of her children, the man that she has built a life with. Something feels wrong. She pulls the blanket up around him, but something still isn't right. He feels heavy. She turns on the light. And when she looks at her husband, really looks at him, she realizes something is terribly wrong. And in that instant, in that bedroom, in the quiet early of the morning, Kouri Richins' world collapsed. Reasonable doubt. It's not just a slogan. It's not just a suggestion. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the state from punishing without truth. And it is the state that has that high burden, the highest burden under the law, to prove each and every single element of each and every charged offense beyond a reasonable doubt. The state stood up on day one and they told you they were going to prove that Kouri Richins had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to kill Eric Richins. And we're going to talk about each of these, but first, I want to talk a little more about reasonable doubt. I've told juries for a long time that one way to understand reasonable doubt is, are there other reasonable explanations as to what happened? As you look at the evidence, if there are other reasonable explanations, this is reasonable doubt. And you have to find Kouri not guilty. I put to you that every fact that the state has put forth to say that Ms. Richins is guilty has another reasonable explanation. Let's go back to March 3rd, 2022. From everything we've heard during this trial, Kouri and Eric were happy that night. They were celebrating. Kouri was just about to close on the Midway Mansion. Rightly or wrongly, she believed that this was going to be the deal that put her over the top. The deal that had made everything she'd done with her business, the good, the bad, and the ugly, all worth it. The night of March 3rd, they have a celebratory drink, they go to bed, And then Kouri hears one of her sons cry out. And like parents all over the world do, she goes in to lie down on the floor of her son's room. An alibi or the truth? She wasn't inconsistent when she told this story. She told everyone, I was lying in Ash's room. I was lying down with him. What does reason tell you? What does experience tell you? When she wakes up, she goes back to her room. Eric appears to be asleep. We don't know for sure what happens over the next 15 minutes or so. The state asks you to leap to conclusions about what she was doing during that time. Yet they have not shown you any evidence of this. They just tell you to believe it. But what does reason tell you? She gets up. She goes to the bathroom. She picks up her phone. We all pick up our phone all the time. Been away from it for an hour or two. She goes to the bathroom. Maybe she walks to the kitchen. Maybe she gets a drink of water. Maybe she lets out the dog. And then she goes back to her bedroom, phone probably in hand, gets into the bed next to her husband, again, realizes he's cold, pulls up the blanket, realizes something's wrong, and turns on the light. It probably takes a moment or two for her brain to register what she's seen. And then she makes that call that nobody ever wants to make. She calls 911. A big part of this state's case is that Ms. Richins is not grieving properly. You heard this from a couple of different witnesses, 2 or 3. What does that mean? I was unexpectedly widowed when I was not much older than Kouri, and I had 2 little boys. How do you judge someone in that moment? If I've learned one thing during this trial, I've learned I didn't grieve right. I didn't know that, but it's clear now that I didn't. They want you to look at a woman in the worst moment of her life and to judge her grief. There is no wrong way to grieve. They're asking you to judge how she is acting at that moment and then use that moment of evidence of guilt. In the opening, we pointed out, go ahead and put it on that the state looks at facts one way and sees a witch. But if you look at those facts another way, you see a widow. Here's an example. Hands over her face, curled up. A witch, hiding because she's done something wrong, or a widow, hiding and blocking out what has just happened to her, what has just happened to her children, what has just happened to her family and to her life. Look familiar? Portrayals of women grieving in art. Portrayals of women in grief. The state tells you during evidence that, she didn't immediately talk to Kouri Richins when he came to the house because she felt so guilty she couldn't talk to him. Or was it because she didn't want to tell a father his son had died? She didn't tell the boys when she should have. It was weird. She didn't go talk to them. They were in the playroom. Again, because she felt guilty or because she was dreading the most difficult conversation, the conversation no mother ever wants to have with her young sons. Their father is dead. The father that everyone agrees was a wonderful father is gone, and she has to tell those little boys, you're never going to see him again. Believe me, that conversation may be the worst moment in a mother's life. How can a woman be judged on how she handles that moment? You heard her friend Allie staking. When Allie arrived at the home that day, She said Kouri was clearly upset. She said she was distraught. This is someone who's known her since junior high, not an officer who met her 5 minutes ago. She said Kouri was acting as you would expect. That night, friends came over to talk about Eric, to drink to Eric. A wake is what the Irish call it. The state wants you to leap to the conclusion that that night, Kouri was celebrating Eric's death. You heard Allie's talking. They were celebrating Eric's life. They kept it light for the boys. They were dancing, they were smiling. All of them were, even Eric's sister. Can we not smile in our grief? They want to tell you no. But reason and experience tells you differently. Let's talk about the investigation. The investigation in this matter was nothing but sloppy. It was driven by bias. Did you notice during the state's closing, they didn't really even talk about the investigation? Instead, they speculated. What was in people's heads? What were they thinking? Speculation, conjecture, not proof. Instead of looking at the evidence to determine what happened, the state they determined what happened, and then they found the evidence to support it. This is confirmation bias. Confirmation bias is when you favor evidence that supports a belief and ignore evidence that contradicts it. That is how this entire case was investigated, working backwards from a conclusion. It started on March 4th. Detective Woody, before she's even entered the home, Amy Richins tells her they think Kouri is somehow involved. Then both Katie and Amy Richins tell Detective Woody they think this is because she recently found out about a trust Eric created. Immediately, this influenced this investigation. But what happened that first day? They found nothing to support foul play. Kouri tells them he was a user of THC gummies, that maybe he used one that night. They never ask where the gummies are. They do a cursory search of the bedroom and bathroom. They admit that they don't look in places where the gummies were found a month later, high up in the bathroom, high above the refrigerator, high up in the laundry room, somewhere in a pocket of either Kouri or Eric's jacket in a closet. All places where they would have been put out of reach of children. But they didn't find any of them that day. You know what else they didn't do? They didn't secure the scene. They moved things around. They told you they didn't have probable cause to search the whole house. We couldn't search the whole house. All we could do was look in the bedroom and the bathroom. But they could have asked for consent. Kouri gave them consent when they asked to search one place outside of the bedroom. The entire house could have been searched that day, but they didn't do it. They didn't even ask. What else happens that morning? Officer Nguyen, he does his death checklist. He says, did he have any history of prescription abuse? Did he have any history of illicit drug use? And what does Kouri tell him? No. How easy would it have been to just say yes? If she had just killed him with illicit drugs, why in the name of God did she just not say yes? Had she said yes, we probably wouldn't all be sitting here today. She didn't say yes because she did not know how he had died. Over the last 4 years, they've gone back to that house 10 more times. And they still can't tell you what happened early morning of March 4th, 2022. 10 warrants, that's a lot. That's not typical. They were still searching for evidence on February 9th of this year, 2 weeks before trial. 4 years of investigation, and they are still trying to find evidence to make their case because they know they don't have enough. They're still trying to prove Kouri Richins guilty. So let's talk about Todd Gabler. In comes Todd Gabler, the private investigator. Jeff O'Driscoll told you, well, he was an investigator for the estate, just the civil case. Seriously? He's putting trackers on the car of Kouri, her mother, her brother. He's trying to track Carmen Lauber's car. He's providing evidence to the police. Detective Woody testified that this information from the private investigator is what helped advance their investigation. He testified he was in the house alone numerous times, finding things the police didn't, not using gloves, calling law enforcement when he found things. He said he didn't need a babysitter while he did all these things, which is different than what Clint Benson told you. He said nobody was ever in that house without me being there. That wasn't true. What he told you wasn't true. Todd Gabler was in and out of that house numerous times by himself. He also told you that he was completely fair and unbiased, testing two hypotheses. His hypotheses, suicide and homicide. He ignored any others, including accident. And how did he handle this unbiased testing of hypotheses? You heard Josh Grossman. He said the first time he talked to Todd Gabler said right out of the gate, Kouri killed Eric. Josh told you that tainted what he thought of next. How does it not taint an interview when your opening line is, oh, Kouri killed Eric, so now let's tell me what you have, what you know. Josh told you he started looking back at things differently than he had before because of that. Like I said, he tracked Kouri's car, he tracked her family's car, he tracked Carmen's Lauber car. He didn't track Cody Wright's car. He had more to gain from Eric's death than anyone. He didn't track anyone involved in the civil case regarding the trust. He only tracked people that he thought might lead to information for law enforcement. Did he follow up on Eric's trip to Mexico shortly before the death? No. Did he go to Mexico? Did he try and figure out where Eric had been in Sonora, Mexico? No. Nothing about that investigation was unbiased. Nothing. He passed it all on to law enforcement. And then what he did is he said to law enforcement, you should talk to Carmen Lauber. She's on the ropes in drug court. This would be a really good time to interview her because she would be very likely to be compliant at this time. Everything about this investigation was led by the Richins family. They started on day one and they continued until trial. They are the ones who initially hired and paid for experts. Their private investigator gave information to the police. You know, and by the way, Gabler testified that he followed all the rules of being a private investigator. And that may very well be true. But he doesn't have to operate under the Constitution. There's a reason that we have rights under the Constitution. There is a reason that law enforcement has to get warrants to enter your home, to take electronics, to search your house. It is to protect the citizens of our country. It is to protect the innocent. Sidestepping these important constitutional rights by hiring a private investigator who then let law enforcement know what to do taints this entire investigation. And you know what? That is terrifying. It's terrifying. If someone has enough money to hire a PI, they can circumvent our constitutional rights, dig into every aspect of our rights, of our lives, and turn it over to police. We have a constitution for a reason. It's to protect us all. I want to talk about the lead investigator, Jeff O'Driscoll. Here's what he testified that his investigation consisted of. He got assigned to the case sometime in March of 2023. He got a search warrant for some medical records. He thinks he got a search warrant for a couple of cell phones. He interviewed Chelsea Barney, where they discovered that they were wrong about some text messages. Law enforcement was wrong with what they thought they were looking for. He interviewed someone named Jake Sorensen, who must not have had anything important to say because we never heard from him. Then he interviews Carmen Lauber because he was told to by the private investigator. That's it. That was the investigation. He didn't investigate any other leads. He didn't attempt to corroborate information, particularly in the letter that we saw that Kouri wrote to her mother, the walk the dog letter. Now, he told you he didn't need to corroborate that because he didn't get that letter till after Kouri was arrested. So, I guess the state was done. You wouldn't want to start looking for things that might show her innocent. You've arrested her. Interestingly, they were still executing search warrants. They were still trying to find evidence for guilt, but they weren't looking at any evidence that might show innocence. It is absolutely possible that everything she said in that letter was true. In fact, at least 3 things in that letter were corroborated by the state's own witnesses. But they didn't investigate it. Again, ignore what might contradict your theory. Confirmation bias, reasonable doubt. Also remember that letter never went to anyone. So it was nothing more than thoughts on paper. That's all that letter was. What else didn't he do? He didn't interview the person Eric was talking to in Mexico the night of his death, and we'll come back to that, but he didn't follow up on that. He said that. He didn't follow up on where Eric went in Mexico or who he was communicating with in Mexico when he was there. He didn't investigate what Eric did or where he went on February 14th, 2022. He didn't follow up to see did Eric go to the hospital that day? In fact, he did nothing regarding that day. Nothing. What else? He didn't find fentanyl anywhere. Allegedly, there were 90 to 120 pills of something, at least oxycodone. Where were they? I guess somebody took them, but they didn't have them. So whatever pills Carmen may or may not have provided to Kouri were gone. They no longer existed. They couldn't find or test those pills. And we do know that she bought oxycodone, but you know what? There was no oxycodone in Eric's stomach that night. So instead, Detective O'Driscoll says, well, we wanted to corroborate Carmen's story. I mean, we were going to corroborate it. We weren't just going to go by it. The story that they fed her, they want to corroborate the truth. They wanted to corroborate a story. Again, let's find what confirms our theory. Let's ignore what doesn't. Confirmation bias. Reasonable doubt. Sitting here in this courtroom after 4 years of investigation, there was an awful lot that O'Driscoll just could not tell you. Things he couldn't remember. He couldn't remember what people had told him in interviews. For example, he was asked, did you interview Eric's allergy doctor? Well, yes, but I can't remember what he said. Well, that might have been important because he testified the EpiPens in the house belonged to the children. Well, maybe because Eric had recently used his a couple of weeks earlier when he had an allergic reaction. He said, well, if I could have a few minutes, I could find out what was said. I could give you more information. We were in trial. He was on the stand 4 years after Eric had died. 3 years after he'd been appointed as lead investigator. And either he wasn't prepared to testify or he just didn't know. He is the lead investigator. Now the state elicited testimony from him that how could he possibly know the entire case is just too much. I couldn't know all of that information. But he's the one they put on. He's the one they relied on to testify about this investigation. You didn't hear from anyone else about the last 3 years of that investigation. They chose him. You know what else he couldn't testify to? He couldn't testify how the fentanyl got into Eric's system. He said, well, he ingested it. There was no evidence, none, that fentanyl was put in a drink. That was argument. Argument is not evidence. And they waited until closing to tell you, oh, she put it in a drink without any evidence to back that up. Okay, she made him a drink that night, but that's it. She made him a drink. There's no evidence that fentanyl was in that drink. And the lead detective who couldn't tell you anything, he sat through this entire trial. He heard every witness testify. He had an opportunity to form his answers or reform his answers based on what he knew other people had said. And yet he still didn't know the evidence. I want to talk a minute about deleted texts and the phone searches just quickly. Deleted texts. They said there were deleted texts off Kouri's phone, and that it looks like that probably was true. Why would you delete texts off your phone? Maybe because you were having an affair over the last 2 years. You might want to delete that off your phone before your whole husband's family finds out about it. Maybe because she was buying oxycodone. I mean, she asked Carmen for pain pills. Doesn't mean she killed her husband, but you probably want that off of your phone. The phone searches. So the evidence showed that Kouri found out on April 13th that Eric died of a fentanyl overdose. And that's the day they took her phone and she gets a new phone. These searches are all done on that new phone. Searches of how much fentanyl does it take to kill someone, or how much fentanyl is a lethal overdose? I don't remember exactly. Yeah, because she just found out her husband died of a lethal overdose of fentanyl. You might want to know what that means. And she texted other things. They said, oh, she texted about women's prisons. Of course she's worried. An innocent person would be worried. Anyone would be worried if they just found out that they are a suspect in a homicide investigation. She would have been scared to death. She was looking for information based on what she found out after Eric died. All right, what do we know about those last few hours before Eric's death? It's not a lot, but we do know some things from the autopsy and the toxicology reports. We know that he had fentanyl in both his blood and his stomach. We know he had quetiapine and alcohol only in his stomach and not his blood. So this means the quetiapine had to be taken after the fentanyl. Had they been taken together, they would have both been in his blood. We know there was no histamine response, no anaphylaxis. So he had not had an allergic reaction to anything in his body that night, including fentanyl. The state wants you to believe that the allergic reaction he had on February 14th was to fentanyl. If he had an allergic reaction on February 14th, he would have had one again 3 weeks later. Now, I know the toxicologist testified, well, you don't have an allergic reaction every time, and you can look at her testimony, but it was a little bit hard to understand, but I believe she was talking about, you might eat peanuts for a lot of times and then have an allergic reaction, and then it starts. Once you have an allergic reaction to something, it doesn't typically go away. We know he had norfentanyl in his body, and this is because his body had started to metabolize the fentanyl. The state's toxicologist told you that the fentanyl could have been left over from a previous use. That was a possibility. Another reasonable possibility. The fentanyl was there from a previous use. That was the evidence. That is reasonable doubt. What else do we know from the ME and the toxicologist? Well, we know that the fentanyl was not put in a drink. And how do we know this? There was only fentanyl in the blood and not alcohol. The state's toxicologist leaned toward the fact that maybe Eric didn't even drink alcohol, that the alcohol in his stomach was post-mortem decomposition. But the other scenario that she said that was possible was that Eric took the fentanyl, then took the quetiapine, had a small amount of alcohol. She testified that it would take 15 to 60 minutes for fentanyl to make its way into the blood. That alcohol takes 15 to 30 minutes to make its way into the blood. So if the alcohol and fentanyl were taken together, they both would have been there at the same time in the blood. But just the fact that one reasonable possibility is that the fentanyl was taken before the quetiapine and the alcohol gives you reasonable doubt that it was placed in a drink an hour earlier. Now the state's saying, well, maybe she put it in a non-alcoholic drink. So their celebratory drink maybe didn't have alcohol in it. There's no evidence of that, but they're throwing around a lot of theories. Why is that? Because they don't have one. They don't know what happened. Dr. Christensen and Dr. Ulmer testified that the manner of death could not be determined. This is really important. Dr. Christensen testified the ME's office didn't know enough about Eric's history to determine if it was an accident. They also didn't have enough information to determine it was a homicide. The ME had at least a reasonable doubt as to the cause of death. And the ME isn't held to the high standard that the state is. And there was no evidence that the autopsy couldn't have been amended at a later date if additional information was received. The ME testified, excuse me, the ME didn't tell you that they couldn't amend the autopsy. He just told you they didn't. What else didn't they do? Why didn't they do a hair follicle test? Dr. Christensen said, well, we don't do that unless we're asked to. Who would you be asked to do that by? Law enforcement. Again, Summit County was only looking for evidence to confirm their theory. Evidence to support that Kouri was behind Eric's death. They did not want to look for evidence that contradicted that theory. Had they done that test, we might have our answer. Confirmation bias. All right. Let's start with the means. The state did not and cannot prove that Kouri ever purchased fentanyl. Carmen Lauber, interestingly, they barely mentioned Carmen Lauber in their closing. The only witness who can put fentanyl into Kouri's hand. Let's talk about her testimony. Admittedly, a lot of it was painful to watch. And in some ways, she's sympathetic. But she is looking at multiple long prison sentences. And her only way out, her only way was to testify at this trial. But what she could not do was put fentanyl in Kouri Richins' hands. She told you that she had no memory of what actually took place in 2022. During those interviews, she told detectives over and over again, my brain is fried. I've been using drugs since 6th grade. My memory is gone. So what she testified to you wasn't what she remembered. She admitted on the stand that what she testified to was what she had been shown, what she had been told. Detective O'Driscoll told you that Carmen Lauber could not remember the purchase of drugs after Eric had died. When asked by Ms. Nestor if at least one of the times that Carmen allegedly purchased drugs from Mr. Crozier and brought them to Kouri was after Eric's death, his response was, her testimony was not that. She didn't remember it that way. We found digital evidence that supported that. You know what? She did testify to that. She testified at length and in detail about something that even Detective O'Driscoll said she didn't remember. Carmen Lauber was not able to tell you that she bought fentanyl. She agreed on the stand that it was the detectives that first put the word fentanyl in her mouth, in her head. She was told by detectives in this case that she bought fentanyl. Eric died of fentanyl. You bought drugs. You bought fentanyl. She took that story and she ran with it because she had everything to lose. And Detectives O'Driscoll and Detective Maynard told her, you are getting a big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card. And what do you have to do to get that big, giant get-out-of-jail-free card? Give them the details that will ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. You heard that from O'Driscoll's own mouth. He tried to explain it away. But he went in and he told this woman, get out of jail free card, give us the details to ensure Kouri gets convicted of murder. She had to tell them that. She had to tell you that. She had to say she purchased fentanyl. The detectives walked into those interviews not to find out what happened, but to get Ms. Lauber to confirm what they already had decided happened. Again, confirmation bias. She told them at that first interview, I literally never dealt with fentanyl. And she had reason not to deal with fentanyl. She told you that. She had a daughter who had overdosed from fentanyl. She was afraid of fentanyl. She told them that Kouri asked for something for an investor's bad back. Maybe it was for Eric. But she told them that Kouri asked for an investor's bad back. And that later she asked for something stronger. She asked for the Michael Jackson drug. She told them Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She admitted that she got the word fentanyl from Detectives O'Driscoll and Maynard. She told them she couldn't remember. She asked them to lay it out for her, to put the pieces of the puzzle together, to write it down, and I'll sign it. They argued that was because, well, she didn't want to write it in her cell. That's why they wanted us to write it. Well, she could have written it right there at the table, I suppose. But you know what else? Remember? She also told the Assistant United States Attorney basically the same thing. Put it together for me. And the U.S. Attorney or the Assistant U.S. Attorney said, oh, we don't do it that way. You have to tell us what you remember. They literally offered a big, giant get out of jail free card. In the state's last question to Detective O'Driscoll, they brought up the TV show, The House of Cards, but who held all of the cards in this case? Jeff O'Driscoll told you. Carmen Lauber held all of the cards. Their entire house of cards is being held up by her. And now at trial 3 years later, she comes in here and says she bought oxycodone once and fentanyl 3 times. Oh, she had her story down. She told it very nicely on direct. But when pressed, she couldn't remember anything. Not from 2022, not from 2023. She couldn't remember on Friday what she testified to on Thursday. And you know, I didn't ask her about her mental health or her learning disability to be mean. I asked her because it explains why she was so easily convinced by law enforcement as to what she needed to do and what she needed to say. She described her learning disability as low education. Well, you can decide what that means for yourself, but one possibility is she has an intellectual disability. And if that is the case, she is more vulnerable to suggestibility than most people. Easy to manipulate. And they took advantage of this. We all saw it. They did too, but they had to find someone who would confirm their theory. But you know what? Through all of this, there were a handful of things that Carmen Lauber was consistent about. There were a few. Kouri asked for some pain medication. Kouri said that in the walk the dog letter. Then she told you, I brought oxycodone from Susan Kohler on February 11th. Prescription oxycodone. Now that's important because if Kouri had any pain pills before February 14th, these were likely what she had. She said, Kouri never asked for fentanyl. She said that in all of her interviews. Carmen never asked Robert Crozier for fentanyl. She said that. She was consistent with that. That she bought pills from Robert Crozier. That the pills she got from him were light green. 15 to 20 milligram oxycodone pills. When she bought from him again, she asked for more of the same. Those are the things she said throughout. Everything she said, every other thing she said has changed multiple times. It changed again while she was on the stand. Now she says the number of purchases were more. That changed. The date changed. For the first time, she says that Crozier was the first one to say the word fentanyl. It's the first time we've heard that. Wasn't in the interviews. She's not a truthful person. There were a couple of little things she laid on the stand about. Not super important, but I'm going to point them out because they were just untruths. When I asked her if she was on any medication for her anxiety or any other illnesses, she said no. But then later, when Mr. Bloodworth asked her, she said yes, she was on medications. They were in her car in her purse. She told you Nancy Peterson drove to buy the drugs because she didn't have a driver's license. When we showed her that photo was reversed and that she was driving, did you notice how smoothly that story changed? Oh, well, yeah, I drove one way, she drove the other. By the way, where's Nancy Peterson? There was someone who might have been able to confirm Carmen's story, but we didn't hear from her. What else did Carmen lie about? She sat on that stand and she told you, I never violated drug court after I got out, my get out of jail free card in May of 2023. But then when confronted, she had to admit, oh yeah, I did. That's right. She told you, well, I was holding a can of alcohol, but I didn't drink it. When confronted, though, she had to admit that wasn't true. She sat on the stand and she told you that. Oh, I just held it. Oh, but you told your probation officer you drank it. Oh, yeah, I guess I drank it. But what's the most important thing she admitted to lying to? She lied to a judge. She lied to a judge by writing a letter saying that she had been 100% compliant with drug court. And why did she lie to that judge? She wanted to go to Vegas. And she told you on the stand, she admitted it. Yeah, I was untruthful with the judge to get something that I wanted. She was untruthful because she wanted to go to Vegas. There is a lot more at stake here than going to Vegas. She is, again, being untruthful to get what she wants. And what she wants this time is to stay out of prison. And she will say whatever she needs to make that happen. You know what else she got by telling that story? In addition to her get out of jail free card, she also got an advance straight to go and pass drug court on the way card. No more showing up at drug court. And she told you drug court's tough, but she didn't have to go anymore. No regular check-ins. She just had to text hi or lobber to Detective Maynard. And most importantly, no more drug tests. She's still on probation, still waiting to go to court to see if her charges will be dismissed. And she's not being drug tested. Is she telling you the truth about being clean? We have absolutely no way to know. She got everything she wanted by testifying to things that she admitted she had no memory of. Can you feel for Carmen Lauber? You can. Can you believe her beyond a reasonable doubt? You cannot. And if you can't believe her beyond a reasonable doubt, you have to find Kouri Richins not guilty. I want to talk about Robert Crozier, because he's also an addict, and he also changed his story. But what makes him different? First, his original story was given in a 13-minute interview while he was coming down from drugs, not in 10 hours of interviews over multiple days. Detectives came in, and they told him he sold fentanyl. They said, we already know. We know you sold fentanyl. You just need to confirm it. We won't jam you up. Just tell us you sold fentanyl. And he agreed with them. And they asked, did Carmen Lauber know she got fentanyl? And he said, absolutely. But what did he explain to you on the stand? Now that he's been through rehab, now that we know he's sober, he gave people what they asked for when he was selling drugs. He always gave them what they asked for. So when detectives came in and said, well, you sold Carmen fentanyl, Carmen asked for fentanyl, he said yes. He said, what I meant is, if that's what she asked for, that's what I gave her. What else makes him different, though, from Carmen Lauber? He changed his story from what the prosecution wanted him to say to what they didn't want him to say, not the other way around. Why do this? Why would he risk his immunity? It would have been so much easier for him just to stick with his original story. Let's go back. So he gives that original story in April of 23. He sobers up. He meets with the state. He meets with Mr. Bloodworth in April of 25, before he ever spoke to me or to Mr. Berman. And he tells them at that time that he got it wrong. He says, no, I sold Carmen oxycodone, not fentanyl. And how does he know this? He told you. Because he didn't start selling fentanyl until late 2022. And he sold to Carmen Lauber in early 2022. Also, his source gave him fentanyl that was so dark it was almost purple. It wasn't light green. It wasn't light blue. Okay, so then he meets with our team in October of 25. He says the same thing. He signed an affidavit swearing it to be true. He testified to the same thing at trial. I was only selling Oxy in 2022. And not only that, he told you it was prescription Oxy from a pharmacy. So not fake Oxy that was actually fentanyl, but real Oxy. And he was a bit of an expert on the topic. I think he knew more than the drug expert did. He told you, light green pills, those were 15 to 20 milligram pills. Light blue pills, those were 30 milligram pills. His prescription was 10 milligram pills. He knew his stuff. He was a pretty successful drug dealer. And he told you when I sold fentanyl, those pills were almost purple. What did he have to gain by testifying to this? He's never met Kouri Richins. He'd never met Eric Richins. He didn't know Carmen. He isn't getting anything from anyone. It's for these reasons that his testimony is more credible than Carmen's. Her freedom is at stake, so she had to say fentanyl. She has to give them Kouri. He has nothing to gain. He just told you the truth. The state told you in closing that they traced the fentanyl. It's absolutely not true. Carmen never even looked at those pills. She didn't test those pills. She didn't take any of them, according to her. And we don't know where any of them are. Where are these some odd 90 to 120 pills? They didn't trace that fentanyl. We have no idea where that is. They didn't trace any fentanyl. So how did Eric end up ingesting fentanyl? What other reasonable explanation might there be? You know, I'm not going to stand here and say to you that Eric Richins was a drug addict. He wasn't a Carmen lover. He wasn't a Robert Crozier. I don't think the evidence shows that. But that doesn't mean he didn't use. That doesn't mean he didn't ask Kouri to get him pain pills. He probably did. So what do we know? We know Eric was in pain. He had Lyme disease, which can be very painful. He had back pain. He had knee pain. We know he'd been in Mexico not long before his death. Look at what he was doing right before his death. So right before his death, he's texting Pedro Sonora, back and forth, back and forth. Did they interview him? Like we said, no. He texts his friend Scott Wagner, more, Pedro Sonora, from 8:30, between 8:30 and 8:36, he texts him 1, 2, 3, well, these are back and forth. But between them, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 texts. He gets a call from Scott Wagner. What's his last Google search? How far is it from Scottsdale to Nogales? And then he gets a text from Raul. We also don't know anything about Raul. Maybe he made other calls. The state said maybe Kouri was calling on the Wi-Fi. Maybe so was he. We don't know who else he talked to, but this is what we do know. Oh, which this is a good place to bring up, I think, that the state did stand up here and they told you that we said things in opening that didn't come in during trial, and that's true. Strategies change during trial. But remember, we are not the ones under an obligation to put on any evidence. It's not us. We're not under an obligation to prove anything. It's them. Okay, so what else do we find on that first day that Eric died? What else do they find? The hydrocodone bottle. Whatever happened to that bottle? Why wasn't it tested? What was kept in that bottle? The bottle sitting right by the bed on Eric's nightstand, right next to his phone and watch that were placed neatly in his charger. An expired prescription bottle with nothing in it but residue. And you can see the residue there. Why would that be sitting out? A 6-year-old prescription bottle. What might be the best way to bring illegal pills back from Mexico? Put them in a prescription bottle, put them in your suitcase? What might be the best way to store your illicit oxycodone? Stick them in a prescription bottle, put them by your bed, and now that bottle's gone and nobody knows where it is and nobody tested it. And you saw that white powder, and you can look back when you go back, but you saw that white powdery residue on the nightstand next to Eric. Nobody tested that either. So what's another explanation? What could have happened? Eric was about to take his last pain pill out of that bottle that he kept by the side of his bed. He's on the phone with people in Mexico. He's checking how long it takes to drive from Scottsdale to Nogales. Maybe he knew he was getting fentanyl in Mexico. Maybe he thought it was something else, and he accidentally got fentanyl. Maybe had they tested that bottle, we would know, but they didn't. You know what else we know, though? We know he had a prescription for naltrexone, and it appears he wasn't taking it. A drug used to help people control craving for drugs and alcohol. It's not a drug used to treat Lyme disease. There's a reasonable alternative. Reasonable doubt. All right, I'm going to move to motive. The state absolutely did not prove that Kouri's relationship with Josh Grossman was a motive to kill her husband. Josh and Kouri had been seeing each other on and off for about 2 years. You heard from Josh. He testified that their future together was a fantasy. That at no time did Kouri ever lead him to believe that she was going to leave Eric for him. It was clear that Josh loved Kouri more than she loved him. You could see it in his face. You could see it in his demeanor. You can look at the text shortly before Eric died where Kouri was trying to break up with him. The state wants you to find that the conversation Kouri had with Josh about his time in Iraq is somehow evidence or proof of murder. But Josh told you she was grieving, that conversation was about life and death and Eric and bow hunting and the supernatural, that it really didn't even seem that unusual at the time. He only thought it seemed unusual when the private investigator told him Kouri killed Eric. It's not evidence of a homicide. It isn't proof of anything. Yes, they were having an affair. Eric was also having an affair, possibly more than one. You heard there was a text about an open relationship, and they can laugh about that, but that's what the text said. And you know what? We do not bring this up to make Eric out to be a bad person. It doesn't matter what he was doing in his personal life. That's not the point. The point is that there were parts of Eric's life that he didn't share with people. Just like he didn't share with Cody that he used marijuana, or even that he took prescriptions. The point is we all have secrets, and Eric had secrets. But back to Josh, the best evidence that Josh was not a motive for Kouri to kill her husband is that after Eric died, she never did get together with Josh. She didn't show up at the brunch that they'd planned to celebrate the closing on the Midway Mansion. She didn't go on a vacation with him in April. She never even finished paying for that vacation. Josh told you that Kouri changed after Eric's death. That she was grieving. That he saw less and less of her, and ultimately she broke things off. And by the way, if Kouri was as motivated by money as they would have you think, would she really have killed her wealthy husband to run off with the handyman who lived for free in one of her houses? That doesn't fit with the state's theory. The state says, look at texts, replace the words in them with different words. They stood here and made up what was inside people's heads, what they were thinking. The state has to rely on evidence. They have to prove their case, and they can't do that. The state did not prove that Kouri killed Eric in order to be with Josh. All right, money. Money's a motive for a lot of things for a lot of people. Was Kouri a brilliant businesswoman? No. Was her business struggling? Yes, it was. Was there fake it till you make it? There seemed to be a lot of that going on. Brooke Carrington testified that money was not a priority to Kouri Richins. She could have used an accountant, she said. She didn't even use QuickBooks. And this is all true. A young mother trying to run a business, like most young mothers, young working mothers, did her accounting take a backseat to her family? Probably. The state also wants you to believe that Kouri was cheating her best friend, but that's not what the evidence showed. The evidence showed that the $45,000 that Chelsea gave to Kouri was not earmarked for closing. Kouri could do whatever she wanted with that money. All that mattered was that when she went to that closing on that house, that she showed up with $45,000. It didn't have to be that $45,000. It could have been $45,000 she expected to come in from another flip. But then Kouri was arrested and never got the opportunity to do that. That's why that house foreclosed. But you know what the evidence has shown? That Kouri, rightly or wrongly, truly believed that that Midway mansion was going to turn everything around. They were celebrating that night. If Kouri was going to kill Eric for money, she certainly would not have done it on the night that she believed she had just secured a multi-million-dollar property. And if you look at the state's exhibit 624D, you will see that Kouri actually made a profit on every single home that she flipped. She had reason to believe that she was going to make a profit on this one too. All the foreclosures, those were all after her arrest. And something else, they say it would have cost way more money than she had to rehab the mansion to live in it with Josh, which again, Josh said was fantasy. That wasn't going to happen. But if you don't believe him, look at text. Look at State's Exhibit 2-17D on page 33. This is where she and Eric are going back and forth on how much it would cost to rehab the mansion. And he says, we can't afford that. We don't even have time for that. What does she tell him? And you can look at it. I don't have it word for word. She tells them, no, we're not doing that. I just need money. I just need to give the numbers, to the investors. She didn't intend to rehab that. She intended to flip it after a little cleanup. All right, I want to talk about the gifts that the state talked about in their opening and throughout trial. They made such a fuss about these. They were accessed on Kouri's phone on March 4th, the morning of March 4th. They were tied to the celebration. That's what those were about. If you look at that exhibit, I think it's 3-40, you can see that the orphan gifts were accessed at the same time, down to the second, as a picture of the Midway mansion. So what do we know about these gifts? We know that some photos were stored in a cache on the phone, not connected to any particular text. We know that they were accessed the morning of the 4th. We know that at least one of the pictures, the one of the mansion, was sent by Eric the evening before, which likely means all of these photos were sent prior to the morning of the 4th. These were not about Eric's death. She wasn't celebrating death. These gifts were sent earlier, and she was celebrating closing on that mansion. It just doesn't follow she would kill him for money. She received less from life insurance than she thought she was going to make on that mansion. Josh Grossman told you that she was surprised when she found out about the $1 million life insurance policy from auto insurance. It appears she didn't even know that. And if you take Brooke Carrington's testimony as true, and by the way, she was a good witness. She is a professional, expert witness. First hired by the family, and then paid $200,000 by the state. A prosecution witness sitting right here today behind the prosecution. Very different than the MEs, who are just here to tell you their findings. But anyway, if you accept her testimony, the life insurance wasn't going to fix the problem anyway. Kouri spent that life insurance within a matter of weeks and was still in debt. And you know what you heard on that phone call between Bryce and Chelsea and Kouri? All I want's the home. It's all I want. They can have everything else. They can have the money. I don't care. I just want my house where I've raised my boys. And you know what? Eric was making good money. In 2020, he told Christina Miller, the attorney he went to about talking about a divorce, that he was making, his income that year was over $33,000 a month. Cody Wright testified that they made $500,000 each the last year that Eric was alive. I believe there was testimony that there were other years she made even more. Not sure about that, but I think that was in there. So if this case was about money, Eric was worth so much more to Kouri alive than dead. Opportunity. Well, I guess her opportunity was she was the only one in the house. Who else was in the house, though? Who else had an opportunity to take those pills? Eric. 4 years later, 10,000 searches, over $300,000 worth of expert witnesses, 3 weeks of trial, the FBI, the DEA, Homeland Security, the Summit County Sheriff's Office. They cannot tell you how Eric ingested that fentanyl. They haven't done their job, and now they want you to make inferences based on paper-thin evidence. They speculated on a number of things during closing, and they want to tell you, they want you to do their job for them. Tell them no. Tell them if they're going to charge a person in your community with the most serious crime there is, they better have the facts. They better have the proof. They better have more than speculation and conjecture, because that's their job. It's not your job. All right, I want to talk about the elements. The first one, aggravated murder. Okay, so they have to prove that that Kouri Richins intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Eric Richins. The state has not proven this. They haven't even proven that she obtained fentanyl. They have not proven where the pills ended up or how Eric took them. The state stood up here and argued, well, it really doesn't matter what drug she purchased. As long as it was an illicit street drug, it absolutely matters. Because what did he die of? He died of fentanyl. There was no oxycodone in his system. There was no other drug in his system. They must prove that she purchased and gave him fentanyl. Oh, and let me talk about Becky Lloyd for 1 minute. She said that she had a conversation after a drink or two where Kouri allegedly said, things would be easier. I'd be better off if Eric was dead. But what else did you hear? You heard Becky in a recording tell the officers and investigators, I don't think I could testify to that on the stand. I'm not sure that that's true. But then she testified to it. Maybe they threatened to bring a catch pole for her dog too. One thing I want to point out here, though, is if after looking at all the evidence, you believe that Ms. Richins accidentally obtained fentanyl when she thought she was getting oxycodone, and then Eric took those pills voluntarily and died, that is not intentionally and knowingly. That is not aggravated murder. And if you conclude that, you must find Kouri Richins not guilty. All right, attempted murder. What is the evidence of this? And again, it has to be intentionally or knowingly, and it has the rest of the elements there. She had to take a substantial step. So here's the evidence. Kouri bought an omelet and an egg sandwich at 9 o'clock the morning of February 14th. There was no evidence that she left that sandwich in the truck. To the contrary, there was a conversation with her mother saying, they think I left some sandwich in a truck. That didn't happen. Eric said he wasn't feeling well. He took a nap between 11:30 and 2. He called a couple of friends and sounded upset. He joked a few days later with Kouri and friends that his wife had tried to poison him, that he'd had an allergic reaction and used an EpiPen. Alex Staking told you that, Ollie Staking. She never said that Kouri got defensive. She didn't say that. She said they were all laughing. She said that Eric didn't seem upset or scared. It was a joke. Won't be the first time a spouse ate something and said, oh my God, my wife tried to poison me. But that's it. That's their entire case. He didn't go to the hospital. He didn't do anything that day but take a nap. Eating an egg sandwich, having an allergic reaction to something, and taking a nap. There is no world in which that is attempted murder beyond a reasonable doubt. Oh, they point out that months later in text to Chelsea, her friend, Did she get some details wrong about that day? Maybe because she didn't try to kill him, and in her memory that day really wasn't all that important. She said, I bought him lunch. Well, it was breakfast. Again, they stood here and said, Eric was thinking this, Kouri was thinking this. She was, off with Josh thinking all these things. None of this was evidence, not any of it. None of it is proof. They talked about some IRS calls that she made on those days. No evidence as to what was in those calls. No witnesses from the IRS. Speculation, conjecture, not proof, reasonable doubt. Okay, I'm going to jump quickly. The other 3 counts I'm going to go through quickly, but I'm going to go to count 5, which is the forgery count. Now, remember what we're talking about here. This is one of those life insurance policies that any of us who belong to a credit union get, where you don't have to do anything. You sign here for $100,000 free life insurance. And this was filled out for both Kouri and Eric. Matthew Throckmorton, the handwriting expert, all he could tell you is that Eric probably did not sign the True Stage insurance policy. Probably is reasonable doubt. And he could not tell you that Kouri did sign it. They have not proven that Kouri forged Eric's signature. And there was no evidence either way if Kouri had permission to sign Eric's name on that True Stage life insurance. I mean, let's be serious. It's the rare married couple who doesn't occasionally say, hey, honey, I'm going to sign this for you. Is that okay? But there was no evidence either way. She's not guilty of forgery. All right, jumping to the insurance fraud counts, count 3. Count 3 is directly connected to count 5, because this count alleges that Kouri fraudulently obtained that insurance policy, and the fraud was forging Eric's signature. They said there was a reversed social security number on there, but the fraud's the signature. So if the state hasn't proven to you count 5, it automatically follows they haven't proven count 3, and you must find her guilty, not guilty on count 3. Count 4 says that alleges that Kouri fraudulently collected the True Stage insurance policy. All that means is if she did kill her husband and then represented something different to collect that insurance, that would be fraud. But if you find Kouri Richins not guilty on count 1, you have to find her not guilty on count 4. The state has not proven their case. They don't have the evidence that Kouri Richins killed her husband. So instead, they have tried to show you as much evidence as they possibly can to convince you that she's the sort of person who would. Getting close to the end. I'm sure you would like me to stop talking, but I have to tell you, I'm afraid to stop talking. Because as I stand here right now, Kouri Richins is still cloaked in a presumption of innocence. I don't ever want to walk back to that table. As a defense attorney, that is one of the longest walks a lawyer can make. This entire case is going to flash before my eyes. And all I will be able to think about once I sit down is, what did I miss? What did we miss? What didn't we tell you that you wanted to hear? Did I focus on what you wanted to know? Did we do enough? You're about to go through those doors and into the jury room and start deliberations. Everyone in this courtroom, everyone watching around the world, we all wish we could follow you and listen in. But that room, that jury room is yours. It's sacrosanct. In that room, you get to decide. And when you get in that room and you look at the evidence, if you think that Kouri Richins might have killed her husband, that she likely killed her husband, that she probably killed her husband, you must find her not guilty. Because maybe, probably, likely, very likely, none of these reach that extraordinary burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm going to ask you to do a couple of things when you go into that room. First, you might be tempted to go around the room and take a vote for guilty or not guilty to see where you all stand. We ask that you refrain from this. Instead, we ask, talk to each other about where you see reasonable doubt. Also, if Kathy or Alex or myself did something to offend you during this trial, please hold that against us and not against Kouri. Now, the state's going to get up and talk to you again because they get the last word. And the reason they have that last word is because of that heavy burden. But when you filled out that jury questionnaire, we asked you if you would be comfortable making your voice heard in that jury room. Would you stand by your convictions, by what you believe? And each and every one of you said yes. So here's my final ask of you. When you're deliberating and something comes up that we didn't respond to, will you be courageous? Courageous enough to raise your hand and talk about what our response would be. Raise your hand for Kouri, because you are the last line between an innocent woman and the state. Be courageous. Courage is what this moment demands. The courage to stand between a member of your community and the state and demand that they comply with the Constitution, that they comply with their burden. Do not let them fool you. Do not fall for red herrings. Kouri Richins did not kill Eric Richins. The state did not prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt, and you have the courage to tell them this and find Kouri Richins not guilty.
Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, 15 minutes now will save me 30 minutes later.
Understood. Folks, let's let you stretch your legs.
All right, jury.
Genuinely couldn't tell if you wanted to do something on the record or just needed a break.
No, so just a break to, well,
Collect your thoughts.
collect my thoughts.
We'll be in recess until 2:15. Thank you.
Well, what do you think? I'm trying to be realistic and position myself as a member of the jury and how that would have landed for the jury. Last little Hail Mary, like, don't blame us for being jerks. Some small bit of self-awareness. I think if I was on the jury, that might have sown a little doubt in my mind. I'm trying to think what they said. I feel like the fentanyl thing is, like, was it fentanyl versus was it oxy versus was it propofol, the Michael Jackson stuff or whatever. I feel like all of that is a red herring. Excuse me. Sorry, I've had this cough hanging on for ages. There's an account called PD Questions, and I've listened to a couple of his videos, takes on the Kouri Richins trial, and he is not enamored of Mr. Bloodworth and feels that they should not have put so much focus on proving that that Kouri knew it was fentanyl, because the fact that she was ordering deadly drugs in deadly quantities was literally all they needed to prove. And I kind of agree with him on that. I think that things got kind of messed up and it was very easy to get lost in the weeds. And I do think that the defense deliberately made their cross-examination of Carmen so confusing and long and distracting and stuff that to obfuscate that actual connection with fentanyl. And if they hadn't made that an element, if the prosecution hadn't made that an element of their case, the defense wouldn't have had the opportunity to poke so many holes in it or attempt to, or whatever. They wouldn't have had as much on Carmen. I don't think she came off all that well. Again, like, I feel like Mr. Bloodworth came off a lot better. He came off a lot more measured. I think just that his argument was better presented, that his, learning aids were more professionally done and professionally presented, and that they they presented a strong narrative. I feel like that the defense kind of blew it right from the get-go, where how did she say it? Like their dramatic opening of, in the early morning hours of March 4th, Kouri went off to sleep in her son's bedroom. And like on the face of it, immediately, that's not what happened. Even according to Kouri's story, she did not go off to sleep in Ashton's bed in the early hours of March 4th. She, according to her, apparently went off there straight away at like 9:15 or 9:30 or something. So like right off the bat, their dramatic attempt at the early hours of March 4th was inconsistent with what actually happened. So to me, that's like, it's that same thing of like just being a bad writer, is that when you take your reader out of the story to go, wait a minute, that's not what happened, or wait a minute, how could that be? You lose them, right? And she lost me right from the beginning with that. But the conversations, like the things that were interesting to me, and this I don't know, maybe Sigma, you can probably tell me, because seem like you've got some good info. I can't quite remember your background, but she was saying that the calls to Mexico, or the text to Mexico on the night of March 3rd, that they never got in touch with that guy, and they never got in touch with the other guy, and they never got in touch with these people. Is the defense allowed to go get in touch with those people and investigate on their own? Do you know what I mean? Or are they stuck dealing with the discovery that they get from the state? I am unclear about that, but it seems to me, my feeling when she was saying all that was, well, did you investigate that? Did you look into that? And then when she was making claims about Robert Crozier's, like he was just a professional, he really knew his stuff about the pills. Like, did they investigate whether what he said on the tape, whether any of that was actually true, whether his claims that pale blues were this and dark blues were this or whatever? So again, like to me, those are the things that stuck out to me, the things that they were saying. Oh, the prosecution didn't investigate this, they didn't investigate that, but then they're making claims that they didn't actually investigate either, right? Right, inner psychic, right? Like, couldn't they go interview those people and then come back and say, well, this is what the conversation they were having? And then I think that what they were trying to imply with that was that Eric was, securing his connection of fentanyl, of Mexican fentanyl, by text that night. But excuse me, that doesn't follow for me if he had just procured a whole bunch of fentanyl from Carmen. You know what I mean? Like, it seems more likely that he was working on setting up his trip to Mexico, his hunting trip. Yeah, and then like other things that are, again, the jury doesn't know, right? But like on Saturday night, we read through the transcript of a conversation between Kouri and her brother when she's in prison after the walk the dog letter is found and she gets disciplined. And her whole thing throughout that whole conversation is that the walk the dog letter was part of a larger 65-page novel that she was writing, and that they had cherry picked it to to just those 6 pages or whatever, to make it look like that was a letter she was writing to her mother. And yet in the case right here, she's like admitting that this is a letter that she was writing to her mother, and they're trying to sell it as not as what it very obviously is, which is Kouri trying to get her brother to manufacture evidence. But they're trying to sell it as some kind of truth, and did that the prosecution failed to investigate. Now, I know that the jury doesn't have that information, but it does to me just speak to the fact that that they're creating a narrative. And I mean, of course, that's what the prosecution is doing too, and that's kind of the name of the game or whatever. But I think that the defense, personally, to me, I feel like they behaved badly enough in the courtroom that some of the benefit of the doubt that you would extend to them they may not get from the jury. So yes, I want to see what other people are saying here. Yes, I don't feel, and again, I don't feel that her demeanor was great. I don't feel that like the angry shouting, pounding the podium thing was very effective, and I don't feel her thing at the end about it's every defense lawyer's the long walk back to the defense table. Did we do enough? Did we whatever? To me, that came off as like, we know that we have no case, and it's extremely nerve-wracking to be in this position of hoping against hope that you guys bought our shtick, right? I just feel I don't know. I think that I can't remember now. I should have been writing it down. I can't remember. There was a couple of things they said that were like that might catch a juror or two, in terms of the things like the looking like the email, or not the email, but the Google searches, right? Searching prison. Like, yeah, it actually does make sense that she might, finding out that he died of a fentanyl overdose, it might make her fear that, that she's a suspect, and now she, that's why she's looking those things up. But you would have to divorce all of that from like, yeah, but what happened to the drugs that she bought? Where are they? Right? Where is this? Like, where? Why were you buying these drugs? Where did they end up if not inside of Eric? Like, where? None of that makes any sense, right? So to me, it was just like a couple of things kind of in isolation, but then when you put them with everything else, it doesn't make sense. And again, like, she tried to say, pardon me, she tried to say that that Kouri didn't have a responsibility to put Chelsea's money down that day, just because, as long as she put it down on the house at the time or whatever. But in my memory, the text messages and communication between Chelsea and Kouri on the day that Chelsea handed over the money was Kouri being like, yeah, it's now, like, you got to do it now, we need it now, like, it's coming up, this is the deadline, here we go, woohoo, this is the big day, or whatever. Like, she was really selling it like, I need this money now, and I need to put it down now if we're going to secure this mortgage or whatever. That was very much the impression I had. So trying to then, skate out the back door with, well, I had no obligation to spend that money on that mortgage on that day, I just don't think that flies. It certainly doesn't fly for me. And maybe we have no way of knowing, but maybe if she hadn't been arrested, everything would have come out all right in the water, or in the end in the wash. But it still just is evidence to me that for Kouri, the ends justify the means. And so that you can make a logical inference from that that murdering Eric was just one of the means to her end, right? I think that's a fair inference to make. So I think they may have sowed a little doubt in a couple of little areas, but I don't think overall that they really put a dent in the evidence of what kind of a person she is. And I think that's super relevant to show how transactional she is, right? And to show how desperate she was to protect her image, and how far she was willing to go to do it. So, yeah, all in all, I don't think that they really Well, maybe they earned their pay. I have no idea how much they get paid, but I don't think that they came off well. I don't think she argued very well, and I don't think that I don't think that the jury's going to buy it. I mean, fingers crossed, right? Yeah, the 911 call, right? I mean, even right, and that's literally the first bit of evidence. One of the things that I really thought was great, the point that Bloodworth made, was the when he was talking about the orange notebook, where she's writing down the events of the night, what happened, and she starts with the Moscow Mule. I thought that was a brilliant observation and one that absolutely completely escaped me. But when Kouri is writing down what she sees as the important events of the evening, she doesn't start with finding Eric cold. She finds with the drink that he had before he went to sleep forever. So I think that kind of stuff probably landed really well with the jury, because I think that they probably didn't think about that either, right? I found that really impactful, and it was a lot more impactful than anything that the defense said here. Oh, here we go, look. So we're going to hear from Mr. Bloodworth again. Yeah, so what do we think? Maybe I should do a poll. What is Sigma says? The state was frustrated in the first case regarding the crimes committed against me as a civilian, and while investigating the case on my own, I managed to make connections that were useful. Yeah, I mean, that seems very reasonable. Yeah, that 911 call was just insanely damning. The timer, the 6 minutes, the 5 minutes and 56 seconds that elapsed between the 911 operator saying do CPR and her actually pretending to start doing it. I can't recall, because I'm maybe conflating things, but I feel like, wasn't there evidence that she kind of hadn't been doing CPR because, or I'm thinking of Sarah Boone maybe, right? Where Sarah claimed that she had been doing CPR, but then when she actually started doing it and he gurgled, she freaked out, which would have already happened if she had already been doing the CPR. I feel like there was something like that in this one. Was she more convincing? I'm not sure, Gabby, but yeah, I think that 911 call was extremely damning. The 6 minute timer was very good. Like, that's what I mean about maybe the prosecution has more money or they're just better at their jobs, but I feel like everything to do with their argument was better and more professional and more impactful, right? The get out of jail free card was literally the stupidest thing I've seen in a court. Like, what is that even supposed to, like, presumably you're trying to evoke some kind of a response from your audience when you're using visual aids, right? Like, what are you trying to evoke with a photograph of a Monopoly get out of jail free card? Like, what is the expected response from that, right? Are you supposed to be like, is that like a zeitgeist moment where we all have a little moment of nostalgia together about our childhoods, or what? Like, I honestly have no idea what effect that they thought that they had there, and that leads me to think that they're just not very deep thinkers. Because to me, it was not only not effective, it was, again, like, it was so stupid that it dragged me away from the narrative that they were trying to sell, right? And that's, like, again, that's the cardinal mistake of the writer, right? Is to have your audience suddenly become aware of your clumsy writing instead of being caught up in the story. So yeah, all in all, I didn't think it was very professional or very effective. What is happening over here? Oh yeah, she said it twice in quick succession. I can't move it. It's too heavy. Something like that. Yeah. Yeah, it's dead weight. Yeah, very telling. All the things, right? It's typical of these types of people who are not aware of how they come across, and they think that they can snow law enforcement for over just snowing their family.
Please have a seat as you come in. Please have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Next, guys. Parlor tricks are not legal standards. Legal standards are what matter. Let's review a couple of the important ones. You'll have them in your instructions when you go back to deliberate. Reasonable doubt. I come back to this one again and again. Evidence usually consists of testimony and exhibits presented at trial. What the lawyers say is not evidence. I've come back to this slide in rebuttal precisely because of defense's closing. There is a reason the state provided you in its slides with a cite to every single piece of evidence it argued. We told you what transcript page and line number. We told you what exhibit number. Because what the attorneys say doesn't matter. The evidence is what matters. And there's a reason defense counsel didn't cite you to the evidence. Next slide, Scott. A lot of the evidence is circumstantial. It is. People do not video themselves poisoning their spouse. But circumstantial evidence is just as good as direct evidence. You can use circumstantial evidence to conclude facts just as you can use direct evidence. The instruction gives the example of it is wet outside and people are closing up their umbrellas. That makes sense. Let me put it to you a different way. Does everybody know what happened here? Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber. The state didn't. Hold on, let me check something. Go back one. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not the state. Go ahead, Scott. Thanks. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber because she was the drug dealer she knew. The state granted Carmen Lauber immunity because it cares more about a murder case than a drug deal. That should surprise nobody. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber in part because she had control over her. She could help her out. She employed her to some measure. She could help her out. A little quid pro quo. You give me some drugs, I can help you out with your drug court. Kouri Richins chose Carmen Lauber, not me. Her testimony is corroborated. If you only believe Carmen Lauber's testimony that is corroborated, that is plenty of proof to convict. She was only at that Maverick in Draper 3 times. That's what the digital evidence shows. Each of the 3 times she was there, so was Robert Crozier. And those were the only 3 times he was there. Their testimony corroborates each other in the relevant manner. It corroborates that they met, that he sold her drugs, illicit street drugs, that it had fentanyl. Blues had fentanyl. Corroborates that they weren't prescription drugs. He got them from a plug, not a pharmacy. They were packaged in a little clear baggie, not a prescription bottle. All the testimony of Carmen Lauber and Robert Crozier that matters corroborates each other.
So with these transactions, when Carmen
Go ahead, we've seen this one again. Crozier was at the gas station 3 times. Carmen Lauber was there every time. The March drug deal. Timing of this is very interesting. Shortly after Eric's death, Carmen Lauber spoke with Kouri Richins and asked, "Please tell me these pills were not for him." Of course she denied it. No. But then, a few days later, she asked for more pills. It's curious as to why. Perhaps to cover up that the pills were indeed for Eric. If I ask for more, she'll know they weren't for Eric. It's also interesting that she said she needed something to get her mind. What? I don't know. Maybe she wanted the pills for herself. This suggests she wanted the pills for herself to calm her mind, which tells you she knows that a pill that she buys from Carmen Lauber is not bad. It's a whole bunch of pills that kill. Consciousness of guilt is evidence of guilt. Kouri had a guilty conscience. She couldn't talk to her father that night, not because she was overcome by grief, because she could not face the man whose son she had just murdered. We're going to play these clips right here now. This is when Kouri Richins is asked whether she's going to tell her children, whether she's going to talk to her children. Notice Kouri Richins' reaction in the moment. To this will be Katie Richins' reaction in the moment. Go ahead, Sky.
Where are your children now?
Asleep in that room, 2 are awake with their ear to the door. I don't want them to come out. Please don't make them come out.
We don't know. We went to bed.
Hey, Clint's here. He's gonna help. Where are my boys?
The kids are in there.
This is worse, my brother.
He's in this room.
No. Baby.
Kouri, is there a way we could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her now. What? Wait, come on.
Kouri Richins walks away.
Mom, come on. Mom.
Katie then takes the boys upstairs. In moments of tragedy and profound sorrow, you not only comfort your children, they comfort you. Kouri Richins hides her face because she doesn't know how to react because she is not grieving. She doesn't want to see other people see her non-reaction. She's not grieving because she feels no grief. She just murdered Eric. You heard Deputy Wynn testify. She wasn't crying. Deputy Wynn's body camera did catch a moment of surprise. That's the moment he informed her that Deputy Wynn, was sending Eric's body for an autopsy. That's her surprise. She didn't tell anybody that night that Eric used fentanyl because she thought she would get away with it. She didn't think anybody would find out that Eric used fentanyl. And the minute Deputy Wynn said, "We're sending his body for an autopsy," that's her reaction. The 2016 empty hydrocodone bottle is immaterial. Eric had no hydrocodone in his toxicology results. The only other hydrocodone reference in the entire body of evidence before you is that investigators recovered on the first search warrant a bag, like a Ziploc type bag, full of hydrocodone pills in the laundry room and the mudroom of the house. Perhaps Kouri Richins removed them from that bottle and staged the crime scene. This is also inconsistent with the notion, having those hydrocodone bottles in the house, pills in the house, is inconsistent with the notion that Eric had a secret drug habit and was going to the street for illicit pain pills, and there's a baggie of hydrocodone in the house. Okay, there is no good reason these images were accessed the same exact minute that deputies departed the house the morning that Eric died. None. And there is, by the way, despite what defense counsel just told you, there is no evidence that Eric Richins sent these images. He sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before that was accessed at the same time as these images. Sorry, he sent an image of the Midway Mansion the night before, but it was not the image that was accessed at the same time. The image that was accessed at the same time is the distance full view of the Midway Mansion, which makes sense in this context, not the image that Eric sent of the pile of rocks in front of the Midway Mansion. Details matter. We don't know who sent these images, but we do know that they were accessed on Kouri's phone at 8:29, the exact minute that deputies signed the log out of the house, and that whoever accessed them turned the phone this way to view them better. They also viewed the distant image of the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating the Midway Mansion. Maybe she was celebrating Eric's death. Either way, there's no good reason these images were accessed at 8:29. Kouri Richins minimized how Eric died because she needed to cover up her involvement in Eric's death. The worst minimization was the one to his father. After speaking on March 17th with the medical examiner's office, Kouri Richins told Eric's father, knowing this was not true, that Eric Richins died in part of COVID and in part of the same lung fungus that Jean's wife, Linda, died of. That is not only covering up her involvement, that is cruel. She covered up with the medical examiner. She pretended she didn't know what quetiapine was, even though she was prescribed it. She pretended she didn't know what acetaminophen was, even though it's Tylenol. And there is probably not a mother in the United States that does not know what Tylenol is. She pretended she didn't understand the word illicit. She has a master's degree. In feigning ignorance with Dr. Christensen, she was fishing for information to craft her defense. She was asking, was it injected? Did he eat it? She wanted to know what the medical examiners knew so that she could craft around it. She was really worried about the amount of alcohol. On April the 13th, Detective Woody told Kouri Richins that Eric died of fentanyl intoxication. Right after that, she tells Josh, oh, it was just a trace. Chelsea, it was just a trace. It was his lungs that were shot to shit. She is minimizing, deflecting, covering up. She is distancing herself from her murder. Manner of death on the death certificate is immaterial. It's a box we check. It's used for statistical purposes. They turn the information over to the Bureau of Vital Statistics. It's immaterial for this case. You determine the manner of death. It's murder, aggravated murder. Perhaps in a perfect world, the medical examiner would amend the death certificate, but you heard Dr. Ulmer. She signed it on June the 6th, 2022, when the investigation was really in its infancy. And she had one foot out the door. It was her best solution to finish her report before she retired. It is what it is. Bureaucrats. Eric did not ingest the THC gummy laced with fentanyl. When asked if she ate one that night by Deputy Wynn, it didn't seem like he did. Toxicology, there was no measurable THC in the toxicology analysis of Eric's blood or gastric. The THC that they collected on the April 13th, 2022 search warrant, right, the first search warrant, it was found in the cabinet above the toilet in the master bathroom. Wasn't there the night before. You heard Deputy David Pimentel talk about how he searched it. You could see his search on the body cam. It wasn't there. It was put there after Eric died. That's where most of the gummies were. There was also a package in the kitchen, which was never searched the night he died. But all the gummies were sent to the lab for testing. In fact, the gummies, lots of stuff was sent to the lab for testing. None of it confirmed any fentanyl. Brian Holden, he was a state crime lab tech that testified. Detective Haskell works the streets of Salt Lake City, drugs his whole career. Never seen fentanyl-laced marijuana. That's a that's cover-up. That's misdirection. Kouri Richins' plan, if it was a plan, to make money on the Midway Mansion is not tethered to reality. Across her portfolio, she lost money, and she lost money on nearly every individual project. She even admitted, it's out of my league, but the margins are so insane that I had to pick it up and then figure it out. Ha, 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 help. That's ha, ha, ha with $3.2 million of other people's money. She is intensely ambitious. Her plan was not tethered to reality because she could not, with more money than she could even imagine, overcome the Corps of Engineers holds on this property. Not going to happen. She asked Eric Richins for input on how much it would cost to rehab the house. That's the text string right there. Read the whole thing. You'll see that she sold the Midway Mansion to him, not as a project they were doing, but as just a sale that she was brokering.
Okay, ready? Okay, I'm getting all freaked.
Cheers, boys.
Yep, come back in the corner with us. There we go.
Richard.
Yep.
Richard.
Look, Chachi said wrong.
Oh. You're an Afghanistan warrior.
You are an Afghanistan warrior.
People grieve differently. There's no ancient artwork of that photograph. This book provides kind of three pieces of insight into Kouri Richins. The first is she wrote it, had it written, and published it in early 2023 when she knew that investigators were investigating her for the murder of Eric Richins. She promoted it. Her mother sent a book to investigators, all to deflect attention away from Kouri Richins. She also wrote it to make money. You see the emails, they're in evidence. She thought she would sell 100,000 copies in 10 months at $5 profit a copy. That is not tethered to reality. But it does provide insight in how desperate she was for money. That she would trade. She would trade on her sons and the death of her father to make money. The final things it tells you about Kouri Richins is that she wanted, as part of her facade, as part of her appearance of success, privilege, and affluence, she wanted to be an author. But she didn't write it. And you can see from her writings and text messages, Orange Notebook, the notes, the Walk the Dog letter, not only did she not write it, she's not a good writer. But she wanted to appear as one. The appearance was what was important to her. In defense's closing, when you strip out rhetoric that could be argued at any closing, any time, anywhere on any case. When you strip that out of defense's closing and you hone in on substance, the entire substance of the defense's argument is based around trying to explain the walk the dog letter. Kouri Richins is saddled with this letter and needed to craft the defense around this letter. It's obvious that the letter was written to get her brother to testify to a narrative that would explain everything. Let's unpack the letter in about 15 or so sentences, not with what Kouri Richins wrote, but with what the evidence shows. It's a translation from what Kouri Richins wrote to what the evidence shows. First part, here's what I'm thinking, but you have to talk to Ronnie. He would potentially have to testify to this, but it's super short. What the evidence shows is this says, I'm thinking that if you tell Ronnie to testify to what I'm about to write, it will explain everything and I will not get convicted. Ronnie will need to tell this to my lawyer because I just made it up and it will have to come from him. Never mind that I was arrested 4 months ago. I need an excuse for Ronnie and Eric to be hanging out. Never mind that football season ended a month earlier. I need to explain the fentanyl, and fentanyl must be everywhere in Mexico. Never mind that Eric would have to fly with the fentanyl, and I later say that Eric would not fly with drugs for fear of getting caught. Never mind that I know this story despite Ronnie never telling me. I need to explain why everyone will testify that Eric never used drugs. This kind of happened once with THC gummies on a trip to Hawaii. Hopefully this is enough to corroborate my entire walk the dog story. I need to distance myself from fentanyl. These are my made up words, but Ronnie can make up his own words. If Ronnie does not say these things, I'm convicted. I need to explain why investigators never found a trace of fentanyl in my home. Never mind that it doesn't make sense that Eric hid the fentanyl after asking me to buy it. Don't get caught passing this made-up story along to Ronnie. That would be horrible. Tell Ronnie to keep the story short so that he does not mess it up. Since his conversation with Eric never happened, tell him that it was only 2 minutes long. Ronnie needs to do this so that I do not get convicted. I can then extract revenge on Eric's sisters. Remember, I just made this story up, so my lawyer does not know it yet. All the evidence in this case proves that Kouri Richins murdered her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins. There is no other rational explanation for the evidence. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins clings to the facade that has enabled her to get away with so much for so long. And despite all the evidence, Kouri Richins doubles down and blames Eric. She is intensely ambitious. See through her facade, check her ambition. Do not let her get away with murder.
All right. Next step. Brittany, if you would please swear in the bailiffs that will watch over the jury during deliberations.
Y'all raise your right hand. Do you affirm that you will take charge of this jury and take them to some private and convenient place where they may deliberate upon their verdict, allowing no one to speak to them nor to do so yourself unless so ordered by the court, and to return them to the court when they have reached a verdict or when so ordered, subject to the pains and penalties of perjury? Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a few additional instructions. If you want to read along, you can fast forward to instruction number 46. Four-person selection and duties. Among the first thing you should do when you go to the jury room to deliberate is to appoint someone to serve as the jury foreperson. The foreperson should not dominate the jury's discussion, but rather should facilitate the discussion of the evidence and make sure that all members of the jury get the chance to speak. The foreperson's opinions should be given the same weight as those of other members of the jury. Once the jury has reached a verdict, the foreperson is responsible for filling out and signing the verdict form on behalf of the entire jury. In the jury room, you will receive a verdict form. Please read the instructions on the form carefully. The verdict form is separated into several sections, one section for each count charged. Each count has separate instructions. When rendering your verdicts, you need to make sure only one verdict for each count is marked. You may be asked additional questions about the basis of your verdicts. Remember, any response you give on the verdict form must be unanimous. Regarding jury questions during deliberations, these instructions should contain all the information you need to decide this case based upon the evidence. However, if you have a question or need clarification during deliberations, please write a note and give it to the bailiff. I will review it with the lawyers. We will answer your question as appropriate. This brings us to one of the more difficult parts of the trial for me personally. A jury in the state of Utah is 8 jurors, and there are 12 of you. We intentionally impanel alternate jurors to ensure against the unforeseen because things happen. Jurors fall ill, they suffer a personal or family tragedy during the length of the trial. Sometimes they simply don't follow my instructions and they get exposed to information that it's not appropriate for them to have. Because we can't see around every corner, we impanel alternate jurors to ensure that an emergency or other unexpected circumstance does not cause a mistrial. We simply can't try a multi-week trial without the help of alternate jurors. And for these reasons, the service and sacrifice of alternate jurors is just as valuable and just as deserving of respect as the remaining jurors. Moreover, the service of alternate jurors does not end when they leave the courthouse today. Rather, the alternate jurors are still subject to all of the court's instructions and restrictions, because if an emergency arises during deliberations, one or more of the alternate jurors may be called back to join deliberations at that point. We could not have expected that all of you would be so hearty and so diligent in following the court's instructions, and so we impaneled 4 alternate jurors. The alternate jurors in this case are jurors 9, 10, 11, and 12. If jurors 9 through 12 would please stand. An important instruction. This case isn't over. You're still impaneled. Please do not talk about the case. Please do not let anyone else talk about it to you. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about this case. And do not do any research of any kind about it until I call you personally to let you know that all of these admonitions are lifted. Thank you for your ongoing service in this case. Please rise for the alternate jurors. Greg, I can't see who's over there. Yeah, Greg, if you would let them out. I have a couple of extra instructions for the remaining. Thank you. Okay, please have a seat, folks. Members of the jury, as you deliberate, you may have questions. If you do, please remember, you can write a note, give it to the bailiff. I'll review it with the lawyers, and we'll answer your questions as appropriate. Please remember, though, that the bailiff cannot answer any trial questions for you. Just as you have not been allowed to research or investigate matters on your own during the trial, you may not use any outside source to research or investigate any matter as you deliberate. No online dictionaries, no online maps, nothing outside the evidence presented in this case. We will provide for you in the deliberation room the exhibits. You may take your notes with you. You may take your copy of the jury instructions with you. We'll provide a copy of the verdict form. This case is now submitted to you for deliberation and determination of your verdict. Please rise for the jury. Folks, have a seat. Thank you. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything else on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Sherbinet?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Let's make sure Brittany has your contact information. Regarding scheduling, my normal practice would be to check in with the jury around 4:30 and just ask them what they would like to do regarding continue working into the evening or retire for the day and come back tomorrow morning. Any objection, Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lewis?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. I need one member of your respective teams at least to begin confirming with Brittany after we go off the record that we have consensus regarding the exhibits that have been admitted and will be going back into the jury room. If any disagreement comes up, let me know. We can handle it on the record. Ms. Nestor, anything further at this time?
Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court will be in recess. Thank you for your patience.
Well, well, I can't believe we're here now. All of a sudden, it feels like it happened very quickly. Yeah, I was saying what a slap in the face it would be to be suddenly told, like, okay, thanks, see ya. For me, it would be because I would like to be on a jury. At least I think I would. And also because, like, you still don't get to talk about it. Like, you've waited all this time to talk about it, and you're still not allowed to talk about it. And you're never going to be allowed to talk about it with the other jurors unless, you all get together and beat up outside. So that would be a big disappointment for me. But other people have. Little Whiskers is saying they may be upset or they could also be relieved. It can't be easy deliberating a homicide trial. And yeah, it's a big responsibility. And certainly, that's why I was saying I've always wanted to be on a jury, but maybe, maybe I wouldn't want to be. Maybe when the time came, I wouldn't want to be on the hook for deciding the fate of someone. I mean, maybe it would have to be a little bit more of a close call than this one. But yeah, I can certainly see that. And then Cappy says, I wasn't selected, but I was called for a homicide case, and even the selection questions were tough and made me anxious. Yeah, I can absolutely see that. I certainly, if you feel responsible for getting things right, not everybody has that strong a feeling of responsibility about that. But yeah, certainly if you feel that way, it could be very anxiety inducing, that you would want to feel like you'd made the right decision. I thought so too, Little Whiskers, because of the, I think it was Kathy who asked in her abrasive manner on Friday, I think or Thursday, whatever day it was. I think she was the one who asked for no limits. So I was expecting that their closing argument would go on longer than it did. And Malayla says, these days I wouldn't want to be on a jury because of how crooked people are. Yeah, I mean, it might be a really frustrating experience. Maybe you would end up being the one person or, in the minority and feeling really strongly about stuff and having to deal with people that you didn't think were doing the job, approaching the job with integrity or whatever. Yeah, I can see it. It's just strangers, right? In this case, it would be 7 strangers, but a lot of the time it's 11 strangers you're in there with. Also, the death penalty. I don't think I would want to be on a death penalty case. I think I would get kicked off of a death penalty case. I would never make it because I'm anti-death penalty. So I don't think I would, they would never put me on a jury. So, but if for some reason I ended up on a death penalty case, I feel like the responsibility would be enormous. You don't want to be labeled as a crime tourist. That's sad, Jules. See what Lauren has done. Just the endless victimization of people. So yeah, what do people think? Is she going to be out there chasing down the prosecution and the defense and the jurors and all that, trying to get her exclusive interviews? I mean, I feel like the thing that has happened with Lauren is that she has stuck her toe in the water to see what the temperature is. And, nobody is stalking her or abusing her like she claimed they were. So, of course, she's getting away with it. So I think she's just going to carry on business as usual. That's my impression. There you go, Cappy. Yeah, same, right? You get kicked off for saying, yeah, I would have to be honest too, right? I certainly wouldn't want to, if it was death penalty, we don't have death penalty in Canada, so I don't ever have to worry about that. So yeah, I'm not concerned about that, but I couldn't do it. I wouldn't want to do it. Oh God, you guys probably can't hear it yet, but the demolition of the building behind me is starting to take place. So the noise is going to be ramping up over the next few weeks. I have been given some fairly good news about that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, the building sort of kitty corner from me across the lane is at this moment being torn down, and they're going to be building kind of a high rise there, and it's going to disrupt my life enormously. And it's like, it's been building up for the last few weeks. They've been doing the less invasively loud stuff, pulling out all the appliances and making sure that all the wires and the metal and the gas is shut off and all that sort of stuff has been taken care of. And now is coming the actual demolition. So I'm dreading it. But the good news I did receive from my landlady about it is A, she's going to let me use a room in her house to make videos if I need to, because it's too loud in here. And B, she received a note from I don't know if it's from the city bylaw people or from the construction, whoever's got the contract over there, but they sent around a notice to all the neighborhoods saying that they will be finishing work at 3:30 p.m. So legally they are allowed to work till 7. So the fact that they will be finishing at 3:30 is extremely generous. So I am heartened by that. Do her cult gems think that Kouri's innocent? Is that what's happening over there? Is this verified? Do we have evidence of this? Is this another Dr. John got it wrong situation? Yeah, my landlady's good. She's in her 90s. She's a retired university professor. She came to Canada with her family from Eastern Europe as refugees from the war. She is of Jewish heritage. And she is, she's published several books, and she's currently writing another book. And she literally, no word of a lie, she does charity work that involves like going and doing walkathons. And I'm not kidding. She's like 91 years old. And she's like part of all these various kind of think tanks, and she's always got people coming over, and she's writing a memoir, and she's writing a book about how the current, what's happening in the current moment, how it mirrors what was happening in the rise of fascism in Europe in the 30s. Yeah, so she's a real character. And we get on very well, and she doesn't want me to move away. So she's got a big house. Her kids are grown, So offering me the use of one of her rooms to make videos is a good compromise for both of us. Yeah, Canada is also, taking, well, I mean, we do it anyway, but I guess are starting to be applications from the US for LGBTQ folk who are fleeing persecution. And certainly trans people have a lot to fear from the current administration. So
we're back on the record in 231-500-139. Mr. Bloodworth and Ms. Shervinack are in the courtroom. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, and Mr. Ramos are in the courtroom with defendant Kouri Richins. As the 8 jurors were walking out and making their way, to the jury room, juror number 2 pulled Deputy Zag aside and handed him this note. And as she was handing it to him, said, "I thought we were supposed to receive a factual stipulation before we got the case," or words to that effect. And the note says, "Factual stipulation, ? How would you like to respond, if at all?
Yeah, it was an exhibit.
When you were going to
865 is the exhibit.
It's regarding, I believe, the Burmester stipulation of fact that we had introduced to Your Honor.
But not read.
Yeah.
May I direct them to it by number?
Yes.
I think that might be best.
Can we have a consensus about what the number is?
-65.
Can we confirm? We'll look at it together. Katie, are you able to pull it up?
It would be 8-65.
If you would mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
Oh, sure. I don't know if I have a digital copy of that. I think it was.
Scott, if you wouldn't mind plugging in, we'll look at it together.
Yes, Your Honor, I think I'm getting there.
We did provide Your Honor with a hard copy.
And we marked it with a sticker.
Yeah, it marked it there, so that might.
Whatever that's worth.
It should be on the screen now, Your Honor.
Yeah. Let's see. It's among the things we're sending back. Yes, Brittany?
Yes.
Okay, so I will just do my usual question, factual stipulation, question mark, answer. Please see States Exhibit 8-65. Any objection, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No objection. I had another question. Just in the event they want to view a physical piece of evidence.
Like the gummies?
Yeah, any of it. A phone. I don't know.
Yeah.
Miss Gibson has custody and control of them. She knows that we may need to alert her.
Okay.
If they need it. So
Got it.
if that's a question that comes up, we would just have to get to Chelsea and she can bring it over.
We'll keep you posted. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor, Mr. Ramos, any objection?
No.
Okay, that's what we'll do. Now, I'm about to go off the record, but I need a lawyer from each side to stay with the Scott and Katie of your respective sides and reach consensus with Brittany about what's going into the jury room before you leave the courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Even if the lawyer doesn't do any talking, I just need you to stick around. Thank you. Very good. We're off the record. Thank you.
Oh, hello, Whiskers. What? Yesterday? What? Who said what? What? A comment on the Sarah Boone one? Like in the actual comments or in the chat? I haven't really looked at anything today since this has been on. This is all I've looked at. Sigma. My maternal grandmother was a Canadian citizen off and on over the years. My mother and one of her brothers have looked into becoming dual citizens as well as maternal grandchildren. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad country to be a citizen of. Absolutely. Hello, Judge. Where were we? What were we saying? In the comments. Okay, let me go see if I can find that. This is about Lauren we're talking about, right? So I guess that doesn't surprise me. I think for one thing that those guys want to be the ones who have an edge, right? So they want to be maybe that like going against the grain of what everybody else is thinking makes them feel like they're special or something. I don't know. I am having listened to Dr. John. I stopped listening to them, a while before this whole thing blew up about them. But having listened to the way that he twisted facts to make them. Oh, who? What? Now I'm lost. Little Whiskers. Can you start over and tell me what you're talking about? Because I'm lost. I've lost the track somewhere. Yeah, just having listened to the way that John is willing to twist facts to try to make them fit the narrative that he wants to get across, I am not interested in hearing what Lauren Matthias or Dr. John Matthias or anyone over at Hidden True Crime has to say about this, because they have proven themselves to be unreliable. Sigma, does the community passport still exist for Canadian citizens relative to entry into Great Britain? Well, I have a UK passport because my father was born in the UK. And as far as I am understanding, those I'm not sure. I'm like, it's still, if you're I think it might be that both your parents have to be now, like they might have changed the laws somewhat, but yes, there's still certainly that very nice relationship between the motherland and the colonies, that we are still all part of the British Empire. So, but it doesn't work both ways, right? Depending on your birth and like your parents' birth, you might automatically get a British passport, but it doesn't work the other way, that British people automatically get Canadian passports. Although, we certainly are amenable to a lot of immigration from the British Isles. There are a lot of British people around. They're kind of everywhere. My doctor's British, They're commonly lying around on the ground over here in Canada. Lots of British people. In Vancouver, we have lots and lots of Asians and South Asians. Like really big communities of Chinese and Vietnamese and lots of South Asians. Huge communities, which means we have all kinds of amazing food and places to eat. And there's just it's a pretty diverse community in Vancouver, which it wasn't always. It has changed since the 80s when Canada opened up immigration. Anyway, we're not here really to talk about that. Do people want to hear the rest of the private eye thing, or what are we doing? Like, I'm kind of new at this. This is the first time I've ever streamed a trial, and certainly I don't. So am I just like here until the end of the day? Because I can be, but I just need to find things to entertain us if that's the case. Because I don't want to be not here if they suddenly come to a verdict. And what time is it? So it's 3:15 there. So he said he would check in on them at 4:30 and see what they want to do. So maybe they're going to be close to a verdict and want to stay. We're talking about the hidden true crime again here? You want out of the States? Yeah. I mean, Canada's, it's a pretty nice thing we got going over here in Canada. I mean, we're so much like the States in many ways as to be indistinguishable, but there's a big difference between, like, there's just like a much smaller population here. And I mean, I know that's not necessarily going to make a big difference if you live in a city kind of, but I think it does, right? There are a lot of wide open spaces here. And there's less that. I'm amazed at the size of so many of the states being so small, and yet having like all the states having different constitutions and all that. Like, it's the same here, but we're small. It's smaller, right? There's only 10 provinces. And there's definitely a different feel here. And one of the big things that Canadians identify as is not American. So there's definitely cultural differences, although, it's like going to England. Everything's the same, but just a little bit different, although more so with Canada and the States, right? We share a lot of popular culture. So what do people want to do? Sarnia, that's a nice area. Ontario's nice. All of Canada is nice, really. Yeah, the verdict, there's the verdict clock up there, if you can see. They have been deliberating for 19 minutes now. So the judge has said, Leila, that they want to check in with the jury at 4:30. So it's 3:20 now in Utah. So they're going to check in on them in an hour and a bit and see what's going on, if they're close to a verdict or if they want to go home and come back tomorrow or what. So I assume that I can understand. I think it must be really difficult being an American right now. I can't imagine. Like, I am so affected by like my state of mind is profoundly affected by what's going on in the States right now, and that's not my country. I can only imagine how much worse it is for, you know, thoughtful people living there and having to accept the reality of what's going on and the absolute wanton destruction of so many years, of decades, centuries, you know, of law and order and traditions and all the rest of it. I mean, it's some of the stuff. I don't know how many of you follow any of the politics regularly. It's not easy to do, and I find that I'm less and less. I want to hear about it less and less because it's just so. Every time I go on Blue Sky, I'm enraged within a couple of minutes at whatever the latest thing is, you know. And listening to the interviews of these Doge bros, these like 20-year-old dude bro, tech bro pals of Elon that went in and absolutely tore US aid apart without even being able to define DEI is just so maddening to watch. That it's just, I mean, I think that's part of the reason why so many of us are interested in true crime, is because we get to see people facing the music for what they've done. And yet what's going on currently, it just seems to be everybody's just doing the most horrific crimes with absolute impunity. And it's, for me, it's so demoralizing, and it makes it feel like there's just this horrible mountain to climb in terms of ever seeing daylight again after all of this. I do try not to be a doom scroller and a doomer, and to not fall into the trap of, you know, there's no point in resisting because they just win every time anyway. But man, it is it is difficult to watch, like the thing that's going on with the Iran war and the murder of all those school children, and then turning around and trying to blame the Iranians and saying that they did it to themselves, and the complete lack of awareness of what was going to happen in the Strait of Hormuz and how the entire global economy was going to be shut down, and how, you know, that's the reason why, you know, maximum lethality is not the best way to approach situations in the Middle East. And that, you know, just the wanton destruction of everything that is so delicately balanced to kind of, I don't know. I mean, it's not like I'm in favor of the system that's been developed all these many hundreds of years by all the colonial nations that went on a great smash and grab around the planet, and now think that that makes them entitled to smash and grab the rest of the planet. It's just so, it goes against everything that I learned, you know, coming up through school and reading, you know, for instance, reading like The Once and Future King, the T.H. White novel, that the first chapter of which is The Sword in the Stone, that became the Disney animated movie, about the Arthurian legend, you know, and all of the lessons that Arthur learns at Merlin's knee, and one of the first being that might isn't right, you know, and that's how he ends up becoming this sort of philosopher king who is able to unite all of Britain under this banner of, you know, the rule of law kind of thing. Like, I was weaned on that shit, and then to come out into the world and find that that was all a lie in some ways, you know, I don't want to put that at the feet of T.H. White, that it was a lie. You know, at the end of the novel, it's a stalemate, and things are not looking good for the future. But, you know, to have all those ideals and then to face the world and realize that, you know, the people that are in charge and the elites generally don't have those same ideals, and that we have made ourselves beholden to the capitalist system that counts profits before people by its very nature, and so that there's no other way for things to turn out than the way that they're turning out, where might is right because the bottom line is more important than anything else. I find it extremely demoralizing and hard to carry on in the face of all that. But on the other hand, what other choice is there except to give in to despair? And that just doesn't seem like a productive choice. So I can't remember how I got started on all that. Sorry, I'm kind of blabbing, but yeah, I don't really know what to do. So I'm gonna put on the Sigma. Here we go. Sigma says, at present, I'm doing a reread of Thomas Paine's Common Sense, as well as some of our founding fathers' essays on the government prior to drafting the documents that framed independence and federation. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of inspiring thinkers out there, and there still are, and there still are a lot of really good people. I don't know, right, if there's going to be time to turn this ship around. I don't know. They're making decisions. Trump is making decisions from the fog of his dementia down at Mar-a-Lago that are affecting the entire world order. And we don't know where the pieces are going to fall at this point. And the tech bros are not, the billionaires are not letting up their hold on the reins of power, right? And in fact, they're making moves every day to consolidate that power, and to kind of create this whole system of billionaire overlords who treat the planet Earth like their own private, resort holiday. And it may be too late to turn it around. I don't want to be a doomsayer, but I also don't want to be naive about who it is that has their hands on the reins of power. So it's a very it's that Chinese proverb, or that where you wish, when you say to someone, may you live in interesting times. I mean, I don't think that there are that many times in human history that aren't interesting, at least for some group of humans that are going through it. But this is certainly an interesting time to be alive. And we're dealing with kind of unprecedented technologies, things that we don't know the actual power of, that we don't know the outcomes of. And I don't think anybody can really predict where things are going. Yeah, right. I mean, what is it about history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes? Yeah. I mean, human beings are sort of complex, but on the other hand, not all that complex. We do seem to keep repeating the same dramas over and over again that could all be summed up in, the Star Wars Episode 4, A New Hope. Like, literally, this is the eternal story of humankind. So, and one of the things that I always end up coming back to is that every empire in history has eventually fallen. And also just the nature of the universe and the world that we live in is that everything that is born dies, and there are cycles. And that, the American empire is no different than any other. And that maybe its time has come, and when empires start to die, and something has to come and fill the void. And it was ever thus. So in some ways it feels like it's unprecedented times in terms of the technology and the weapons and the stuff that we have. But in other ways, it's the same thing that's been going on for all of humanity, is the ebb and flow of power, and how it, and the innocent people that get caught up in it, right? So, yeah, I mean, I used to be much more of a Pollyanna optimist. And while in some ways that was easier on my psyche, I don't think it was as realistic. Or, I think it was, all that kind of thinking of like, oh, everything happens for a reason, all that kind of stuff. These little salvos that's not the right word. Salve, maybe, that we use to make ourselves feel better about things happening in our lives or whatever. But I just don't really think that that's true, that everything happens for a reason. I mean, it might happen for a reason, as in there's, cause and effect reason. But I don't necessarily think that there is some deeper meaning that is underlying the human experience, that we can finally find this ultimate truth, that will justify or prove that our existence is so important, that people are more important than animals, or that anything, that we're not just as egocentric as any species. We think of alien invasions and people coming to our planet, and other alien creatures, and how we would have to be at war with them and kill them or whatever. But we also at the same time are like planning our own excursions out into the universe and to land on other planets, and in which case we would be seen as the aggressors. And even if we were just trying to survive because our planet was dying and we were off seeking a new planet to inhabit to save the noble human race, any habitable planet presumably has inhabitants, right? And we're going to land up there because of our egotism, right? Our narcissism, that we deserve to survive even though we destroyed our own planet, kind of stuff, right? So I don't think that humans and I just don't buy a lot of it anymore. And I feel in some ways that life is harder because of that, but in other ways I feel less like I'm putting on an act about things, right? About that humans are so... It's not that humans are worthless, but we're not better than any other species, right? We don't deserve to protect ourselves any more than coyotes or bears or wolves or whales or whatever. All of the many, many other species that we trample over because of our supremacy, which is we're supposed to be supreme and better and more deserving. And yet we behave worse than most of the species that we're destroying. So, the hubris is, I think it's one of our problems as a race, right? But at the same time, it's also part of what keeps us going. It's that same thing with narcissism, right? That you have to have a certain amount of narcissism, or else you wouldn't get out of the bed in the morning to pursue your dreams. You need to have a healthy, functioning ego in order to affect any change in the material world, right? So, but when that gets out of control, it's destructive, and we see that all the time. So I feel like humans are kind of, that's where we are, right? We're sort of stuck in this middle where as a race, our narcissism is out of control. And individual humans or individual generations, may not entirely be to blame because of everything that we inherited and everything that came before, right? And the fact that we're steeped in so many different types of ideology before we reach the age of reason, that very often by the time we get to the point where we want to choose our beliefs, it's very difficult to dislodge the conditioning that we already have received at the hands of our families and our churches and our schools and our courts and our our cultures, our movies, our books, our sports, everything, right? Like you can reach whatever age of reason and come to understand the unfairness and the kind of what's going on, the battle of the sexes, and sexism and the oppression of women, as being something that you don't want to have anything to do with because it's terribly unfair, and yet you're steeping in it, right? It is a part of every institution that we are all a part of. So there's no way out of that system. And as any of who was conditioned by a narcissist as a child to put everybody else's need ahead of your own, how hard it is to change that conditioning. So you know, it's a proper pickle that we're in over here. And I just don't think we're even arguing the right arguments in lots of ways. Like, there was kind of this idea that eventually, knowledge would solve all of our problems, right? And then we got a fairly long way along that path of doing all the science and all the social science and all the studies and all the all the stats and all everything to figure out that, like, the science, for instance, right? The science shows us that gender affirming care has a positive effect on suicide rates among trans people. And yet the ideology of some people is that trans people shouldn't exist. And so there's a debate about it. And the debate isn't about the science, which is proven. The debate is the thing that we proved versus the thing that these people wish was true over here, and they have the money and the power to enforce it. So we've sort of, we reached a kind of an impasse where it's like, certain segments of society were willing to tolerate the lefties, making universities and studying all their little silly projects and everything. But when those little silly projects started undermining the conservative project, they had to come over and kind of take it by force, right? And now all of the universities are being are being sort of handled from above in terms of what they're allowed to even teach. And people, professors are being fired for giving a failing grade to a failing paper because a student complained that the teacher was woke. Like, literally, that's where we're at. Woke literally means awake and aware of systemic injustice. That's literally what it means. And somehow the conservative thinkers have co-opted it to make it mean that it's some silly welfare program for lazy ne'er-do-wells, rather than being, the best shot we have at creating an egalitarian society. So yeah, I find all of it extremely hard to take. And for most of my life, I have found mainstream culture hard to take for those very reasons. But the last decade, basically since Trump came down the escalator in Trump Tower in 2015, everything's kind of been, I was going to say turned on its head, but I think actually the truth is that everything has been revealed. The man behind the curtain has been revealed. And people like Jeffrey Epstein and his ilk have been running the world, and hiding behind their privilege and their money to get away with it, and a lot of that stuff is bipartisan, right? It crosses the aisles. So it's the elites are behaving that way, and it doesn't matter whether they're blue or red, but they are all covering each other's asses. So yeah. Sigma says, as a little girl, science was my love. I became an evolutionary biologist and a genetic engineer. Part of my study of genetics and development led me to a body of work, RE gender determination. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I just find it very depressing. I have that feeling of like, this is why we can't have nice things, right? You think of the possibilities or the potential of human development, of what we could be doing, if we weren't busy trying to make shareholders happy, what we could be doing with the technology that we have and the way that we could be using it to serve people, and to fulfill the needs of people who have special needs, right? Like just even if you think of someone who is wheelchair bound for whatever reason, right? To my mind, anybody who is going to be in a wheelchair for their whole life is deserving of the state-of-the-art wheelchair that will make their life as easy as possible, right? But we don't prioritize human well-being. We prioritize the bank accounts of the shareholders. So we may have this amazing technology that could change the lives of every differently abled person who is confined to a wheelchair. We don't. We just leave people suffering where they are and blame them for their own situations. So it's it's a tough world to live in. It's a tough world to be at peace in. And who was it? Is it Krishnamurti who said is that right? Krishnamurti who said the thing of like being well adjusted to a profoundly sick world is no measure of emotional health or whatever. Like, I solace myself a lot of the time with just thinking of history and all the when I look at the mess that was made of my life by people who should have known better or whatever, like losing my business, have everything stolen from me and stuff. And I just look around the world and I look through history at the legions of human beings who have been trampled on by history, and it makes me feel less alone, honestly. Like, it just kind of like a part of a massive army of people who can tell the story of what history did to them, kind of thing. Anyway, I'm being awfully philosophical over here. I think I may have lost a bunch of you, but I don't as I say, this is kind of new for me. I'm not entirely sure how to manage with with the verdict watch. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put on the rest of that interview, not the interview, the testimony of the private eye, and then I'm going to go and take the dog for a little walk. So there's still several, like 25 minutes or something left of this. So I'm going to put this on and I will be listening from my phone. And so if they come back in for any reason, I'll come back and do that. So I'm just going to do that now. Thank you for any of you who are still listening to me blathering.
When you reviewed Eric's texts, did you find evidence of him sexting with people other than Kouri?
I don't recall that. I did investigate allegations of an affair with Eric.
Okay, but that's not my question. My question is, do you recall seeing sexting, as the kids say, on Eric's phone with
Yeah.
people other than Kouri?
I don't really know what you mean by sexting. I don't know what the parameters of that are. And so my answer is no.
Okay. Did you find any texts where Eric talked about having an open marriage with Kouri?
I don't recall that.
At some point, were you investigating cases that were being prosecuted in the Summit County area around the time that Eric died, where people were caught distributing fentanyl?
Yes.
Did you gather affidavits from cases where fentanyl was being sold in the Summit County area?
Yes.
And did you ever follow up on any of those investigations, or did you just stop by gathering the affidavits?
Well, they were plugged into the hypothesis testing matrix. I considered them for their proximity being in Summit County and for them involving fentanyl. In each of those cases, I found no relationship to this case.
Okay. I want to pull up TG2, Katie, just for this witness only. Sorry, I lied about the time. I'm going a little bit longer, Your Honor. I'm close to done.
No problem.
Sir, do you recognize that?
I do.
Is that what you were talking about with Mr. Bloodworth, which is the decoding where you looked at his call records and tried to figure out who he was calling?
It is the record that I referred to when I was talking about it on direct. I agree with that.
And Katie, could we go to the page for the date 2/14/2022 at 12:23 p.m.? It's a ways down. Just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
All right, sir, we've blown up a section. Does that refresh your memory about what you determined a call that was made on December 14th at,
Give me the date one more time.
I'm sorry, February 14th, thank you, Your Honor, at 12:25 p.m.?
Well, this is not a record that I created, but I recognize the format, and it appears to be that Eric Richins' phone had an incoming call at 12:25.
Can you look at the call right above that one?
This is an outgoing call from Eric Richins' phone on March the 9th of 2022. I'm sorry, February the 14th of 2022 at 12:23, 2 minutes before the first record that we talked about. And that is to a different number, 801-473-5058.
So as part of your investigation that you were doing on the mirror phone, you could at least identify a call that was made by Eric at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th, right?
I'm confused. We're looking at an invoice record from a carrier, and you're asking me about his phone. Those are two different things.
Did this invoice come from his phone?
No.
Billing records?
From his from his carrier, from Verizon.
Right.
That's not a record from his phone. That's a record from his carrier.
Understand.
Two different things.
So according to the bill from his carrier,
Yeah,
he made a call at 12:23 p.m. on February 14th.
correct.
Okay.
Objection, there's a 901 problem here.
I'm done with it, Your Honor.
Hold on. You got to approach for a moment, if you would.
There's Did you ever make any calls or any trips to Mexico as part of your investigation in this case?
No.
You mentioned you interviewed 45 to 50 people, somewhere around there, 40 to 50.
Yeah, it's an approximate number. I have no method of calculating that number. It's approximate based upon my memory.
Did you ever interview Kouri?
I did. I spoke to Kouri. She called me on January the 19th of 2023.
All right. And she voluntarily spoke to you
She called me.
and talked to you voluntarily?
She did. And I stopped her. I told her it would be inappropriate and unethical for me to continue the conversation outside the presence of her lawyer. I then texted her lawyer and had a phone call with her lawyer about the propriety of her client speaking without her presence.
Okay.
I then
So
requested that Kouri submit to an interview multiple times.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Don't reveal what anyone else said to you.
Okay.
The point is, Kouri called you to talk to you and tell you her side, right?
I don't know what her intentions were. She seemed very angry that I had contacted one of her business associates. I believe that was the reason she called me on that date.
Okay. And so you never to this day have sat down with Kouri and heard her version of what happened?
No, despite my repeated requests.
Okay. She called you.
And I was bound by the ethics not to talk to her outside the presence of her lawyer. She was a litigant. She sued my client.
Okay. And ultimately, as you were working with the trust, did you become aware that the trust filed a wrongful death suit against Kouri?
I am.
And are you aware they're seeking over $10 million in damages against Kouri Richins?
I didn't know that. It's irrelevant to me.
Okay. Okay, court's indulgence for just a moment, Your Honor.
Of course.
Sorry, that was my fault. I forgot to unmute myself. I was just saying that Catherine tries every which way from Sunday to discredit this witness, and she just fails at every turn. In my opinion, she what's her name? Wendy had some pretty nasty things to say about him in the closing, but she wasn't able to, like, there was nobody to rebut those specific words, so she kind of got in a few jabs. You still can't hear me talking? Still? I am not muted. You should be able to hear me. Okay, somebody tell me again. You can hear now. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Okay. There's a delay, so when I get your messages up on my screen, it's like several seconds after you've posted them. Anyway, yeah, I don't feel like their defense argument was very strong, and I feel like Bloodworth just blew it out of the water. Like, I can barely even remember what they said. I know that they made a couple of silly mistakes right from the beginning that kind of had me, they lost me right away. I think that's probably the case for a lot of people. What they had was like outrage and grandstanding. Billie Jean says, my take is that Lewis was rolling around trying to misdirect the jury and probably only managed to insult their intelligence by gaslighting them. I mean, I think she made a couple of points, but they were also like, they were the kind of points that if you looked at them in isolation, you might go, oh yeah, that's a good point. But when you look at it in the light of the whole thing, you can't really, it doesn't really have any effect. Like she was saying, she was responding to the prosecutors having pointed out that she was searching for, you know, what's the prison sentence for poison? What's the, you know, are there, you know, what are the prisons like in Utah for whatever, you know, those things. But the defense was saying, well, she was looking those things up after they found that the cause of death was fentanyl overdose, and she was worried that she was going to be blamed. And so I was like, yeah, that could be a valid point, sure. But it's a kind of in a wasteland all by itself over there, because so what else happened then? Like, what's the alternative explanation for how Eric got that fentanyl? And I don't think that they gave us, they didn't. I mean, they never put on a case, right? All they did was try to put in holes in the prosecution's case, but they never showed us any alternative. You know, there's certainly no smoking gun that they can point to that says Eric took it himself. The only thing that they've got is that there's no video of Kouri putting the fentanyl in the drink and handing it to him. And I don't like, I mean, of course there isn't. She didn't tape herself doing that. So anyway, I seem to be going off on rants today. So here we go. Let's carry on with this.
Got it. Can I just one moment? found it. What's the date? Okay. I asked you whether you recalled seeing any texts with Eric about him and Kouri having an open relationship, and you said you could not recall. Is that right?
Correct.
Can you put that up on the screen, Katie?
Okay, here we go. This is
Do you recall looking at that text?
I do.
You've seen this one?
I believe I have. It's a joke.
It's a joke.
It is. It appears to me to be a joke.
Did you see the text around this text?
I did.
So you have reviewed the text between Eric and Bryce.
I don't know. I don't know that this is a text from Bryce. I have no idea. This does not identify Bryce.
So
Doesn't
now that
identify anybody.
now that you have your memory refreshed, do you remember seeing this text between Eric and another individual saying that Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight? Right?
It says, Kouri and I are starting an open relationship tonight, so I told her I'm taking you home.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. And you left that out of your report.
No. This would be part of my report.
Did you see sexting between Bryce and Eric when you looked at their texts?
I don't recall that, no.
Katie?
And is this sexting? I don't know what you mean.
No, I'm not talking about this one. I'm talking
Okay.
about other ones.
All right. I don't recall. I'm talking about many hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I can't recall them all.
Let's see. Just a moment. Court's indulgence for just a moment.
What Eddie was saying was that he doesn't feel great with his brace. Like he put it on right at one point in the middle of the thing. He's like, I'm struggling here. I need to put this on, right? And I think that again, like the defense seems to be oblivious of how they're coming across in the room. And the fact that they are belaboring this ridiculous point where obviously Eric and his best friend Bryce were joking about having an extramarital affair with each other, and maybe making some crude sexual references, while he is obviously struggling with his neck brace, I think is just really indicative of the fact that they are as oblivious of how they come off as Kouri is. Hi, Marsha, retired trial lawyer. Nice to see you. He was great. I thought he was great. And every attempt that they made to take him down was just a complete failure, in my opinion. I thought he did a fantastic job.
Can I show you this other text right here and see if this refreshes your memory? Do you remember seeing a whole bunch of emails like this or texts like this between Eric and Bryce?
Honestly, no, I don't remember. Like I say, there were hundreds of thousands of messages in this case. I don't remember even 1% of them.
He puts me in mind of like that Norse god of whatever, Loki or somebody, who's just like, he's just so chaotic in the defenses, in the face of the defense, right? They don't seem to be able to capture him or pin him down in any way. It's like the trickster, maybe more like the raven in indigenous mythology than like Loki. But yeah, just he's got that extremely contagious grin going on throughout all of it, and it just makes her look ridiculous. I think it's fantastic.
As I look at this, I mean, it just makes me laugh. It doesn't appear to be serious.
So how many of these joke sextings did you review that Eric did?
I don't understand this to be sexting. I think you're wrong about that. I resist your characterization.
I just love him. He resists all of her characterizations, and he does it with just such aplomb. He reminds me, again, he's reminding me of Sean Connery's James Bond. Yeah, he's really great. Every trial should have a witness like him.
These are two friends joking with each other. That's what I'm reading here.
And they did that all the time?
I don't know.
Hundreds of times?
If I had the records, and then I could answer your question, but I don't remember all of these messages. And yeah, this is a joke.
Did you review all of the text between Bryce and Eric?
I think at one time I would have gone through every single text message that was available to me on Eric's cloned phone. So do I recall it? Well, I mean, I recall that it was a bit mind-numbing. There was a lot there. Nothing particularly stuck out in my mind or memory about those messages.
Did they repeatedly talk about having sex acts together?
I don't recall.
Did they repeatedly talk about oral sex together?
I don't recall.
Did they talk about anal sex together?
Also don't recall.
But you read them all.
I'm sure that I did.
And it's all joking.
Knowing what I know about Bryce and Eric, yeah, that's how I interpret it.
So you do remember reading things of this nature and you interpreted it all as joking?
No, as I sit here today, I interpret it that way. I would have interpreted it that way back at my original reading of it. That doesn't mean I recall it. It means I have an opinion about what I thought then. That's different.
And what did you think then? They were joking?
No. What I think now is that this was a joke. I do not have a recollection of this at the time that I first read it, but if I had a recollection of that time, I'm sure it would be the same as it is today.
And if there were these tens of 20s of 50s of these types of emails, all of them would be jokes?
Sustained.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Bloodworth, anything further from Mr.
Sorry, if there were all these texts, don't you have to actually provide the texts or some foundation? Anyway, yes.
Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. The text, they're a bunch of to-dos locker room talk from August of 2018.
That was my read of it, yes.
There wasn't any serious read that Eric Richins and Bryce Knudsen were engaged in some homosexual affair.
Zero.
In all of the text messages you reviewed, did you see any evidence of Eric using illicit street drugs?
No, I looked and I could not find.
You mentioned legal requirements for a licensed private investigator to place a GPS tracker on a car. What are those legal requirements?
So the statute governing that was adopted a few years ago. It requires that before placing the device, a licensed private investigator must identify the person or persons that are driving that vehicle and potentially the owner of that vehicle, and that they submit a request to query the protected persons database in the state of Utah for any record of those persons that are subject to the GPS tracking. That is designed to keep us from tracking people who have protective orders or temporary restraining orders or other lawful processes that define them as a protected person. We cannot track you in that circumstance. We do not have independent access to that database. So we must ask an agency of the state for a yay or nay. Is this person in the protected persons database? We have to do that before we place a device. We have to be certain that we are not tracking a protected person. So I submitted those requests to the appropriate counties of the jurisdictions where I placed these devices. The Summit County Sheriff's Office initially declined my request under the statute. I insisted. I finally got them to comply. I did the same with the Wasatch County Sheriff's Office, and they complied with my request.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the bounds of the law?
I believe I did.
Did you conduct your investigation entirely within the ethical bounds of private investigators and the attorneys you were working for in this case?
I believe that I did.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Nestor, anything further for Mr. Gabler?
No, Your Honor.
May we release this witness?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your time. Please step safely. You are free to go, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, so that was the end of him. Yeah, he was fun. I wonder who else is worth listening to. So they're going to come back in about, or I mean, the judge said they're going to check in on them at 4:30. So in about 20 minutes, and decide whether or not they're going to carry on deliberating, I guess, or whether they're going to come back in the morning. Right. Yes, Eddie. God, yeah, good point. Good point. I mean, it's so annoying because honestly, I mean, not that there's anything wrong with being gay if you're gay, and certainly there are, plenty of people who are married because, being out isn't safe for them, and, they carry on, behind the scenes affairs. Certainly those things happen. But and again, nothing wrong with being gay, but they are misrepresenting Eric, and to me, that's what's wrong here, right? It's not that being gay is wrong. It's that they're misrepresenting Eric, so that as a means to an end, which they have shown us repeatedly. This defense team and Kouri herself have shown us repeatedly that they are willing to do things that they will justify. The means are justified by the ends, right? The ends justify the means is what I'm trying to say. So it's not surprising that that's the kind of lawyers that she ended up with. I'm a little curious of what people think about so Sky Lazaro was in the courtroom today. If you were not here and didn't see that, I don't know if she was there for the whole day, but she was certainly there for a fairly good portion of it. And I'm not entirely sure which section she was sitting in, if she was sitting in the prosecute, like in the family section or in the defense. Like he had designated that there could be reporters and then there could be, but there was no seats for the public, right? So there was only seats for each of the families. And I'm not sure where Sky was sitting, and I'm curious what she would have been thinking, right? So it seems to me like there has been denials from Kouri, and general denials, I believe, that the walk the dog letter didn't have anything to do with their conflict of interest. That was apparently why she stepped away from the trial, and I don't have any proof of what the, what the deciding factor was, but it's certainly reasonable to speculate that when she found out that Kouri was trying to manufacture evidence, and I mean, I don't think there's any other way to read that letter, right? So she finds out that Kouri is not only manufacturing evidence, but that she is, going behind her back to get Ronnie to go and tell lies to her lawyer. I mean, that, I don't know if you could describe that as a conflict of interest, but it's certainly a reason in my mind to say I can't trust my client, right? They're working against me or providing me with false information and getting other people to lie. I just, so yeah, I am very curious to know what is going on in Sky Lazzaro's head. What has been going on all these many, many, many months since she withdrew. Little Whisker says, to me, she actually looked a little perturbed when the defense was speaking. Okay, yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that I noticed that. I didn't see it, but she, yeah, it's definitely. I mean, to me, it's quite telling that she's even there, right? Like, obviously, she's still invested on some level. And is it on the level of being in Kouri's corner, or is it on the level of hoping the little person gets what is coming to her for murdering her husband and the father of her children? I thought it was very, again, when they played the the video of the contrast between how Kouri was responding to going and caring for her children that night versus the way that Katie responded to going and caring for the children. And Katie was clearly and obviously distraught and devastated, and her first thought was for the boys and what to do, where they should be, how to protect them, how to get them out of harm's way while everything was unfolded. While Kouri was sitting there with her hands over her face going, I can't do it, I can't talk to it. So the mama bear was very evident in Katie, and it was very absent in Kouri. And I don't think that that would be lost on the jury. I mean, one of the things that absolutely drives me bonkers in these cases and all these kind of conversations about grief is that everyone grieves differently. I mean, that's really not true to my mind. Not everyone grieves differently. There are not 9 billion different ways to grieve. So that's on its face not true. How many billions of us are there? We're getting close to 9, right? And certainly, we can account for shock and all those kinds of things. But there is always a through line with all of these narcissist, psychopath murderers. They all seem to grieve in the same way, which is not at all, which is having no affect whatsoever, which is by fake crying or by trying to get out of having to do anything to help the person that they just murdered while the 911 operator is on the phone. Like, that whole everyone grieves differently thing just always makes me want to smack someone. Like, that is one of the stupidest, most trite things that you can say. Yes, people can be affected in different ways by grief. Absolutely. There are not 9 billion different ways to grieve, and so that we cannot draw inferences or make any judgments ever about anyone who might or might not be grieving. To my mind, that's just a way of shutting down your critical thinking skills, and the only people that ever say that are guilty, right? It's not innocent people saying, oh, I apologize for crying so much and for feeling my grief so strongly when I found my loved one dead on the floor. You know what I mean? Like, the only people that are ever saying everyone grieves differently are the people who are literally not grieving at all. or who are faking it and putting on a show. So yeah, it drives me nuts. It's one of those hallmark cookie cutter morality things that is literally designed to shut down your critical thinking skills, right? Like saying you can never talk about a woman's appearance. Like, yeah, you can, if it's relevant to the conversation. If you're talking about someone who you believe to be a complete and total phony and their physical presentation is completely and totally phony, that is relevant to the conversation. So again, it's like one of those, yes, we're just going to shut down your little critical thinking skills because, oh, it's wrong. It's wrong. You can't question anybody who's grieving. It's the same idea as not being able to, oh, you can't question anybody's religious practices. It's like, well, you can if they're abusive, to my mind, right? Like, it's ridiculous to say that you can't question people's religion. That's absolutely ridiculous. There was that whole sect of extremely radical Jews in like Quebec and Ontario that were absolutely abusing their children, particularly their girl children. And the state intervened and took their kids away, right? Because just because it's your religion to abuse pre-adolescent girls, you don't get a pass, right? And I think that a lot of this kind of stuff is exactly designed for that, right? It's just to shut people up. Or that again, right? Eddie Atwater saying, or never critique a woman, period. Like, believe all women. Like, no, sorry, I don't believe Amber Heard. She's a lying monster of an abuser, right? Who abused and exploited actual victims of abuse to try to get away with what she had done. Not only to get away with what she had done, but to punish Johnny Depp for like breaking up with her, basically, right? He just wanted out. And she started the whole thing. She deliberately set out to ruin his career. And if we believe all women, it's just not fair, right? And to suggest, and in some ways, like, I feel like even that kind of idea of like that you have to believe all women, to me, that is infantilizing women. As if to say that women can only be this one thing. Women can only be victims, and that they can't be fully fledged human beings with all the potential, with all that means, right? The good and the bad, right? That women are these cookie cutter figures that are just these victims that have to always be looked out for, right? Yeah, Amber's disgusting. I absolutely have zero sympathy for that woman. That whole case was what got me interested in true crime, because it was it was everywhere. You couldn't avoid it. And I heard one of the tapes, one of the recordings of her abusing him, just verbally abusing him. You're such a baby, all that kind of stuff, the way she was talking to him. And I was so absolutely triggered by it. I was so immediately transported back to, umpteen situations in my own life where I was being gaslighted and abused and having reality twisted around to try to make it look like I was at fault. And I was hooked instantly. That was how I got started in being interested at all in true crime. I had never watched particularly. I was always interested in like TV crime shows or whatever, right? Law and Order and British crime particularly. But exactly, right? Women are people just as complex and nuanced as men, right? And to suggest that you have to like take care of the little woman and all that is a denial of our full humanity. And unfortunately, sad to say, but women are just as capable of the twisted stuff that men are capable of. In many ways, the statistics are less, but I think in part that's because of the way that women have been conditioned, right? It's not because of any innate difference in our humanity or our capabilities for good or evil. Yeah, I mean, being a woman is still it's still not easy, but I don't think it's easy being a man either. I mean, I think that we do. Obviously, men are given more power and more influence and more opportunities and all that stuff. And I mean, of course, it's not across the board and it's not every man, but yes, in general. But at the same time, I think that we do the disservice to men of stunting them and their ability to be empathetic and be nurturing and be all the things that women are supposed to be in support of all their different, having agency in the world and being aggressive and having ambition and all that kind of stuff, right? An ambitious woman is looked down on much more than an ambitious man, but then a man who has particular skills in the, is particularly empathetic or, the idea of like, a man who is a nurse is not just called a nurse, right? He's called a male nurse. Things like that, right? Where it's like you're set aside as being specifically different. Yeah, I mean, women are, yeah, of course. I mean, and often the case is, right? I think with women abusing their children, it's that whole thing of the dad comes home and yells at the mom, and the mom smacks the kid, and the kid kicks the dog, right? Who do they have in their power, in their control that they can abuse is children, right? Traditionally. I mean, obviously, we're not talking about every situation. But yes, I think it's a denial of our whole humanity to suggest that you need to believe all women, and that only, I mean, look at Sarah Boone, look at Brian Boone, and think of the way that he minimized the physical abuse that he endured from Sarah, right? He didn't even really want to kind of talk about it as being anything that really mattered. That's fine, right? He should handle it. He should be able to handle it, right? And he would be expected to handle it as a man. Like, oh, what? She couldn't hurt you. She couldn't hurt a fly, that kind of thing, right? I mean, if she'd ever gotten him into a suitcase, if she'd ever convinced him to get into a suitcase, I will go to my grave wondering what happened that night in that house and how George ended up in that suitcase. I feel absolutely 100% sure that the suitcase was upstairs to begin with, and that she pushed it down the stairs. Yeah, exactly. But you look at the size of him and look at the, I mean, he was still carrying water for her, right? Up to the day that she murdered George. And even afterwards, he was still helping her. He let her stay at his house that night. Can you imagine having that woman in your house after she had done that? After that day of all the police at the house and all that whole thing, letting her be in your house, it's just wild to even think of. Yeah. So I don't know. As I say, I am very new at this whole streaming trials. So obviously, I guess I'm supposed to fill up the dead air while we wait for them to come back from their deliberations. So I think we're going to find out fairly shortly if the day is ending. So I'm going to give them a few minutes and see if the court comes back and just tells us what's going on. And then I guess tomorrow, like as for tomorrow, I will just, I guess, right, the court, it could be, help me out here, right? Is this going to be like this tomorrow with the court TV thing up in the courtroom like this, and we're just going to be waiting? Am I right? Like I'm going to have a stream from court TV of what's going on in the courtroom, and then we can have that on, and then just watch various other videos. That's sort of my plan, is to go through some of the best testimony from the trial, maybe re-listen to the opening arguments and the closing arguments, and just sort of fiddle away the day with videos of some of the best testimony and stuff. That's kind of my plan. So as I say, this is my first This is my first time live streaming a trial, and certainly first time live streaming verdict watch. I assume that it's just verdict watch. They've been in there for an hour and a half. What do you think they started? What do you think they talked about first? Yeah, Eddie, patriarchy hurts everyone. Absolutely. And Billie Jean says, healthy ambition is fine, but we recognize disgusting, greedy ambition too. Kouri, Amber et al. They are the epitome of unfettered ambition, and yet they try to gaslight us. Yeah. Yeah, me too, Sigma. I was a heavy equipment mechanic, and I am the double standards in the male-dominated fields are exhausting. A threat and a curiosity. You're never just yourself, right? You're either like, that was what I always felt like. Even the people who were like impressed or whatever, it was like I was always a novelty, right? Whoa, chick on a forklift, cool, that kind of stuff. Where you could never just be driving the forklift. You had to be the chick on the forklift, right? So, and oftentimes people meant well, and I don't mean to be dissing people, but yes, you just are never able to forget it, right? Yeah, I'm sure they did, but I'm wondering what their first, they were sort of instructed. My first instinct would be to say, what do people think? Innocent, guilty or not guilty. But they were basically instructed not to do that. I don't think they were told they couldn't do it, but they were sort of advised not to do that because that might get them stuck in positions before they have a chance to really look at the evidence. But I'm curious what was what stuck out to them, right? I don't even know for me, what would be the first thing I would want to talk about if I went into that jury room after just listening to all that evidence. Yeah, they start they eventually break when the jury goes home. That's what Billie Jean's saying here. I think they eventually break when the jury goes home, then start a new stream when they get notice that the verdict is in, or a judge comes back on record for whatever reason, such as jury questions. Oh, okay, so you don't think that they just have a stream that's there in the courtroom waiting? Because they've got their verdict clock there, I'm sort of thinking that they're going to start up again in the morning at 8:30 with their verdict clocked, but perhaps I'm wrong. I thought that was my memory of it, but I was never watching for, I was never paying attention because I never had a channel of my own to worry about it for, so. Anyway, I'll do a stream in the morning. We'll start it. There must be. Anyway, I guess I'll find out tomorrow. But I'm going to start a stream in the morning because I'm assuming that the jury will be expected to be there at 8:30, go till 5. Same like an ordinary court day. Or look at each of the individual charges and start to work through them. Yeah. Oh, I guess actually the first thing they're supposed to do is elect a foreman, right? They're supposed to decide who's going to be the foreman. And then the foreman would maybe start having some brainstorming about how to approach the thing. Yeah, I thought that I just don't feel like the defense did a great job at the end there either. Again, their major thing was to try to make Carmen look like a bad person and like a liar and all the rest of it. And I just think they wasted a lot of time trying to do that because I don't feel like the details of all of that mattered, right? I feel like the hundreds of texts and then the phone location details and all that, I feel like that told the whole story. So whatever they were attempting to do by going through every single last detail of the drug thing was just so exhausting and pointless to my mind, but maybe that was the only shot that they felt they had. Oh, they get to select. Oh, I didn't know that in some places the judge selected the foreman. That seems a little arbitrary. I mean, you might not get somebody who's very good at leading, It's such a fascinating situation, a jury. Sociologically, I'm sure there have been many studies on what and how and in what ways and how much juries are influenced by just about everything you can imagine. But it's quite a fascinating social situation in terms of like being thrown into the role of deciding somebody's fate with a whole bunch of strangers. I'm not sure what other social situation we could kind of compare it with. That's how I feel. Yeah, Carmen was a great anti-hero. And I think that that's some of the stuff that you can't account for in a trial, right? Is how people are, the anti-hero was almost like a phenomenon, right? And that we tend to love the anti-hero even when they fuck up and even when they make mistakes. And you can't prepare for that, whether or not that's going to happen, right? I mean, I suspect that the prosecution were probably aware that Carmen was going to be sympathetic, at least to some of us, you know what I mean? But she really was a star in many ways. Like, I found her calm acceptance of, like, there seemed like the defense seemed to get, hi Carolyn, the defense seemed to take such pleasure in pointing out times that she had lied or forgotten things or whatever, and she just seemed to take it all just so much in stride and would go, oh yeah, well, I guess so then, okay. Like, she just didn't seem, they seem to have these big mic drop moments, like, aha, all very Inspector Clouseau in a way, right? And then she would just be like, yeah, I guess, yeah. She just seemed very unflustered by it, and yet what a flustering, terrible situation, you'd think. I mean, to me, it was an indication of what kind of a personality that Carmen has in terms of resilience, right? I mean, she was up there for hours, and she never got snippy with the defense. She never talked back at them. She never got defensive. She never behaved badly in any way. And yet, so they are trying to reveal her as this liar and this person who is like incapable of controlling their bad behavior. And yet there she was, behaving like an exemplary human being in the face of what had to be just grueling pressure, in a not a life or death situation, obviously, because it's not death penalty, but the outcome is very serious here, right? The victims of this crime have waited a long time to see what's going on, and she handled it with just the absolute aplomb of a fucking dignitary, for God's sake. Like, she was truly just amazing. Oh, did he? JD did a discussion of follower versus leader. I realized that I cannot be showing other people's videos on my channel as much as I would like to, because that's not fair use. If we're just sitting here listening to JD, then we should be over on his channel listening to him, not doing it on my channel. So I am not going to do that anymore, because I realized that that's not fair to my fellow YouTubers, and I certainly did not mean to take advantage like that. I just am still kind of new and lost my head. Yeah, same. Billie Jean says, I was ready to strongly dislike the woman who got Kouri the drugs, as I'm sure many of us were, but all I ended up wanting to do was give her a hug. Absolutely. Exactly, right? She had a lot of dignity. There was someone on my live stream on Saturday night by the name, I'm pretty sure it was Candy Rapper 420, if I'm thinking of the right person. And she was saying she knows Carmen, and that she really is who she appears to be. That she's really that lovely and kind and warm-hearted of a person. So I think she did a spectacular job. She acquitted herself as perfectly as a person could in that situation. And I feel like also like when they dragged her back up on the stand to give her a hard time for having a beer at a concert, it just wasn't a good look, right? And again, like that, the failure of the defense to realize how they're coming across. It's not their fault that Carmen was that amazing anti-hero that had us all fall in love with her in spite of her faults. But they could have worked with that instead of trying to pierce it, because I don't think it worked for them. And I think that their efforts to impeach her with that made them look foolish and unforgiving in a way, right? Like, you can give people grace for things when they are struggling. And there is nobody that needs grace more than someone who is trying to overcome a physical addiction to a narcotic, right? It is, nobody wants to be in that position. So I thought that they made themselves look bad. They failed to read the room. They revealed themselves to not have a case, really, but to just be a couple of bullies. And then they refused to let her go again off of the subpoena, right? And to me, and it may not be the case at all. Maybe they thought at that point they hadn't decided that they weren't even going to put on a case. I don't know. But to me, it came across as they were punishing her. And again, why? Why are they punishing this witness who is clearly coming across as an anti-hero, right? And that they are going to alienate members of the jury by punishing her. So yeah, I just feel like they just blew it every time they had her on the stand, they blew it. I don't feel like it worked for them. It didn't. They just made themselves look like jerks. I mean, it was the same thing with that situation with Christina at CrimeCon. For those of you who know about the hidden true crime nonsense, where the cops at CrimeCon, I remember that Duty, Ron, and Ed Wallace from their channel were saying that Christina should have been arrested right then and there. They should have had the bracelets on her and she should have been in jail, and that should have been the end of it, right? And I feel like my take on that was that the cops handled it rightly, that they gave Christina some grace because she was dealing with suddenly being told that this event that she had paid a lot of money to go to and that she had come with her friends and that all the rest of it, that she was just being faced with the fact that someone had decided to, kick her out of there. And that they gave her grace in that moment and allowed her to ask the questions she needed to ask and to move forward. And that they did right in doing that. And if they had arrested her and thrown her in jail, they would have been doing wrong. And that's exactly how I feel about this situation with these two, is that they did not give her grace. And if anyone was deserving of grace in this trial, I think it's clear that it was Carmen, right? Yeah. I mean, I think that's very true. And I just think it came across that way. I mean, obviously, I'm not everyone, and not everybody sees things or feels things the way that I do. But I don't think they came across well doing that. And the fact that they were like, haha, gotcha, right? Like they felt like they had really made a point was, again, it revealed more about them than it revealed about than it revealed about Carmen. And that's absolutely true. Narcissists do love to judge and punish. They absolutely do. And yeah, Duty, Ron, I was never a fan of those two. I just am not, I respect law enforcement and I respect the need for law enforcement, but cops are not my people in general. I don't hang out with cop types. And that's not a huge judgment. It's just that's who I am. But so I never really grokked with their channel. I tried it a couple of times and it wasn't for me. But when I went and responded to their video where they had Lauren Matthias on as a guest after she had done her 9-hour live accusing Christina of stalking her. I was deeply concerned by their behavior and by the absolute misinformation and garbage that they were spreading, not just because of Christina, but because they were so quick to jump on the bandwagon with Lauren that they didn't even bother to do a cursory examination of what had gone on. And yet they are billing themselves as these detective first grade ex-NYPD. Their entire identity is that they're these seasoned New York City veteran cops, right? And they just came off as bumbling, complete idiots who fell for a pretty face. The "I feel threatened" blonde lady defense. It was an absolute shit show embarrassment for them, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, let's not give the drug user who is attempting to change her life any grace. We need to save it for the lady that repeatedly poisoned her husband. Yeah, exactly. And that whole thing, right? They reminded me a little bit of Megan and the moralizing tone, right, with Carmen. And then today in the closing argument, trying to suggest that oh, we didn't bring up her learning disability to make her look bad. No, we had to do that. We didn't have any choice, right? And maybe she's just a little bit retarded. Is essentially how that came across, right? Just ugly, 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 ugliness. Yeah, and Megan and her school marm moralizing is just, I find her exhausting. I tried to like her at first because of her channel content, right? It seemed like she was trying to she was trying to kind of reveal the less than healthy basis of things going on in the LDS church. That was my understanding, but I always just found her, there was just something, right? I'm like, oh, maybe it's just a personality thing, just not for me or whatever. But after she came out in support of Lauren Matthias, and I listened to what she had to say about the whole thing, I mean, the woman is an absolute, complete, and utter bandwagon jumping, attention seeking, narcissistic liar, as far as I could make out. She had not a single valid point in all of the many, many hours of response that she had where she was explaining that she was just there to share the facts. She made a complete and total ass of herself, in my opinion. And I would not listen to anything that she had to say unless I was going to do it in the same way, just to kind of show her up for the complete and total liar and fraud that she is. I was throughout that whole process of the hidden true crime thing and the various people that I was responding to's takes on it, I was just continually gobsmacked at how absolute nothing that they had, absolute nothing that they were trying to use to smear and defame Christina. Like, I was blown away by them, and the barefaced gall of these people is just wild to me. The whole thing of Megan gaining her little moment of fame through her murderous cousin, right? And what does she call her about? My stupid cousin, or my retarded cousin, or something like that? Like, she's a murderer of small children, her own children. She's not your weird cousin. Like, just all of that. And again, that complete lack of awareness of how they're coming across. So somebody was saying that they saw Lauren on Trisha's channel recently, all drunked up and acting crazy. So clearly Trisha hasn't come to her senses either and backtracked and apologized for taking everything Lauren said at face value and smearing Christina all over YouTube to her however many thousands of followers she had. Those Duty Ron and what's his thing? They've got like 500,000 followers, 525,000 followers or something like that. 500,000 people they're spreading this garbage to. I was listening, maybe I'm going to do this. I haven't finished going through it, but I was listening a little while ago to the to some of the to the Depp Heard trial, and they have their verdict forms at the end, right, that they have to fill out, and the verdict form, and it's a civil trial about defamation, right? And that was the whole thing that they were claiming that Christina, the Hidden True Crime, was claiming that Christina was defaming them online and harassing them and defaming them. And to my mind, the exact opposite was true, right? That it was actually Hidden True Crime that were harassing and defaming Lauren. And I was thinking that I might do, so I was reading through this verdict form for defamation. And I was thinking of maybe going through that verdict form, only using it on Lauren's 9-hour live and seeing if, according to that verdict form, if Lauren would be convicted of defaming Christina. My dumb cousin. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. She's not your dumb cousin. My God. Right? Like, way to downplay. This woman is a serial murderer, for God's sake, because she had more people on her list. She wasn't done yet. My God. Yeah. So anyways, I was thinking I might do that, doing a, comparing Amber Heard on the stand with Lauren Matthias and her 9-hour live, doing like clips from each, and then filling out the verdict form to see if she would be convicted of defaming Christina. I believe that she would be, but I just thought it might be a fun exercise. Sigma says it's kind of curious that Duty Ron has not come out to speak to his support of LM. Of course, he doesn't have to. He's also dealing with cancer and has been. Yeah, I mean, and I to be fair, Ron and Ed are also victims of Hidden True Crime, right? They may not see it that way, they may not realize it, but they absolutely are, because she has lied to them in order to get them to use their reputation and their channel and their platform to attack someone who is innocent of what Lauren claims. So she's victimized them as well. And she's also victim, and during the time when he is getting treatments for cancer, right? And if you watch that video, you can see that he is trying to end the thing. And he says at one point quite clearly he wants to keep it down to an hour. And it goes on for over an hour. And he's sort of continually trying to kind of wrap it up. And she just keeps on going with, like, she's got her agenda and she's trying to make sure that she's going to get these cops to say the things that she wants them to say, right? That's going to back up her version of events. And she's completely oblivious of the fact that he's trying to end it. And probably because an hour live is all about as much as he can manage as he is recovering from his cancer treatments, right? So just, again, appalling exploitation of victims for her own gain, which is Lauren Matthias through and through. And I mean, seeing her in that court today just made it clear to me. I think I made the comment in the chat that, like, it just seeing Lauren facing it out in that court after knowing what she did and knowing that everybody knows what she did helps you to understand how Kouri can be sitting in that courtroom facing it out after she did what she did and everybody knows she did what she did. Because these people have the balls of a burglar, as Tanika would say, because they just they don't function like the rest of us. Sigma says, Penny, and it was curious because given that Ron and Ed are former NYPD detectives, they took the damsel in distress narrative. They absolutely fucking did. And not only that, but they exploited another victim of a stalker, a YouTuber who was actually murdered by her stalker. And they brought out a video about her to try to terrify everyone into thinking this is what's going to happen to Lauren. And I just can't help thinking that, like, I felt bad afterwards after I made my response video because I had allowed that video clip that they used to be shown on my video, because it was just pure exploitation of this victim in order to bolster their take on the danger that Lauren was apparently facing, right? Just disgusting. So they are exploiting victims to try to support the fake victim, Lauren Matthias. And they have no idea. They're completely and utterly taken in because they haven't even bothered to get out of their chair to find out if any of what she is saying is true or not. She was sitting next to Gigi. She absolutely was. The front row, they only had the front row for media, and she was sat right next to Gigi. I think there was some space between them, but she was definitely next to her. Yeah, she doesn't seem to care. Well, I don't think she really does care, right? She thought that it was going to take down her channel. And when it didn't, that was all she was scared of, right? And when it didn't take down her channel, she doesn't care. She'll just go right back to how she was before, right? They just go through people, these types. She'll just, they'll just find more people that they can snow, right? And they have, I don't know if they have bought more followers or whatever, but it doesn't seem to be affecting their popularity or their willingness to move forward. I suspect it's because they already had big plans in place and about, having their new super channel where they would have all sorts of other channels underneath them or whatever, and building their little state-of-the-art studio. I just don't think, I feel like John, in large part, would not be prepared to turn his back on that, right? Like, he has been trying to get this whole thing going since he first met her, right? But yeah, Lauren Matthias, she has no shame. And these people don't, right? I think that's why it's just so endlessly fascinating to watch them, because it's so hard to believe that they carry on in the ways that they do. Exhausting people that they are. So it's 5-5. So they should certainly, I don't know if they're going to let us know. I feel like as long as the verdict clock is going, we should be paying attention. I want to go through all of this and then miss the verdict when it comes. Although I thought we would be going for another 2 weeks. I was looking forward to the defense case. I was trying to figure out who they were going to call. Yeah, well, she doesn't care, right? Hey, leave Gigi alone. She doesn't care. She doesn't care. She A, doesn't care, and she B, thinks that she's the victim. I guarantee you she still thinks that she was the victim in all of that. Even if there were moments when she had, like, a moment of lucidity and self-awareness, I guarantee you she will have clamped that thing down and gone right back into the victim narrative. It's how it just is, right? NPD is a defense mechanism. It's what they do. It's how it operates. It just is there to protect them from any hint that they are wrong or bad or whatever. Because if they're bad, then that means they're all bad. And they can't face that. So, the defense mechanism does its thing. Even if they have moments of lucidity, even if they have moments of awareness, they suffer the narcissistic injury, they have the rage-shaped spiral, whatever, they always manage to rebuild that defense system in such a way that they will never admit that it even came down for a minute, right? They will find a way to, like, well, yeah, I apologize, but only just because I wanted you to make me a sandwich, right? I didn't really mean it. The apology worked at the time to get them out of the hot water they were in, and they go immediately back to, I was the victim, I only said sorry because you know, it was a means to an end. I know that that's true, but it's also not, it's not done, right? Sorry, Arpmans, who's saying by showing another YouTuber's content, you're exposing them to your audience. I think that's true, but it's also, it's kind of, you're not supposed to. You're basically not supposed to, unless it's fair use. And if we're just watching somebody else's video together, that's not fair use. If we're watching it and I'm critiquing them and saying I disagree with them and I think that they got this point wrong and this point wrong and that point wrong and this one might be right but this one was wrong and I feel like they should have said this or that or the other, that's fair use. Just going, yeah, she's so great, we love her, let's hear what she has to say, I don't think that would fall under fair use. And I mean, I personally don't really care if people want to use my content. I'm okay with that, but nobody else has to be. And the rules are the rules. So I don't want to be taking away people's views. You know, I just don't feel good about it. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to step on other people. A lot of us are kind of, you know, it's a weird balance, right? We live in a capitalist society, so like if you're gonna make content, most people don't have enough free hours in their life that they can just make all kinds of content for free and not get paid for it, right? Most of us need that income, and I don't want to be taking views away from people that are relying on those views for their income. So, you know, if we all sit here and watch Wordwise's latest video on my channel, then none of you are going to go off and click off of my video after it's over and go watch it on her channel. Yeah, right. It doesn't stick. It doesn't stick, and it's a part of their whole cycle of idealize, devalue, discard, idealize, devalue, discard, right? When they need to hoover you back in, it's a means to an end thing, just like everything else they do. They lying and making fake apologies so that they get what they want. It's all justified. Sigma says there also has been a post made by a Redditor who does FOIA requests. Many relate to JM's credentials. It appears that it could be possible that UNLV may be looking into JM's adjunct claims. Oh, well, that's good to know. I know Mr. Breakfast and Hella's channel were digging in more thoroughly into that stuff. You would what, Arpmans? You would go watch it on their channel afterwards too? Is that what you're saying? Anyway, I'm just trying to say, I just want to be fair to other creators. I am not trying to step on anybody's toes. That's basically my point, right? I even feel, you know, I even feel weird about like, oh, I know that Suma's doing a live stream. I feel weird doing a live stream at the same time because we share some followers, you know. I mean, you would go watch on your channel. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, Mr. Breakfast, he's been a great source of info, and Hella is friends with him. So if you go look him up he's got a channel on YouTube, but if you go look him up on Reddit, his posts are protected. You can't see them unless you can see them if you find them in responses to other posts or whatever. But if you go to their channel, go to his channel, you can't see his posts. So Hella's she had a really great source there with Mr. Breakfast because she was coming up with great news scoops all the time. Thanks, Eddie. Yeah, I try to be reasonable. I do try to live by the golden rule, right? I don't want people stepping on my toes. And I don't want to do that to other people too. So yeah, I just try to be a reasonable human. Yeah, I do. Definitely. I think there's enough room on this website for all of us, you know. I think Suma's great. If people are not following Suma Cum Loudmouth, then you're missing out because she is by no means a loudmouth at all. She is she's just a lovely person. She's got a really nice energy. She seems very genuine and kind and sincere, and I just enjoy her vibe. So yes, I believe that I think everybody should go over and check out her channel. I mean, not everybody is going to be for everybody. Yeah, right. Same, Billy. Right? You feel like you want to be loyal to everybody, but yeah, I mean, it is what it is. You know, we're all out here in the marketplace trying to make our way, and that's just the life that we're living now. And it can be hard if you're depending on your income from YouTube and they change the algorithm and suddenly, you know, I mean, I was getting, you know, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10,000 views on my hidden true crime content, and now my views are down by like literally 90%, even more. So, and that's, I mean, I know that I kind of got lucky when I started my channel because the hidden true crime content was really hot at the time. And so I just sort of struck lucky at that moment. But since I can't just talk about hidden true crime forever. I don't particularly want to. I feel like I pointed out what a bunch of low life scumbags they were and wanted to move on to something else. But I'm just saying, you know, it can be hard to predict your income from social media, what income you're going to get. And I don't want to be a reason why people are struggling with their income. Yeah, same, right? And my favorites kind of change, right? Sometimes I get really into a certain channel for a while and then I get bored of it. And I'm not sure about Epstein, Eddie. I have a hard time with crimes against minors. I find it really hard to take that sort of stuff. And I really, 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 really absolutely loathe and despise Donald Trump. I can literally remember hating him in the 80s when he was just a, you know, whatever. I don't even know what he was. And I just can't, I feel like my own mental health, I don't want to engage that much with that content. I find it would be hard. It's not so much that it's huge and complicated. Huge and complicated is fine. It's the people that I would have to be thinking of. And I don't know. I hate them with like so much. Those are the people that I essentially blame all of the ills of society on, right? And I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's just, I just feel like it's too much for me. Yeah, right. Sigma, I feel like that's true, right? We got to be fair, right? I am very disheartened by the whole AI thing and how the big deal at university used to be that they were drilling into your brain how it was completely awful of you to. Thanks, Billie Jean. That's lovely. You know, how wrong it was to plagiarize and steal other people's creative output. And now here they are ramming it down everybody's throat because the tech bros have saying that, you know, their machine, their little artificial intelligence machine is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And it absolutely sickens me. And I don't want to be any part of that sort of opportunistic bullshit. That is like, I find I struggle with the fact that if I put ads on my videos, you know, 90% of the ads that come up on YouTube these days seem to be for crypto or AI or other things that I absolutely have no truck with, right? But you can't choose the ads, like it's not granular enough, right? To how to choose which ads you're willing to have or not have. So I'm stuck with having ads for things that I absolutely abhor on my channel as it is. I can't remember how I got started on that, but Billie Jean says, I would love a list of trials that people think are most worth watching. For whatever reason, I have only been in the true crime scene for about a year, so there are many good trials I may have missed. Oh my God, there's so many. You want to watch Nancy Brophy. You want to watch Jodi Arias. Robert Tellis, Scott Nelson. There's lots. I mean, I was thinking about just going and watching some trials, you know, when there's like quiet times, right? When there's no trials happening immediately, of like going over some of the older trials, because some of them are truly amazing to watch. That Scott Nelson guy was just a wild. That guy that also Florida, I believe, that went and killed the she was like employed by a family as their kind of nanny, housekeeper, you know, take care of things person. And he was out on bail or out on parole for some crime that he'd committed. He'd been in and out of jail most of his life, and he was mad because, you know, he blamed the parole board and he blamed the police and he blamed everybody for his sad, sorry life. And so he went and murdered this completely innocent woman to prove that he was a victim. And then he testified on his own behalf. And it is an absolute complete mind screw to listen to. But yeah, I would be into just going through some trials. Maybe the Scott Nelson one. It was really something to watch. So yeah, what time is it? It's like 10 after 5. So I guess they're. Eddie Atwater says, "Oh my God, I cannot stand AI. I teach English in college, so I see it a lot. Oh my God, it is. I can't." I just graduated with my English degree in 2023. I went back and finished my degree finally. In 2023, I finished my coursework for that. And then I went back a year later and I was just taking some political science courses and stuff. And in that 2-year period, we went from the module on plagiarism to the module on how to correctly use AI. And I was absolutely just blown away by having this AI stuff forced down our throats. And there was, you know, you'd have online discussion groups and the class would be broken up into various groups. And one of those groups was forced to be the AI group. And I just found it so enraging that I felt like I could barely even consider taking classes anymore because it made me so mad. Just like, not just, I don't know how to describe it exactly, but just feeling like the worst people in the world are winning and I'm being forced to engage with their disgusting products. Yeah, sorry, the ads. I mean, I just can't spend all this time if I'm not making any money at all. So I apologize for the ads. I don't like them either, but I can't spend hours and hours and hours every week putting out content and not making money. I just can't make ends meet that way. So I don't have a very high income. School bus drivers don't make a lot of money. Maybe you're maybe you're unaware, but we don't make a ton of money. So, and also my income, even as a school bus driver, is not always the same, right? I have my regular morning and afternoon route that is every week, but I also have field trips and stuff. And often I don't have any. There's no field trips for you this week. So you're not making any money this week doing field trips. So it's a bit of a crazy balance trying to make sure I have enough money to get by every month. So that's where I'm at. And I'm quite sure that, you know, most creators are trying to get by. What is going on? What is flashing with the camera here? Are you talking about the Scott Nelson one, Eddie? Billie Jean, great question. What was the question? Oh, the question was about the various trials. Yeah. I mean, Jodi Arias is a fun one to watch. She, the prosecutor, Juan Martinez, is, I mean, the best way to describe him, I would say, is out of control. And I don't know why he was eventually, like, I don't know if he was disbarred or whatever, but that trial was kind of the beginning of the end for him because his behavior was so crazy. The way that he treated the defendant witnesses, but it was actually It was actually wildly satisfying to watch because Jodi Arias is such an insane narcissist, sociopath, murderer. And to watch her be absolutely dismantled to the point that she was just a blubbering mess of snot and tears was absolutely so satisfying after listening to her endless nonsense, jibber jabber explanations and stories, and in her sweet little voice and her headstands in the interrogation room and stuff. I mean, my God, it was so satisfying to watch. But yeah, it was wild. I'm actually kind of not surprised that he was disciplined afterwards because of the way that he spoke to some of the witnesses was really incredible. Oh, well, I am nice to the kids. I mean, I can be sweet and lovely, but I'm also no nonsense, right? You don't mess around on my bus. And also, I'm a pretty assertive driver. So I take that how you will. I think I'm a good bus driver. Part of being a good bus driver is not letting your kids mess around on the bus because you're putting them in danger if you're not keeping them under control. But yeah, my kids have definitely felt the rough side of my tongue more than once. But I also decorate my bus for every holiday and buy them presents and gifts, and I love them and, all that stuff too. So it's a mixed bag. I mean, after several years with the same group of kids, you kind of get to know them a little bit. But yeah, I mean, certainly the families of the kids that I drive value me as a bus driver, and appreciate that I genuinely care about the kids. It's a kind of a weird scene, the school bus driver scene, because a lot of the people who drive school buses are like these kind of retirement age commercial drivers who don't necessarily have any experience with children, right? And you see a lot of buses driving around with the kids in the back are just literally having a free for all while the bus is driving around, while the bus driver's driving around, because he has no idea how to control or maintain the situation, right? And there's a lot of that, right? They just don't know how to deal with the kids. And so the kids just get away with murder. They're just like driving as fast as they can to get through it until the kids are off the bus, and then they go, and then they can go home. And also there are a lot of people. Obviously, this is not going to be the same all over the world, but certainly in Vancouver and in Canada and stuff, a lot of people with English as a second language, because it's a very easy job to get. All you have to do is go get the license, right? And it's not that hard to get the license, and you're basically guaranteed a job because there's a shortage of school bus drivers. But that means that a lot of the drivers don't necessarily have the language skills to be able to manage, a large group of kids either. So it's kind of a weird little niche-y kind of a job. But bye, Billie Jean. I'm glad you were able to come and be with us. I'm running out of steam here. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep it up. I'm not sure what I was expecting to see. I was expecting that I don't know, that like something will happen when the jury goes home. That something will happen with the live stream here from Court TV. But I have been sitting in this chair since 7:30 this morning, and I'm starting to run out of steam. Not to mention my throat's getting a little tired because I keep talking so much. Eddie says, I want to see all of these trials I came to true crime late. It was the Daybell case. It was the video of CV telling cops, of Charles Vallow telling cops that she thought he was a zombie named Ned Schneider. The specific word choice locked me in. Yeah. That's funny. I kind of avoided the Daybell case for a while. I found Lori physically so repulsive to look at that I was just repulsed by the case. But by the time that it came around to trial, in fact, it wasn't even until Chad's trial that I got into the Lori Daybell case. And then by then I was completely obsessed after that. But yeah, I found Lori really off-putting, like just really physically, with her little poodle ponytail in the front of her forehead and everything. I just found her really physically unpleasant to look at. And that's what I just had a powerful aversion to her. Of all the names they chose, Ned. Yeah, I'm sort of curious about all of that, about how much. There is some evidence to my mind that Lori genuinely believed that Chad was some kind of a prophet. And that she was looking to him to, tell her what she wanted to hear, basically. I don't believe that Chad was having visions, or what I mean. Like, I don't think he was literally having delusions. I think he was manipulating everybody around him because he wanted to be special. And I do think that Lori, maybe, I mean, she was declared unfit, right, to stand trial for a while. And in part, it seems like that was because of her delusions, right? Yeah, I mean, thanks, Little Whiskers. I appreciate that. I know I have to take care of myself. But I'm just I wanted to hang on and see what was going to happen. It seems like if they're still there, I can't help thinking like, well, does that mean they're like, it's past 5, right? Shouldn't they have been released? I'm sort of thinking maybe they're close to a verdict. Yeah, that's what I think, Sigma. I think that he was a fake. And I think that I do think that Lori believed that he was a prophet. I think she genuinely was suffering from delusions. But I also don't think, I don't know. I don't actually know. I haven't completely settled on what I think. I don't think, like, watching her when she was performing as a lawyer in her own trial was revealing in a lot of ways of just how manipulative she actually is. So I haven't completely landed on where I am with, like, how much did she believe of the light dark, thing, the possessing by demons and that sort of stuff, right? Yeah, her appearance, I mean, it's weird because she was obviously quite beautiful at one time. I mean, there are photos of her where it's obvious that she was really beautiful. And yet the ugliness inside her has obviously transformed her right into an ugly caricature of who she once was. I mean, I am not able to conceive of the mindset that would harm JJ. I just can't. I can't get there. And I don't. Yeah, she's a wild one. But I think that Lori reveals to us the delusional nature of the LDS Church. Honestly, I mean, it's very much one of those, well, what could possibly go wrong type situations when you like teach people that they have this personal relationship with the with the gods, that they can interact personally with them and receive personal messages. Like, what could possibly go wrong, right? That teaching everybody that they have this personal relationship with God, and that they're that they need to write journals every day, and then it could turn out that their journals even turn out to be LDS scripture. It's literally asking for trouble. And I mean, if you consider the people that started the religion, they weren't exactly moral giants by any stretch of the imagination, right? So it's not terribly surprising to me that this sort of weird pathology is coming out in the LDS community. They're super oppressive about sexuality, right? I mean, we all know if you try to force things out of the light, they will just come out elsewhere, right? I mean, the Catholic Church is all the evidence we need of that, right? Oppressive and repressive sexual politics end up creating abusers who are, doing it in the dark because of shame, right? So I think that the LDS Church has a lot to answer for, and I have very serious doubts that they will ever voluntarily do that because, again, they are an extremely rich organization, much like the Catholic Church, which is literally one of the richest organizations in the world, right? It's how they managed to keep getting away with it and just shuffling the pedophiles around. It's very exhausting. Yeah, Little Whiskers is saying, I've seen jurors go to 9 p.m. and come back with a verdict. Maybe this jury wants to be done with this, but will 100% make the right decision based on the facts. Well, it seems like, why wouldn't they go home at 5 o'clock? Right? Unless they thought that they had a shot of coming to some kind of agreement. To me, it seems like they've had a full day. They started on time at 8:30. That's a long day. I still wish they had charged those Melanies too, and all of them. That Zulema is one of the dumbest people that ever lived, or the most evil. I'm not sure. She's tag teaming us over here, Sigma. Yeah, I'm sure there's lots of great commentary out there about the closing comments or the closing arguments. I just like I said, I don't want to just play other people's videos. I don't think that's fair. I mean, it's also not allowed, and but I also don't want to miss the verdict if it's going to happen. So maybe what I'll do is I think Kouri was LDS. No, maybe not. I think Eric was. Because there was definitely talk about, right? About Eric drinking alcohol and stuff like that. Because they're not supposed to, LDS aren't supposed to drink. I mean, a lot of LDS people do drink, for sure. So I think what I'm going to do is maybe try to find just another part of the trial to play for a bit so I can give the dog a proper walk and make myself something to eat. Cabby says, I saw Zulema described as she drives through an intersection and causes other people to crash, but she doesn't realize what she did and keeps blissfully going on. Yeah, I can picture that in an animated cartoon. Zulema, oh yeah, maybe she did have immunity. Julie Rowe, God. Whoa, there's a pathology all wrapped up in a person there. Holy smokes. I would be interested to, actually, I wouldn't mind responding to some of her interviews. She is a proper loon, that one. Lauren Matthias loves her wine. Both kinds. She absolutely does. Yeah, so maybe somebody give me some ideas. Who are the good I know, maybe I'll try to find it. God. Sorry, maybe I'll try to find. I thought Brooke Carrington was very good. Eddie Atwater says the LDS hotline for bishops to call in sexual abuse goes straight to a law firm. They have also lobbied to change the laws so that ministers are not mandatory reporters of SA anymore. Isn't that lovely? Yeah. I mean, wasn't Jody Hildebrandt sanctioned by the LDS Church? Yeah, we send all of our people to her. Go see her. And she was like, complete fucking psycho. Oh my God. Yeah, I just don't remember what days there were various witnesses. I was going to maybe look for Brooke Carrington because she did all the... Was Brooke Carrington before or after Carmen? I'm just trying to find a video to put on for you so that I can go get something to eat, but still keep this stream running. Oh, what happened? Hang on. Oh, no, they're back. Hang on. I thought the other stream stopped for a second there. That's Robert Crozier. Okay. Sorry, I'm a little wasn't expecting to be still going on with all this at 5 o'clock, you know what I'm saying? And play the, yeah, I could do that. Why don't I do that? Why don't I do that? I'll just play the closing arguments again. Yeah, that Adam Steed, my God, that poor guy. Jesus. Verdict what? Utah. Oh, here it is. Did they start a new one? Okay, so yeah, it looks like they have a new stream for just Verdict Watch. Oh, no. No, it's the same one. Okay. Hang on. You guys can't see what I can see, so you don't know what I'm jibber-jabbering about here, but
Kouri Richins thus worked for her aunt, cleaning the homes of
come on, you, what is happening over here? Oh my goodness, what is happening? Why is my
rich people in Park City. She was not beneath those homeowners, but she felt that she was.
Hey, I'm back. Okay, so everybody's done. That's fine.